bitches. Let's get it. A couple hours on this thing. Oh. Nice little apple crunch. Start doing some AMSRs and stuff. Hey, pay attention. Funny. As I bite into this apple, got a whispering and stuff. Gonna be a whistle and a loud. Funny. No funny. Be quiet, don't worry about it. It's just another AMSR. I'm just doing my job, you know. Just listen to this. Oh, you're funny. Maybe I need to start doing the AMSR. Mess the whole mood up. A loud apple crunch. That's funny. No, I had too much sleep. Over laughing at myself. Oh, you can hear it. Can y'all at least find me that book on parenting? How do you parent? Let me know, man. I might be thinking about being a parent by the end of this year. You know what I'm saying? Just find me that book. Anybody. Let me see something real quick. This man can see you working. If you're busy, then no. I'm on this sticks and stones. That's just what yeah, I might see him be used to be. Okay, there we go. I said, where is it? I'm trying to wonder, shoot. Somehow every parent is a perfect parent from what I'm hearing. How you gonna tell me how to parent? You know what I'm saying? I've been hearing that. Who's to say who's a bad parent or not? How can you give me advice on parenting? Oh, I know some horrible parents. That's what I'm wondering. But the funny thing is, it be some horrible parents that be talking about other horrible parents. And that's why I made that other one. I said, this other question, what makes you or someone you know a better parent than the others? That's what I want to know. Yeah, I'm trying to make it juicy. I'm trying to make it juicy tonight. Yeah, most definitely. You usually get those results, though. But even with that, they gonna make an excuse for their kids. And then that is the sad part, though. And they wouldn't notice that they horrible because they feel like I'm doing my job, I'm doing my best. I'm pretty sure they is, but if you're gonna be like that, like everybody need help, you gotta at least be a little open-mindedness when it comes to that parent thing. I would feel, because everybody don't know everything. But they got this attitude nowadays. Well, no, it's just my kid. You don't know my kid and all that stuff. So that your kid smacking everybody up that go past them and stuff. So they just playing around. You know what I'm saying? They just playing around until it's until somebody do that play around with their kid, then it's not like that no more. Ain't that funny? That's crazy. I seen you before, Lala. You in seen you in seen you in maybe I'm what was that? Lower room. I seen you in lower before. I be in there messing with messing with lower and them. They don't like my young heat up in this. I be talking junk. Nah, they cool. They cool though. I gotta make sure I be on point on there because I know my age on the line if I say the wrong thing in there. Nah, I'm good though. I'm confident what I talk about. A lot. I be on this thing every day, you know. I know a lot, man. Get up out of here, man. But yes. Yeah. I see you several lives. Oh yeah, I'll be around, man. Trying to get my face seen more, man. Trying to find more people that's trying to, that ain't scared of that word accountability. That's all I talk about in my life most of the time. Accountability, put your ego to the side, and um, emotional control. It's the only way we all gonna grow, man. That's to keep us a little bit more open minded, and have a more of a positive mentality. It be that just be confusing my mind with these people. People be just throwing things around and don't be really meaning it though. Okay, and then people be acting like they positive, right? But got a pessimistic mentality, which makes no sense. That's a contradiction. You, that's why I feel like that's why they look at me as an alien, but then they make excuses every time. I'm like, no, I'm just trying to get y'all a positive point of view because it's always, and I tell people like, being pessimistic, optimistic, that both is reality. I know when it comes to being optimistic, they be like, that ain't reality. It's just, it's the real world out here, but it's all about your point of view, how you want to look at things. How you want to look at things. You can look at things in a positive lens. You can look at you can look at the good and the bad, or you can look at the bad and the good. That's your choice. I just choose to look at the good and the bad, man, because that's a hectic type of life living. And people have been doing that. It's nothing new. You know what I'm saying? So you change your point of view. I kind of thought about this at work. You change your point of view, how you look at things. You change your way of living and your way you react to certain things too. So I choose that route all day. I mean, you can. It's no way you can avoid either one of them. It's just that's how it is. It's negative and positive in this world. You just can't avoid it, man. But hey, I'm at least try to be that one positive live around here. You know what I'm saying? I be trying to at least even in here, trying not to, because I see everybody. That's why I talk about the emotional control so much, because everybody, I mean, that's the only way we can hear each other out is if we can not be disrespectful and, at least try to hear each other out because that's why I don't say no ages. I don't ask for people ages. I don't ask for what degrees you got and all that stuff because everybody can be heard out. If we have a closed mind or have a bias against a situation, we'll never hear each other out. We'll never grow. And we can't ask for one another like, I just need you to listen, but you not trying to listen. That don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? So what the heck? Somebody named hypocrite in here? That's scaring me, man. What the heck is this thing, man?
What's
What's the
up, man?
deal, man? Welcome to the live. BK, my brother in the building. Stupid. I'm about to. Why does Fly want to mess with me now? I'm about to smack the mess out. What up?
No, I just looked at your prompts. I wasn't sure if you were trying to get a panel together for a discussion. I like these topics.
Okay. How you feel about it, man? Yeah, I already know I'm about to shake a couple fellas a day. How you gonna tell me? Do you got kids? I already know that's coming too. No, I
I
don't.
I hate those type of parents. So I think that the first topic you got, like I think that just because someone has kids don't mean they know how to parent for sure. Because we see a lot of parents out there that don't know how to parent, and that goes into like the spotting a bad parent. Yeah, I can spot a bad parent from a mile away. I think that it doesn't take having a kid to spot a bad parent. That's why I
You're
hate when
right.
other parents get called out and their first defense is, "Do you have kids? Do you
Do
have
you
kids?"
have?
It's like you only asking that because that's you're grasping at straws now. You're looking for a life
Mm-hmm.
preserver. Like
Yep.
anyone can look at something that's not cool with kiddos and say that ain't gonna fly. And then
Mm-hmm.
What I think I wouldn't necessarily say what makes me like better as a parent, but what I think makes me a little more like open-minded as a parent is that like I'm trying to deal with everything with my children through communication. Like my mom was a very hands-on disciplinary mother. She spanked me with the belt. She spanked me with the wooden spoon. She spanked me with the spatula. She spanked me with anything she could get her hands on, honestly.
Yeah.
And I'm trying my best to be the type of parent that sits down and communicates problems with my children. I want to communicate. I want to have that right there, and that's I feel like that helps a lot. Me and my
Huh.
son, we don't really have to have any of those like he respects us. And when I tell him no, like that shit don't fly. And then the
So
last
he had a good
one,
question for you. He had a
yeah.
good question for you. I seen it real quick. He said, "How can you tell a bad parent?"
Oh, I mean, just to say, like for
Thanks, sir.
an example of a bad parent is whenever I see a kid having a meltdown in the store, because this is common, this happens all the time. When you see those kids having freak out meltdowns, the parent will usually settle with the kid, and just to avoid the meltdown, they'll just get them whatever it is, and they cave in and just get the kid whatever it is, so they'll stop.
Right.
And I'm like, see that right there? That's a learned behavior. You can't even be mad at the kid for that because the kid, in his mind, he knows that if he does that, he gets what he wants or she gets what she wants. That's not the
Mm-hmm.
child's fault at that point. That's the parent's fault. And when I see that, I'm just like, you're
Mm-hmm.
creating an entitled child. This sounds like screaming right now,
Mm-hmm.
but as an adult, that's not screaming when they're an adult. That's the type of disgruntled employee. That's the type of crazy ex boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? Because they never got told no.
Yeah, BK, he just dropped the bomb.
And then as far as the last one, is it your grandparents' job to watch your kids? It ain't nobody's job to watch your kids unless you're paying them. If you're paying somebody, then that's their job. Other than that, it's your job. And it's your job. If you got to find people to watch your kids, it's your
Mm-hmm.
job to find somebody who is trustworthy and is going to take good care of your kids. And that's why it costs so much money. And like grandparents, a lot of times do help, but it is not their responsibility to. It is no one's
Mm-hmm.
responsibility, but they're your damn kids.
But I be hearing the reason why I asked that. I hear a lot with you're the grandparent, and what are you know what I'm saying? I'll be hearing that a lot though, and I'll be like, okay. Now we having it.
Yeah, anytime my
Now it was
mom
their
takes my
fault.
kids for me, I'm always saying thank you. I'll give my mom some money. I'll buy them dinner. Anything
That's
I can. I'm
good.
always appreciative when my mom
There
takes
you
my
go.
kids. It's never an
I
expectation
love it.
ever.
That's that take it out and make it, that's why we try to help you be more appreciative than having an entitlement mentality. That's good because they don't have to do it. It's funny.
Yeah, it all comes from the household. It all comes from the household. These enabling ass parents that just give their kids whatever they want.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. This seems like it's
Man,
about to get interesting quick.
man, you about to call a rift in the dag TikTok world with these questions, man.
That's why I
Don't
picked
be,
this day to day for that. I'm like, oh yeah, I got something.
yeah, don't be doing that, man. You got these entitled people out here mad with you, bro. You keep right on, man.
And
But
see,
you
that's
know,
why my box so small right now because I'm listening less niggas see.
yeah, you
I
know
said,
what
I
I
want y'all to
mean.
see all this right here.
Yeah, hypocrite. You're exactly right. You know what I mean? You can tell when you find, some bad parents, and it goes a lot farther than that. But you know what I mean? We ain't going down that rabbit hole. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
stick your
Uh,
chest out if you have to. I'm just saying.
that part, you know what I mean? No, you know what I'm saying? Do you believe just because someone is a parent doesn't mean they know how to parent? No, no one knows how to parent because there's no book on how to parent. So they're doing the best they can as parents because a lot of times they're young and we wasn't taught or shown how to be parents.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now I'm not gonna say all, some has good examples of how to parent. You know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
does it mean that they take it step by step on how to be a parent? They don't. Because a lot of times they say, well, I ain't a parent like my mama did, or I ain't a parent like my grandma did. But some things you have to take from each generation and add it and try to apply it to your life, to your
Mm-hmm.
kids. You know what I mean? It's not going to be wrong. But, we have to learn how to do better than the last time we parent. Or,
Exactly.
learn from the past or learn from watching your mom and your dad and your grandparents or whatever, you get better at it. You know what I'm saying? Who said it's gonna be perfect? But you could try your best to be at least 80% better parent. At least.
At least, right?
You know
Exactly.
what I mean? It's like
Like, have you been paying attention?
that part. And a lot of them haven't been paying attention.
They haven't. I'm 100% sure on that one.
And
I'm for sure.
what makes someone you know a better parent than others? I don't think there's nobody better. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I don't nobody's better. You know what I mean? Because everybody, everybody has flaws. Everybody have not um understand the hurt that they caused or what they caused on somebody else or what brought to them. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So that don't make
Yeah, I
nobody
can
better. It just made
I can
someone
agree with that. Outside of like abuse, I feel like as long as you're not harming your kid, then yeah, there's only two categories of parents: the bad parents who are harming their children, and then yes, like you said, on the other category of people who aren't harming their children, then yeah, everyone, not nobody on that side is a better parent than anybody else.
What
You know what I
about?
mean?
Okay,
I
let's see
disagree.
something.
I'm gonna jump in here. Hey fellas.
What's the
hello.
deal?
I'm gonna say this. I had horrible parents. And I will say this, I never wanted to be the type of parent that my parents are.
Mm.
And in order to do that, I had to break generational curses. And I did
Mm.
that. Which is another thing, and that's something a lot of people don't want to think about when it comes to parenting. And I had my first child at 22. I had my last one at 39. Yeah, a teenage right now. Um, all girls, and I knew when I had my oldest daughter that I never wanted to be the type of parent my parents were. So after her father and I divorced, I sat in therapy for a good couple of years. And I broke, and I still work hard to consciously make the effort to not put my children what my parents put me through.
Hmm.
And I think that also goes back to making sure and it's not just parenting, it's all part of parenting. It's choosing a good mate, it's keeping your home peaceful, it's keeping your marriage a priority. It's all of that that goes into parenting. And people think, oh, just parenting is just raising a kid. No, there's so much more that goes into parenting, and
Okay.
people forget about that.
Mm.
But that don't. But you said you don't want to be like your parents, but that don't make them bad parents. It's just that they didn't know how to be a
um
parent.
Would that be a better
I'm
parent
I'm
though?
I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I I had that mindset until I became probably in my mid 30s. Um, I don't think any parent that verbally or physically abuses their kid, and a parent that does not protect their kid from that abuse, I do not consider that good parents.
That's your
because
point of
your
view. There
first
you go.
because
That's it.
because your
It's just
first job as a parent is to protect your kid. That is your first responsibility. Above all, love that kid and protect your child.
Mm.
but
So, as
how
far as I'm concerned, these parents that abuse their kids and they stay in these situations, they're shitty parents.
just you can't. Oh my God. They don't
My parents
know
are 60.
any.
My parents are 70 years old.
Okay,
My
my
parents had me when they were 30.
okay, my
They
parents
knew what
had
the
me
hell
when
they
my
were
thought
doing.
I was 30 when I was 35. So what do you say? I'm 47. My parents is no longer here. They didn't know what they know. Don't know parents know from anything from the 20s up to the 60s. What did they know? They only go off of what they've seen.
Mm.
So they cannot
Well,
possibly understand how to raise kids in that type of environment, in that type of hostile environment. You know what I mean? They don't
I'll
have
say
it.
this.
They didn't have it easy like we have it. We don't have to go out here. I don't know your situation, but I'm gonna tell you my parents' situation. I'm gonna just give you that one prime example. Then you probably will understand because I can't fault my parents for what they did. They only
That's the
knew. They didn't
forgiveness.
understand. Right. They don't understand. Okay, my parents had to go through my mom and dad. My dad had a fifth grade education, so he don't understand about school.
Mm.
My dad and mom went through slavery in that era. My dad had to stay
Mm.
home through his young adult life because the master had to tell his dad to make him stay home from school. So I can't fault him because he wasn't never taught how to be a child. First of all, he wasn't taught how to be a man because his dad wasn't around to show him how to be a man. God knows that he wasn't taught how to be a parent. So I can't fault him for what he came in his time, in his era. But what all I can do is, okay, well, dad, you know what? I understand. I forgive you, mom and dad, because nobody showed you how to be a parent. You didn't have
Mm-hmm.
that good role model to show you how to be a parent. So they have to learn and just learn as you go along. There gonna be trials and errors where you're gonna slip up and you can say, "Oh, dad, I should have done better as a parent." We all did that, and that don't make your parent no better. They don't make your parent no worse. It's just they didn't know. They didn't know any better.
So I got a
Even as
question there.
adults,
I'm trying to think. And Deuce, I could get what you're saying too, but I remember I think I had a topic about you when your parents try to raise you to be better than they once was, right? So
mhm,
would that be considered being better than what they was, or just knowing more than they was?
it's been better. It's knowing things.
I think it's both
Yeah, it's both.
because
Yeah,
knowledge is power.
it is. It's a lot of things that a lot of our parents didn't know that we should be knowing, and vice versa. Now that I have kids, I want my kids to know more than what I knew because every year, every decade, it gets different. It's different. You know what I mean?
Oh, for
Technology.
sure.
So can we say this? Okay, instead of saying bad parent, can it be a better parent though? Can you be
Yeah,
better?
yeah.
Okay,
I
I
think
I
think it,
would take
the
that because the
only
more
the
I
only
keep thinking
time that
about
I
it,
would
seem,
ever say that they're
huh?
I think you can always strive to be a better parent.
Yeah.
Right,
Like, you know what I mean? I mean, and I look at it like this. If you're not a good parent, you're not doubting yourself and being a good parent, right?
right.
Because good parents are like, am I spending enough time with my kids? Do they have everything they need? Do they have everything they
Mm,
want? Are you worried about this? You worried about that? You know what I mean? Like you're not in a constant state of worry about your children, but you just want to make sure that you're on your P's and Q's so they can be on their P's and Q's, you know? And is this the right place to put them for education? Is this all that stuff you worry about as a parent. And I think if you are a good parent, you're going to maybe self consciously or, not really, it's always going to be in the back of your mind, right? Like, did I spend enough time on my kid? Did I do this? Did I do that? You know what I mean? Did I give them the best I could?
yeah, that's it. That's all there is. We can give them our
yeah, the
kids the
only
best that we can give them.
the only parent I compare myself to is the parent I was yesterday. Other than that, the only person I'd say I'm better than as a parent
It's me.
are parents who abuse their children in any way, shape, or form. Like if you abuse your
Okay,
kids, then yeah, I'm a
granted,
better parent than you.
granted.
Other than that,
Right.
I don't question other people's parenting styles because everyone's kids are different.
Exactly.
Everybody's upbringing is different, and parents generally know what's best for their kids. And I don't get involved in family matters for that reason. Like I know that some people think that spanking's abuse. If I'm in public and I see a parent spanking their kid, I'm not the person to speak up, and I'm not the type to say anything. Like that's a family matter, not my business. I stay out of it. Like that's just their piece. Like so, I think that everybody's different in their own ways, and I think that as long as you're not out there like physically and like completely like because I mean some people say spanking's abuse. I don't think it is. I'm talking when I say physical abuse, I mean like striking and other crazy things like extreme violence. Like I think that
Punching,
other than that, I don't compare myself to any parent other than the parent I was yesterday. I'm always trying to be better than I was yesterday.
of course, no doubt. And that's how we all supposed to be. You know what I mean? We're all supposed to compete with ourselves, make it better for the next time, or what we did work we didn't do yesterday. We could do better tomorrow. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
And
Get
even
better
though I
every day.
disagree with some of the
Absolutely.
methods my mother did when she was raising me, overall, I think I turned out pretty decent. I like the person I am,
Hmm.
and so I owe that all to my mom. So at the end
That's
of the
it.
day, I don't think my mom failed at all. I think that I could have been a little more receptive as a youngin because a lot of us always forget that when we're like, and this isn't an attack on you, Lala, because like I said, if there's abuse, then there's nothing you did wrong as a child. But like in general circumstances, I grew up having this like hate or this anger towards their children. I think that a lot of them forget that when we were kids, we were rebellious. A lot of us rebelled against our parents just because. So it's not easy. And I'm learning that as a parent now. I just got full custody of my kids, and I'm learning a lot of what I put my mother through because I see so much of myself in my son. And he does things that I'm like, I did that, and that, but only I'm my mom now. And so I'm like, yeah, it sucks, dude. Like, it's tough.
And that's what we got to look at. You know what I mean? When we have kids, we look at the things that we did when we was growing up.
Yeah.
What caused us to be in that predicament? What caused us to get this verbal or well, I can't even say verbal because sometimes that verbal do hurt. You know, as a child. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna say not.
Oh, that
You know what I'm
most
saying?
definitely. It's the first thing that
But
hurt.
yeah, that's the worst thing. Exactly. Belittling on a child. You know what I'm saying? Now spanking. Now I don't take nothing away from it because spanking. Some kids deserve it.
Yeah.
You know, some kids do deserve it. But
Yeah.
when I feel like abuse to me, and this is just my opinion. You know what I mean? When you start punching on a child, when you
Yeah.
start, kids got bruises all over their face, their back, and their neck. That's too much. That's over the top. That's abuse to me. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? Now you
Okay.
spanking now. You know what I mean? And that ain't no attacking on you or whatever.
No, I
But we
didn't say
just
you was going to tell you. That's real
right.
talk.
We just have to give our parents grace to understand that
most
they
definitely.
didn't wasn't always given the tools of how to be parents because a lot of times we go back to our great grandparents, look at the things that they was taught, how they was taught. You know what I mean? They wasn't given the know how to be to be a parent. I mean, it's been going on for centuries,
I mean, no
decades.
parent is given the book to be a parent.
Like, we just
But
learned.
there's one thing, and you get why I'm saying what I'm saying. No parent is a perfect parent, and I get that. And there's no book on parenting. But there's two things you don't do. You don't throw a steel-toe boot at your child because you're mad at them and it leave a softball-sized bruise on your leg. And you do not, for the duration of your child's life, tell your daughter, I wish your mom had aborted you.
Mm. Okay, that's verbal. Verbal abuse, no, I don't agree with that.
So now y'all understand why I say what I do.
Yeah.
So hold
Verbal
up.
abuse.
You said that they said they wish they, hmm.
My father told me, I cannot tell you how many times, every time he got mad at me, I wish your mother had aborted you.
Hmm.
And my mother continued to stay with him. I remember having a conversation with my mom at
Do that
like
you feel
12,
like
13
that
years
make
old.
him bad?
Oh, absolutely I do. And I think it makes my mom bad too because she chose to stay with him rather than protecting her children and getting her children out of that situation. Absolutely.
Hmm.
I fought both of them for it. I
So
do.
so do you feel like he just still had like a teenage mentality or something like that, and it was just kind of
No,
selfish
I
and
feel
just
like
ain't grow up
no, I
yet?
feel like no, my dad is an abusive, toxic piece of shit. And my mother knew that he was abusive and she still stayed with him.
I mean,
I mean, it happened before he and I ever came along. There was stories of abuse between my parents.
hmm.
So she chose. I mean, and that's the choice you make. But as a parent, my first goal, my first priority is to protect my children. And if my children ever came to me begging because their father was so crappy to them, and I was standing by letting my kids be abused, and they wanted out, and I didn't feel bad for that. Because what are you teaching your children? I mean, I have 4 daughters. I could not imagine my fiance saying that to any of my 4 daughters. And it was even so bad that I was at my parents' house before I was pregnant with my fiance and I's oldest toddler. And I was pregnant with her. And my dad and I got into it about something. And my fiance heard my dad say it. And he said, had you ever he said, if I had never heard him say it, I would have never believed it came out of his mouth. He said, but I heard it. He said, and let me tell you something. He said, I will be in Georgia in a month. He said, when I get back in Georgia, he said, pack all your shit. You're moving in with me, and I will die. I will unalive to make sure you never go back to that place. And he said, and he's never allowed in my house.
Mm.
Do you believe a lot of people is just either hurt or have mental issues going on?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, and this is a conversation even me and my aunt had about my dad, about how he's just always like so angry and so hateful, and just like, she's like, sometimes I can't even stand to talk to him because he's so angry and hateful. And I was like, yeah, I said, it's been like that for 41 years. Everybody's just now seeing it. I was like, I
Because
know,
this what
try living with it.
this the thing I tell people especially as I got older, right? I figured out that majority of the time it's just people. It ain't never a personal thing. It's just people projecting themselves on you, and it shows that either it was something deep down within him that he had problems with it. He just never took the time to address it or fix it or something like that. He probably didn't, I don't even know if they had therapy at that time, which it sounded like it was needed. But um, like I said, I don't think it's ever a personal thing when somebody say stuff like that or whatever, because they have no to it's just them projecting themselves on, you know what I'm saying, this they way they grieve or whatever the heck happened, because we don't know his backstory. Do you know your father's backstory? What happened?
Yeah, I know my grandfather got unalived 43 years ago, but it even started before that, according to my
I'm
aunt.
pretty sure it's some more stuff that made him like that though.
Yeah. I don't know all of it, but according to my aunt, it was like that, like his entire life.
Because
That's
I'm big on trying to get people to look at things from a different point of view. Because I'm big on forgiveness, and I feel like even with forgiveness, it helps self out. It'll break us out this chain, this hatred we have for whatever been going on in our life. Because 9 times out of 10, most of the time it's either a mental issue that people done went through, or it's some type of form of how they express their hurt. And everybody in this world express their hurt different ways or control it different
right.
ways too.
Right.
So. See, I always look, if you're the bigger person and I said it right, the bigger person, sometimes you just gotta, you gotta look at it like, hey, they ain't, they wasn't on the level I'm on or something like that. Or, just to be, because I don't know how to put it though, but a lot of times people just ain't got it for real in their head. That's just
Yeah.
how it is.
Yeah. You said it. You said it right. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times our parents are hurting from something in their past,
Right.
and you know what I mean. They was always taught, and most of us have, not to say anything or suck it up. You know what I mean? Deal with it. You know what I mean? So they don't know how to express it, or they don't know how to let it out because
Mm-hmm.
they don't realize it's hurting them.
Right.
And what they tend to do, they tend to pass it on to us. You know what I mean?
Mm,
Whether it's verbal, whether it's physical, whether it's mentally or emotional,
Mm-hmm.
they pass that on. And it's us to catch it. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Some catch it and some don't.
Hey, if he only had that booklet on how to parent,
Right.
right?
Yeah,
Well, and
exactly.
that's why I said earlier, it's important that, like, when you come from situations like I did, that you break the curses, right? That you put in the effort to make sure you don't repeat the cycle.
Right.
Exactly.
And I mean, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I said what I did. Now y'all understand the whole
Oh yeah.
circle of what I was trying to say, right?
Oh, I
Yeah.
already knew what you were
So
about to
About
say.
being a
I'm
better
one of those
parent.
people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I get judged like hell. Like, I get judged really bad for the type of parent I am, and that's fine. Judge me if you want to, but I don't really care because my kids are safe, my kids are happy, and my kids rather be at home than anywhere else. So apparently, they like where they live and they like their home environment. So
That part.
it is what it is, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I get it. And I get it. It ain't about, nobody shouldn't judge nobody for how they do children. You know what I mean? The only way you should be judged, if you out here abusing him, or you essaying these children. You know what I'm saying? Trafficking, all that
Mhm.
other crap. Then you should be put up under the jail.
Agree.
Should you allow
I
like your
definitely.
kids to be What about? I don't know about the judgment thing though, but I think people do that almost every day, even on the app. When you're seeing little kids getting twerked on by their parents, and
Let me tell you
dudes sitting
something. That
here.
is some of the most
Oh, wait.
despicable
You're
things
right.
I've
We about
ever
to get some. I'm
seen.
trying to unlock some stuff because I
Look,
know it's more. I
and
know we
here's
say we
where
don't
I'm
want to
at, right,
judge,
with
but
that. I have 4 daughters, okay? 4 daughters. A teenager and 3 toddlers, okay? Daughters. Now,
Mhm.
I know about the rap music, the music. I hear it. I've listened
Right.
to it. I'm familiar with it, right? Me and my daughter have some of the same favorite artists, right? I'm familiar with it. But there's one thing in this house that does not happen.
Mm-mm.
And then when they try to do it, we tell them to stop. Like,
Yeah.
some parents think it's, oh, hee hee ha ha, right?
Right. We're getting
No,
somewhere.
I'd rather you be doing like cartwheels and backflips than shaking your butt. And it irks my fiance. My fiance's like, no, this is not happening in my house. And he's
Right.
very adamant about that. But people think, oh, it's so cute, ha ha ha. Yeah, it might be cute at 2 and 3, but is it really gonna be cute at 23 and 24 when she's got daddy issues and she's on a pole at a strip club?
Mm.
No, it ain't gonna be cute then. That's what
Not
people,
at
and
all.
it's then they want to go, oh, well, I don't understand why my 14-year-old's running around in booty shorts and a crop top.
Mm.
Oh, because you thought she was hot and cute at 2, shaking her butt. Now she's wanting to be a hot girl. Please
Nah,
make
see,
it make
my
sense.
What?
my
What
7-year-old
about the?
son, he never
Oh.
had no issues like that at all. And then like he got his own TV in his room, and he started watching this YouTuber called Lanky Box. And then ever since he started watching that YouTuber, when he goes in public, he tries twerking at people. So he's not allowed to watch his YouTube no more.
Exactly.
I was like, I had like a Hank Hill moment. He comes out and starts twerking. And I'm like, where'd you do that from? Where'd you learn that from? And he's like, YouTube. And I was like, oh, okay. Not even 5 minutes later, that TV's coming out the room. I'm like, all right, no more YouTube then.
I'm about to dig deep even more the more I keep thinking about stuff now. So what about this music and stuff? What type of music we let our kids listen to, and the entertainment we let them watch, or we just call it fun or entertainment? What do we do? What's up with that?
Okay, so my oldest, because I have a teenager, she has parental restrictions on her phone.
Hmm.
There is, I mean, I'll let her listen to rap music or whatever kind of music they listen to. I mean, it and I don't want to hear it. Right? I know about Nelly. I know about Dr. Dre. I know about Coolio. I know about it. And I like one day she was like, "Mom, have you heard this Dr. Dre song?" I was looking at her. I was like, "Girl, Dr. Dre and Master P raised me. Who are you talking to, right?" And she's like, "No, for real." I was like, "No, I'm being for real." Like, and so I don't really get on to her about the music she listens to because she doesn't. It doesn't alter her behavior. But now my toddlers, no, we're still listening to nursery rhymes and, mommy finger, daddy finger, all those good songs, y'all know. Yeah, all the little nursery rhymes, the kindergartner songs. Yeah, we're still
Hmm.
on that.
Mm.
Baby Shark and stuff like that. But there's this little girl on YouTube. Her name is well, there's 2. There's 3. There's Diana and
Diana and Noah.
yes, not and
Yeah,
Nastasha
my daughter watches them.
and
Anastasia, yeah.
yeah. Okay, so there's a story behind Nastasha, right?
No.
Mm.
Okay, so she was born with like cerebral palsy or something like that, and she couldn't speak for a long time. So her parents put her in therapy, and her YouTube channel started out as her parents would film her doing like talking and stuff like that, and it went from there. So like it started out like they would video her, like they did a whole journey of her like healing and getting therapy and all that stuff, and then her YouTube channel just blew up when she literally got better,
Mm.
which
And see, like
I think is pretty cool. Like
what
it's
I've
pretty
noticed
cool.
is like
Like, I can support that.
with my kiddos, like I don't really notice too much difference in attitude, behavior, dynamics whenever it comes to like entertainment, as in TV shows
Yeah, I
and
don't either.
music. It's the YouTubing and the blogging that I've noticed because like these streamers, YouTubers, when they're kids, they're using a very like they portray it as if this is how they live their life. So like in a kid's mind, They don't
Right.
differentiate it between entertainment because they're like, these guys are at home recording this. This is how they
Right.
actually are. And that's what is so influential to them because they're like, these guys are actually like that. So I want to be actually like that. Versus when a kid watches South Park, they're not going to be like, oh, I want to be like Cartman or I want to be like Kyle because it's a TV show. It's
Right.
fake. They know that. And like with music, it's just a song. Most kids don't even listen to the lyrics anymore. They just listen to the beat. So,
True.
All right.
True.
You know why I said that though? Because I was thinking about this one video where they had this one kid on YouTube singing that King Von and stuff. Talking about, I
Oh
got some top from a stripper. You think a kid
yeah.
should
Oh
be
God.
damn.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'm hopping out. I'm going to bed.
Oh, no, I'm about to talk about something. Like, no, I'm talking shit.
Oh, don't talk about me.
No, man.
I gotta
For
go to
sure,
bed.
man. Appreciate you, man.
All right, holla at y'all.
All right. But yeah. But yeah, ain't nobody got no guide on being a parent, and you know what I mean. And then you gotta kind of notice, pay attention to kids and what they do on these uh YouTube channels, and you know different things, even on the phone.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh.
Yep. They don't get none of that stuff unsupervised. I got this app that's on both of their tablets. So at any point, I can open up the app and see exactly what they're doing. I can go and look at all the apps they have on it, where their screen time is, what they've been searching, all that stuff.
Mm.
Right. Yeah.
I can even set it to where if they ever want to download apps, I have to approve it first. Like on my phone, it tells me, hey, they want to download this. I can look at it first.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And like at
What
first,
is
I was
Jiggly
like,
Wiggly?
I don't watch the YouTube shit no more. Like when it comes to the streamers, even the stuff my daughter likes, like the Diana and Roma, like I don't know if all of them. I've noticed problems with the streamers, and so I don't know which ones are the good or the bad. So I just stopped it. I'm just like
Yeah.
until they're old enough to realize, look, these streamers they're just like TV.
Mm.
It's just entertainment. It's not real. But until they can get that level of cognitive, I guess,
Understand. Yeah.
right, then they can start watching it more. But until then, that's the stuff that I have to really, really watch because other than that, I don't care about the music. I don't care about the video games. Like they know the difference. It's just
Right.
that YouTube and that streaming.
Do it pin on the kid?
Social media in general too. Social media too, because those clout chasers, man, they make it look like it's real life that they're doing that stuff every day.
Mm.
Yeah. It
So
also, yeah, I'd agree. It depends on the child.
I was just
There-
about to get to somewhere with
Right.
that one.
Yeah. Some kids are more knowledgeable of the things that's going on, and some need more. They need to be taught or more understanding to what it is, and to be able to
Mm.
tell the
Right.
difference. Because every child don't know. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right. And a lot of these influencers are out there just to get likes and comments, and so they'll do anything. They'll be as dramatic or as entertaining or crazy or pompous or arrogant, however they need to act just to get likes and comments. So,
Oh,
and
yeah.
little like super young kids are really impressionable, and they'll think it's real life. They'll think that people actually behave like that in real life, and that's how you become successful, or that's how you become this or popular or cool, or however a kid justifies it. And that's the scary part that I've noticed.
Man. We getting somewhere tonight for sure. I forgot what I was about to. I think I had something at the back of my head. I guess I forgot about it. Do you think it's something in common that every parent can advise, or is it possible that you can advise another parent?
Oh yeah.
But they just gotta be willing to listen, right?
Yeah. I think going and just barking or correcting parents at any point in time, and I don't think anyone's going to respond that well to that, but you know, when a parent asks how they can be better, like when a parent's ready to listen or when a parent wants to be better, I think any parent would be receptive to some positive criticism.
hmm hmm And you know, and also where we can get better, sometimes if we listen to the older generation that are accepted. How I can even pronounce the word like I want to. The ones that has been through what we came through. But you know what I'm saying? But in that case, we have to take things out that we don't need to use and use what we can use. What it don't apply, let it fly. You know what I mean?
Right.
You said the older ones.
We can learn.
Okay.
You know what? Even though the older ones, sometimes some of them, not all, some of them have awareness of the past, and some have went through therapy to break a lot of the curse out of the generation. Some, not all.
One of
Right.
those
Some of them have enough like self-awareness to take accountability for where
Right,
they messed up as a
right,
parent, and they can
right.
see their shortcomings as a parent trickle down
Yes,
to the grandchildren,
yes,
and they can be like, "Hey, don't do that. I did that shit, and that's why you turned out like that."
right.
one of us a new parent that learned from uh older ones, I guess, in that way type thing. You know, the
Okay.
one that actually the one that's breaking the curse, the generational curse, right?
Yeah, like I can say the Gen X's. I
Mm,
say anything from the Gen X's back down. They can teach the kids how to be better parents. And then it's like, you know, we keep going from generation to generation.
mm,
I mean, in order to break a lot of the family curses that's going on, if you see something, you better say something. You know what I
mm,
mean? And we
mm.
got to be more open minded to the younger generation because everybody's going to have their opinion. Some don't even want to have you, you know, want to listen to the younger generation to hear what they got to say. That helps
Right.
us get better as human beings and as parents.
Exactly.
That's one of my things with my son is I always try to listen first. Like even if I know he's wrong and that he's in trouble, I want to make sure his voice is heard. I take everything he says into consideration because that was always one of my things growing up is I never felt like my voice was heard. And so communication. Sometimes there's times where I have to swallow my pride and realize that I'm being too harsh or I'm the one in the wrong.
There you
And
go. Somebody said it.
moments those types of moments are tough when it's a parent when you're a parent because like not all the hard times as a parent are going to be from your child doing something and you trying to get through that. Some of the time it's you doing something over and you didn't realize and you wrong. Or jumping the gun on punishing a kid. Like one of the ones that had me open my eyes is I could have swore up and down my kid was lying to me. So I took his stuff away, put him in his room, and like he was pretty much in his room with nothing but a pen and paper if he wanted to draw. And that was it. That's all he had for like 2 whole days. And I realized after the second day that I can't. I think that I thought that he took something of mine, but I found something or something like that. But I realized he was telling the truth, and I was wrong. And those types of moments where you have to sit down with your kid, look him in the face, and be like, "I was wrong." You got to have
Right.
those.
I was just about to ask, should a parent apologize to a child?
Oh man, all the time, all the time.
Sure.
If you're wrong, if you're wrong.
Yeah. If you're
Not
wrong about
don't
certain
punish.
situations,
Don't apologize for punishing them if they needed to be punished. If you're
Oh
one of
no,
those
yeah.
awesome
There we
parents,
go. We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. There we
you
go.
can't be that parent that's all like, "Oh, you messed up, so I'm taking your Xbox," and then when you take it, they're crying and they're sad, and you're like, "I'm sorry, I don't want to do it."
Mm.
No, I ain't
yeah.
sorry. Hell no, you messed up, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm
yeah, of
sorry
course.
if I'm wrong. I'm not
It's
sorry to discipline my child. I'm as a parent, that's
Right.
my job.
mm-hmm.
I'm
It's
sorry if I don't. If I grew up, my kid was this entitled, no respect having ass,
Oh,
then I'd be ashamed of myself. I'd be sorry then. I'd be sorry as hell.
right. These are the ones that you feel like you gotta say sorry to everything. No, I'm not saying sorry to everything. Now, if I said something wrong, that hey, look, I ain't mean to
Right.
say that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was acting out of how I say jumping to conclusions.
Right.
mm-hmm.
You know, instead of just listening and paying attention to understand. You know,
Right. Show that you are human too, even though you're the role model. You still gotta let it know that it's okay to be wrong sometimes.
Well, and that's still being a role model too, because it's teaching your kid how to be humble. It's teaching your
Yep.
kid, it's okay to admit when you're wrong. And there's a way to make things right if you were wrong. And it also teaches them patience too, because if they get wrong and like you punish them because they like you found out you were wrong, so those 2 days they're mad, but then they realize that you came and apologized to them. So that can teach them patience. If you're wrong, just be patient, just be diligent, and all rights will come out.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Trying to get some of these non-humble parents in here. Make it interesting.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I don't even think half of them want to come in on top
They,
of be on that topic. I don't think they want to be on that topic.
it's cool. I'm up. I'm up. I done slept. I was trying to get a couple hours of rest so I can get on, but I got on. Now I got on late.
I think everybody else in another live, I guess, or sleep one.
Yeah, it is Saturday.
Yeah,
Saturday. Well, they at the club.
yeah, yeah,
Shaking that tush.
yeah. Exactly, exactly. But yeah, a lot of these parents gotta understand, man. You know, it ain't the old way no more, and the Gen X's gotta understand. You know, what I mean, we ain't where our parents was at. We
Right.
got to get better. We got to understand our kids. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Don't
show,
think
and I like that one story. In the show we got to learn that forgiveness thing, man. And I like how you had said that too, man. Because even our parents can make mistakes, man. I mean, understand that. Majority of the time, they, like I said, I don't be thinking they bad. They're not bad. It's just they was hurt and didn't know. That's with anybody, just in general. That's why I'm so big on forgiveness, just overall. Because like most of the time, if something was done to you, or situation. Either it was one of the two. It was, it came out of hurt, or it came from they got mental issues or something like that. And it really is like that for real. Like, who is to
right.
say? How can we tell somebody that you supposed to know better and all that stuff? But we supposed to know better, but we make mistakes every day. You know what I'm saying? So you got to give grace, like especially if we want grace, because your stuff was on a different level from somebody else. That I mean, or you feel like it's on a different level. Well, it is though. But I'm just saying, like, how can you try to uh, you can't just name somebody because they can handle their stuff better. They can't handle it better than you. I'm saying
Right.
wrong. What the heck? I got all this sleep and I'm fucking backwards.
I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I had to forgive my parents, man. You know what I mean? That's why I
Mm-hmm.
talk about it. That's why I be able to tell the next person, you know, look at past what your parents are.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the past. You
Yep.
know what I mean? If you got to go back 3 generations, you know what I mean? If you can, you know what I mean? Look at what they came through. Look at the era. Look at the time that your parents was raised. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? Now, I could say anything from 1970 on back. You know what I mean? They had to deal with a lot around that time. 1970, they had to deal
Mm-hmm.
with a lot. So you think about like my mom and dad, you know, my mom came up in 1934. So you think about what's going on in 1934.
Right.
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? And
Mm-hmm.
and 5 or 10 years later, here come my dad. So I have to understand, well, dad, they came up in a bad time.
Right.
So I know they mental wasn't all together. You know what I'm saying? So I had to say, you know what, Dad? You know, I'm thankful that I was able to talk to my parents before they passed away and tell them that I forgive them and I love them. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
I look at it,
Because
if you can't be forgiven, you just as almost as bad as your parent. You know what I'm saying? That's how I be looking at it, and it shows. I ain't gonna lie, it ain't gonna show, and that's why sometimes when I hear people talk, right, just in general, because I done talked to a few people, I can just tell like Nah, that junk is still running because you the same way as your parents so called was, and you're not about to break that curse because you feel like you got this entitlement, like, well, they supposed to do this. This is my parent and all that stuff.
Right,
But
right.
somebody got to be the bigger person. It's just weird. So you about to end up passing it along to your child next, and it's gonna be the same thing. Somebody got to. Forgiveness is really big. It's bigger than what people really think it is. It is, and it
It
ain't just
is.
about the words.
Thank you. It's about actions too.
And the mentality, the way you think of your point of view, just like how you said, you try to look at it like you look at it like, man, I mean, I don't know what they went through and all that. Like that's really showing, that shows the forgiveness, you know what I'm saying? Instead of looking at it like, I don't care, they supposed to know and all that stuff, you know, and that's gonna keep it's weird. It's funny
It keeps
though.
you stuck. You know what I
Go
mean? A
ahead.
lot of people get stuck. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Even though the parents wasn't all that or whatever, or they didn't know.
Uh-huh.
And no matter what, they didn't know. They didn't know how to. They didn't have the mentality. They didn't have the thought process what we have today. We
Yep.
able to think outside of the box. They couldn't think
Mhm.
outside of the box. A lot of parents because
Hey,
they
right.
was in a their box was, how did I say, created. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Our box is not. We learn well, no, our box was created, but we was able to step out of that box and look
Yep.
at the world as a whole.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? We get to travel more. We see everything. What our parents got to see. All they saw is where they was at, their environment, what they knew, when how they, they couldn't love. I feel like they couldn't go outside of that box to love. They had to love what was in that box.
Hmm.
Yeah. So hey, just give grace. I say, if I tell
Got
anybody, first of all, give your parents, forgive them, and then give them grace.
got to. You
Yeah.
want your kids to give you grace, right? Well, guess what? They gonna have that same mentality. Well, hey, I was the parent and you supposed, you know what I'm saying? So man.
Yeah. Because I told my son, you know what I mean? I tell my son, my oldest, I say, hey, I ain't perfect, and I
Hmm.
will not be perfect. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I did what I could. I did my best. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If I could do over and have the mindset that I have now, I probably would be a whole lot better parent than what I am. A whole
Hmm.
lot better. You know what I mean? But I would have chose, you know what? I'm not even gonna go. That's a whole different topic. I would have chose another
And,
parent.
and and at the end of the day, you was meant to be that type of parent, no matter how we look at it. So we can
That's
talk
it.
about the what ifs all we want, but at the end of the day, if it was gonna happen, it would have happened. So none
Okay.
of us would be where we at right now.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I agree with that 100% on that one. A
Hmm.
100%. You know. But one day, I can't wait for this topic, man. Strike on somebody's nerve.
Right, exactly. Exactly. I already know. Because, I mean, I know it's a lot. And the reason why I said this one, because I know it's a lot of people that's, um, especially stubborn ones, stubborn parents, stubborn people. Even if you was, that's what I'm gonna say. It show your whole character. If you a stubborn parent, you're a stubborn person anyway. There's no way you open minded, then all of a sudden when it comes to that parenting thing, now you like, no, I don't care what you talking about. You know what I'm saying? You still go try to hear somebody out. If you were all around, that's your character and stuff.
Right. I was,
Partial
I
and
was
stuff.
I was a wonderful parent. How's that so? you know, how were you a wonderful parent? You know what I
It's
mean?
subjective.
Very objective. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's your opinion. But if you ask your
Right.
child, how will your child view it? What are your child life like?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they don't want to hear that one though. He's lying. He don't know what they talking about. That's what.
You know? So that's why I tell a
Mm-hmm.
lot of them. I say, well, you don't really got to believe me as my child. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna never tell you that I was a wonderful parent
Mm-hmm.
and say that. I ain't gonna say I was a great parent. I was okay. I did
I'll
my part
do
the
the
best
best
way
I
I knew
can.
how to.
Right.
You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
wasn't. Nobody was taught anything.
Mm-hmm.
We had to learn a lot of this stuff on our own, and still learning on our own. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So now we can only pass that down to our children, or
And
what we was taught, or how we know things. You know what I mean? Are they gonna make their mistakes? Sure they are. But we still got to be parents and be there
yeah,
our best
it's
way.
they still they got some type of blueprint to it, as long as if you taught them well and what got ingrained in their head, at least they got some type of blueprint. Because of course people gonna mess up, they gonna make mistakes and stuff, but there's always something they can fall back to. Like, yeah, I know that he did tell me this and all that stuff. So yeah, some of
Right,
the times it take time for them to realize that, dang, they was right. You know what I'm saying? My parent did tell me this and all that stuff. So you just gotta only hope the best for them, and hopefully it'll click in when they click in and stuff. So
right. Well, that's absolutely true. I
yeah.
guess. Man, everybody, you must have came over late then.
Oh yeah, I'm super late.
Oh, okay, got it.
How would you, when
Yeah.
you end up getting on?
Oh man, I didn't get on, man. I was out today, man.
When
I
you was
just
up?
got out. Yeah, yeah, I
Mm.
was out with. I went to work and worked a little late. And then when I got off, I was like, man, I ain't got time. I don't feel like doing nothing. Didn't feel like doing nothing, man. I ain't even cut my grass. I ain't even wash my car. I ain't doing nothing, bro. Honestly,
Hey, be like that. People be tired, man.
man. Are you going to put the base on my notes on? Yeah, I'm not gonna do it now. But yeah, I'm just gonna relax, man. I'm gonna do a little night fishing. That's probably about all I'm gonna do.
Hey, there you go.
You
There
know
you
what I
go.
mean?
That's all like my one boy he be doing it a lot. Like the peace, the peace area. You know what I'm saying? Just chill out there and the
Man,
moon and all that. Here, the fresh
man,
water.
that's it. Hearing the waves, man, ain't nothing like it, bro.
Hmm.
Man, listen to God, just make hear His creation, man. You
Right.
know,
Exactly.
be every time. I don't care how many times I go out there to the water, man. It's just amazement to be able to see that. You know what I mean? To hear
Hmm.
those waves crashing. That what I'm saying. He holding the water back from you know covering us all up. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And
It's a whole different type of energy and atmosphere, though. For real.
exactly,
It's
exactly,
calm and all that. I already know compared to just listening to cars and all that stuff going crazy. And all that.
exactly, exactly. As anybody, I tell a lot of people, get out and do something. Get out and adventure. Just look at what God created. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? And it's amazing how He create things, and you know what I mean. Man, it's just crazy. I just love it. I just love it.
Hmm. That's
That's why I
it's
go out
called
there.
loving the little things, man. Appreciating the little things for real.
Exactly, exactly. That's
And that's
why I
why I
say,
tell people like, shoot, Earth. I mean, it's like 'cause people be like, this is hell we live in and all that stuff. Like that's just that's your point of view how because you can make heaven out of. I'm not saying it's the real heaven, but I'm just saying in general, like you can make heaven out your life depending on your point of view, how you look at it. If you look at it as hell, that's you're gonna be going through hell basically. So if you try to
that,
learn to appreciate all the stuff and be thankful just for even living, because you didn't have to be here, right?
that
You
part.
just appreciate every little thing and stuff. It can be heavy or feel like heaven to you. You know what I'm saying? But of
Hmm.
course it ain't heaven. But I'm just saying it just
You can have heaven on earth.
right.
You know what I mean? You make your heaven. You know what
Yep.
I mean? Till you go on the other side. You make
Yep.
your. You know what I mean? I don't never want nobody to come to me and give me my peace because I'm gonna have mine. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't give you yours, but I'm gonna give you. I have mine, and
Hmm.
that's my peace. Just being by the water is my peace.
Yep.
You know,
So sometimes you could be in a house or maybe chilling your car. You know what I'm saying? That like people don't realize that peace is man.
crucial.
That's the best thing ever. That's what I've been addicted to. What's the deal, Tara? I think it was
Mm,
y'all was just asking me about the why I ain't got no girl and all that stuff. Yeah, I was like, damn, I got addicted to pieces though. I do need to get somewhere.
right. I, I get it. I get it. What's Terroroni? What's up, Terroroni?
Terroroni.
Yeah, man. I got it. When you said that, I was like, wow, that makes damn good sense. You know what I'm saying? If you already comfortable in your peace, why look for something to disrupt your peace or
Yeah,
disrupt your focus?
exactly. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is, man. Like I said,
Yeah,
I feel it's gonna come with a. It's not like I'm not searching. I'm just not. I just didn't prioritize it. Like I mean, I know majority of people do that, but I really fix my mentality as in like I'm good. Um, and it's like I
right,
know a lot of people like saying it off of hurt and negative and all this, but no, I'm literally really good off of being with myself and being
right,
patient. I'm gonna put it that way. I'll be patient, and if it's meant, it's meant. I'm gonna put it that way. So I
right.
feel like that. When that time comes, God will. I mean, because ain't no, I'm no. It's, every move, every decision we make is part of the plan, anyways. I mean, so I'm pretty sure we put it in my mind when I gotta get the right one. Maybe it's gonna be somebody off this thing that know my whole personality because I be on this so much. You know what I'm saying? That'd
Right.
be lovely. So they done seen me through the good and the bad already. But you know, it is what it is. It ain't nothing I'm pressing for real.
Force,
Cause
of
I
course.
ain't. Man, what the heck is my
Because what's meant for you is meant for you, man.
head? Yep. Exactly.
I mean, it don't, no matter what you're doing at that moment, you know what I'm saying, or that time, that person's gonna be for you.
Yep.
You know
A
what I
lot of
mean?
people tearing their life up. No, that's the problem. They tearing their life up because they feel like I gotta find somebody. Let me, you know what I'm saying, and pick wrong again, and then pick wrong again. You know what I'm saying? And then I heard, okay, I probably, what if you wait a long time and uh they don't work or something like? But that's the anxiety type stuff and insecure. Like I really got set in my mind that even if I took a long time, and of course I'd have been celibate this long. I mean, if I get a wife, got her pregnant, and still it is what it is. That's just it was supposed to happen. You know, I can't get mad because of my choices and stuff or whatever, but I do want to make sure I at least tried. You know what I'm saying? At least I know I tried this stuff, and I'm not gonna be scared to get to the next one because I'm just gonna keep trying to make improvements in my life, whatever failed, because that's all I can do with my time of living is improving my life. I can't be surrounding my whole life about worrying about should I be with another life and all that stuff. I gotta make what's best out of my life, until and then do what I can. You know what I'm saying? So I just can't wait to better my life. As soon as now that I find me a person, now I can better my life. That's backwards. You know what I'm saying? I gotta better my life every day.
Right, right, exactly. That's what we should be striving for, is to better
Exactly.
our lives from the day before or the year before. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But we stay in one spot, man, we be stagnant. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? So, yeah, I'm looking, I'm looking and vetting people to see if it right. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We got to see what fits us the best way. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Don't
Only way
settle.
you can have good vetting is you gotta. And that's what I realized. Once I changed myself, I started changing my choices too, and vetting got real for real. Like it kind of seemed like, but it's like it is, and I understand what my one man was saying. Like the more you keep bettering yourself, the harder it seems like it's to like have a good pick because it's like once you know, you like, dang, I know I gotta watch out for this, and that, or whatever. Of course, that even with selections is based off of it's a gamble, anyways. But it's
It's a,
like once you know, all you can do is really get mad at yourself for picking wrong after that. Like, dang, what the freak? I
right.
knew I wasn't supposed to date a girl that was into signs and stuff, or I knew I wasn't supposed to date a girl that was a attention whore and all that, all that stuff. And I'm like, dang, now that I know all this stuff, or I found my red flags, I'm like, I can't just pick like that. Just pick crazy
Right.
at it myself. Just like
That's
that
it.
story I was telling you about me, when I told you when I found out, when I figured out with myself, I realized I'm only just sexually attracted to it. If I didn't know any better, I would have went still try to make it work and hurt myself. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, I get it. I get it. Cause I was there. I was there.
Hmm.
I mean, I had to get the understanding. Okay, this is all this gonna be. You know what I mean? And I had to be honest with her, and she was like, "Oh, I respect that." You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Because that's all it was gonna be. Was that? You know what I mean? Was sex. That's it. It wasn't
Yep.
nothing behind it. It wasn't nothing to come after that. That's all it was. And she's
Hmm.
like, "I respect you a whole lot for that." I'm like, and you know what I mean? We cool today, and it's
That's,
been probably about 15 years ago. Me and
oh,
her still cool today.
that's smooth. Took it like an adult.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just the fact that at the time, what I was going through, and I was learning me, and I was understanding who I was,
Hmm.
that, I was like, Dad, this is all I want. And I was just sitting home, and I was like,
Exactly.
Dad,
You
this is
see what I'm
all I
talking
want.
about, right? That's how you right. You said that junk right too. Go to bed, model. I see you in here. Go to bed. Go to bed. Uh, but
Oh,
you're right. That's exactly what it is. Once you start understanding yourself, you start seeing what you really into and stuff. And it's
mhm.
like you can't go for no less after that. I can't go for less for real. I know they be saying about the standards. I'm not going for any less, but they be coming with this unrealistic stuff off the wants and stuff. Now, when it come to my needs, and not like because I know people be making wants needs nowadays too, but I'm talking about like peace and understanding and all that stuff. Like I'm not settling for less with that. You know what I'm saying? Even though it probably seem unrealistic, it's harder. Even though there's some two things I'm looking for, but it's kind of hard to even meet that because there's so much stuff people do in their life they not realizing they do disrupt peace or do destroy damage in your relationship and stuff more than what they think it is. So them really are the two things I look forward to because like without understanding it's kind of hard. People like doing this little thing with, oh, let's communicate all day and stuff and not even get no understanding at the end, and so I can ask you the same thing again. I'm not doing all that. I ain't got time for all that no more, man. Like you really got to be putting in your work, because some people be trying to say that they find themselves or they better than themselves, but yet they going from person to person to person trying to find themselves. Who the heck is that
Mhm.
saying go to bed? It's another one. Oh, model got the name
Mhm.
changed. I said it first.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true, man. I mean, you jump from person to person trying to find yourself in those people. And you ain't gonna never find yourself in those people. You have
No.
to do your own homework. You got to do your own chilling. You got to do your own looking at yourself, evaluating. Evaluate
Mhm.
yourself before you start evaluating somebody else. Girl, I
Exactly.
killing me, man.
Exactly. I swear, when you put in that work, it's so easy to find so many red stuff you need to dodge for real. People don't really understand that though. They don't. They get mad at the stuff I talk about, but that's the stuff you really got to watch out for. But it's obvious they that type of character and haven't found out that that's what's damaging themselves and stuff. But
Uh,
gotta learn the hard way sometimes.
I do. I sure do. One thing I stay away from is the ones that is needy. Woo, God, my the needy ones, bro.
Mhm.
Red flag for me.
Boy,
Red flag for me.
Really?
Stay away.
my dude.
I'm talking about really.
Was it red?
Go to bed. Also, what's considered needy?
What the king considered needy? I gotta have you 24/7. I gotta have you beside me. You know what I mean? I can't get enough of you.
Oh,
Well, they can sit home. We can watch Netflix on YouTube. I,
Exactly. Where else they gonna go? You got where they gonna go? Who you gonna give your time to?
shoot, I mean, you got time to do
myself.
everything else. Do the things that you've been doing before you even got in a relationship. You know what I'm
I,
saying?
hey, one thing, it's a thin line, man. Don't if they don't make me your hobby. That's one thing. That's annoying to me, man. Don't make me your
Yeah.
hobby. You better find you something to do, man. And that shows that you haven't. That okay. We're about to go somewhere. I'm glad you asked those questions though, because
Yeah.
like my thing is, even with what he just said, right? That sound like a person that haven't found happiness within themselves, and they're using a person for happiness and stuff, and that's a big problem too. Because it's like if
Mm-hmm.
you do have to, and I even said this too, which I figured this out. I be learning so much on this app. I love it, man. That's why I love listening. I figured out that even like being what's that word? Being what's that when you be always on somebody all the time? What's the frick is that word? Clingy,
Um.
clingy, being
Attached?
clingy.
Oh,
Clingy,
Yeah.
yes, being clingy is an insecurity. I thought I have figured that out too. I'm like, dang, that do make sense. Because I was talking to somebody about that. I'm like, yeah, that is an insecurity because you just like it's something always behind the clinginess, right? It's like you
Right.
kind of scared to, or you gotta always be. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? It's something deep behind that situation that just not. not getting spoke on though, because there's no way somebody should be on your head all the time that you can't work out, that you can't,
Right.
do anything. They always got to, and then they get mad if you're not around. Then it eventually, what was you doing and all that stuff? We did,
Right. Right.
Boy, it's deep. Relationships is
Right.
not simple. It's not unless you put in that work with yourself and find somebody that put in that work. It's not simple because it's so much.
Well, yeah, some need is good and some of them is bad. You know what I mean? And you have to pick and choose which one's the bad ones.
Yeah, the needy of
It's like,
attention. That's bad.
yeah, you know what I mean? If we got to be around each other 24/7, and I just can't go do nothing. Just like you said, if I can't go do nothing, oh
Right.
my God, I got to be right there. Now, some days I'm gonna want you near me.
Yeah, balance. It's a balance.
Balance, exactly.
No.
You know,
I don't
especially we
know.
live
I
together.
don't know about this. I don't know.
Let's go. Yeah, we about to get somewhere. Let's see what's the motto about, man. You came to the right live. You ain't gonna like me after the day.
Woo.
I'm not.
Oh no,
I know talk. You talking. Now you gotta. We gotta talk, man.
Okay, I'm gonna talk, but let me wash my face. Hold on 1 second.
All right, for sure, man. Yeah, we about to make it real sweaty. All my fam get it. I don't care. We can no canal. We won't.
that'll
I
depend
hold.
on
Look at you. Better look at my room. It's called We Hold It. So if you ain't ready to be held accountable, don't
yeah,
enter.
that- exactly. You can't be
No,
held
I mean
accountable.
I get held accountable all the time in the book club because I don't play.
Oh, yeah.
She be like on me, but there's I mean we know respectful conversation, but see here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? What do y'all mean by 24/7? Cause you mean literally or like? Cause I mean, where else they gonna go? Like where else? Where you gonna go? If you marry your best friend, right? If you marry your best friend, if you guys are like best friend, you hang out and do everything together. And I'm not, I don't know. I mean, when you say 27, I think like literally, like you get up, you there, you eating, you there, you're in the bathroom, you there, like everything you do, you there. Like I'm thinking about like literal 24/7, but maybe like you meaning like 24/7 in a different way, because you can be around the person all day, every day, and it not being like 24/7. Like,
What is too much and too less for you?
too much. Okay, I mean, I don't really think I have a limit. Like, I think when it comes to,
Mm.
I mean, okay, obviously, I don't want somebody in the bathroom with me. Like, that's just weird. And I'm like, I don't want to, I don't want you right here now. I don't know. Like, that's
Baby, I
too
meant to tell
much.
you the ish. Yeah.
No, don't say that. I don't do that. I don't. No, no, we don't talk about that. Let's not talk about this.
And
So,
see,
I obviously I don't want them there when stuff like that because I don't even like people hear me burp. I don't know. I don't like that.
Mm.
So, obviously,
well, you don't want a relationship then. I mean, when you don't want a relationship then, you know what I
Shit.
mean?
I
I, I,
do, I do, but
Shit.
it's embarrassing when it happens because I'm like,
it's
oh, you didn't
natural.
hear that, like no, or just like act like you didn't hear it, like.
It's natural. It's
I'm about to
natural.
ask. I'm gonna ask your man, did you fart yet in front of him?
No,
It's over.
don't do that. Okay, we're
They one
not
of them
talking about
model
it.
boys out here.
Okay, we're not
You
talking
thought
about
this
that.
prettiness meant something? Blue. She probably got the
Stop
nastiest
it!
fart.
Stop! We're not talking about that. That's not what we're talking about.
Especially with a
Oh.
workout come.
Right, right.
I don't do that. I'm a lady. Leave me
Yeah,
alone.
okay. Yeah,
And you know what?
okay.
Ladies do burp. Ladies do
Okay,
pass gas.
but let's
Well, they
say
call it a
okay,
poot. I'm
Belch.
gonna let off. I'm a little light off
okay,
you there.
the
You know what I'm saying?
birds.
I'm gonna let off just like you letting off. It's like
But everybody needs their time.
What
Everybody
is?
needs that time to be able to let down their hair. You know
Well,
what I
of
mean?
course, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, I understand and I agree to some extent. I just thought when you guys are like, like 24/7. I mean, like I I need my man there when I go to sleep, and I need him there when I wake up, and then like maybe even work out together. I wanna eat with you, and I want to see you there when I eat. And if you love anime, which you should, because I wouldn't be with somebody who didn't love anime, because that's my favorite thing, and I wanna be there and watch it with you. Like I wanna do those things with you, right? But you're right. There are times when you're just like, okay, can you like get away from me for a bit? Um, so I definitely understand that. Like, if I'm watching like a really good anime and you want to just talk the whole time, that would be my limit. Like,
A-
can you like stop talking because I'm watching something?
Anime. I mean, is that what the young crowd watch? Is anime now?
Wait, what?
Everybody watch anime.
Who
It's
said
just
something about anime?
you.
No, no. I mean, anime is.
Anime actually cool
Exactly.
though.
He
It
said
caught me over. I used to
24/7.
call my friends lame and stuff till I watched it. I'm like, oh, okay, it's actually interesting. Some of them
It
things be
is.
good.
You learn so much from that. Like you learn life
Oh yeah, they be
lessons.
having stories for sure on there that you can learn from for real. It ain't that bad for real. It ain't as lame as we think it is though. It took me a
Yeah.
little minute.
I ain't say it. So that means you're looking at the pixel and what's it called? What's the name of it? 'Cause my son watched it. I can't think of the name of
They
it.
got like I like Hunter X Hunter. That was one of my favorite ones. They got stuff like
See, I know you don't love anime because you said Hunter x Hunter. It's just Hunter x Hunter.
I'll be calling it that. I don't know, but I do watch it. I watched the whole thing. I watched the all of it. That was my favorite one actually. Before that was
You're not a big fan.
huh?
You're not a big fan.
Why you say that? I said that was my favorite one.
I say you're not a big fan of anime because you say Hunter x Hunter.
My
Anybody who watch
bad. I
anime
mean,
for
sure,
real?
that's all I've been calling it. Well,
No,
I don't watch it all. I mean, I haven't watched it like my boys in them, but I
no,
watched Seven Deadly Sins.
of course. No, okay, I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm listening. Seven Deadly
She
Sin.
judging me already. I might not watch this many, but I like. I mean, I like them. I watched that other one. I gotta watch the other Baki. I thought the third one came out.
Oh, Baki's so good. Yes, it
Yeah.
did. I'm
So
almost done. I
am
gotta
I a
finish
fan
it.
yet now? Or do I gotta say some more?
You gotta say some more because
Dang.
that you sounded a little. Never mind.
Sound a little okay. What about Ken? What is it? How you say that? It's Kenshi. I forget what it's like or whatever.
I know this person didn't just say Dragon Ball Z.
Keegan.
Go on somewhere.
It says like
Dragon
Dragon
Ball
Ball Z.
started it.
Yeah,
Uh-uh.
Dragon Ball Z started it. All that.
That was the one I was all into
If
for real
everybody's
for
like, oh, I watch Dragon Ball Z, and I'm like, okay, you don't like anime for real.
real.
I
That's the
mean,
only one they can say.
I
That's like the basic.
I feel
okay.
you.
I mean, but it's a spinoff
It-
from Dragon Ball Z,
Basic.
Mhm.
right?
Basic.
Why gotta be basic? That was the coldest one that first came out.
Bay.
I can be
Everybody was
basic.
on that.
Basic.
I mean, you say tomato, I
I'm kidding. Okay, I'm done. I'm
say
sorry.
tomato, I say
Let me
tomato.
start
I mean,
bringing the
hey, you
farts
like
back
what
up,
you
man.
Ah, don't do that.
Show you some anime.
yeah. She like what she like. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with it. You know, everybody don't get with it. I just can't get the concept. I mean, I don't see the point.
Yeah, I
Outlaw,
feel you.
Star,
You know what? I
Star,
don't see the point of. Never mind.
FLCL, etc.
One Punch Man.
Outlaw Stall.
You know what that is?
I haven't seen it.
FLCL. I don't like people who talks in acronyms. I'm from Haiti. Spell your words.
You said I gotta hear that right. What is your first
Spell your
language?
word. My very first language is
English
Creole.
ain't English ain't one of them.
Wait, no, wait. Oh, wait. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That's actually the name of the anime. That's not an acronym.
Oh Lord, I apologize to him
Oh
now.
right, there you
I'm
go.
not apologize. I don't know that anime.
What?
Oh
They just
my. Oh
You
my.
said I don't like someone that is doing talking to acronyms.
Okay, you're
Then
right.
you
I'm
said
sorry.
Right, you
I'm
about to get a
sorry.
spanking up
I'm
in here in a
sorry.
minute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Terra Hawk. Okay, it was an acronym. It was a name, not an acronym. I thought you were saying an acronym. I
There we go. There
apologize.
we go. See, that's
My
all it
my
takes, man.
my
We gotta put that ego to the side.
my
We all
my
good.
sincerest apology, sir. Oh, ma'am. I think it's a sir because it said
it's a sir.
Mister.
It's a sir.
Okay, my apologies. You know, people be weird. They be putting like Mister and they're not actually a Mister.
Hmm. Oh, you talking
Uh,
about as a like married or something like that?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Wouldn't it
mean,
Yeah,
be?
yeah.
there's so many different. I binge watch anime, of every
Oh, that's why
platform.
you over there judging like that. You ain't
All
no
right,
anime
all
because I binge it. Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, I've seen almost like everything. Okay, that's a lie. Not everything. There's so many out there to watch.
I'm still gotta watch that JoJo. I still gotta finish that one, but
Oh,
I haven't had the
oh
time.
my
I don't
gosh.
even play the video game like
Just
that. I be on
don't.
this so much.
You don't have to watch it. It's not that great.
I be
Have you
working
seen
and
you seen
working in
One
it.
Piece?
I heard that was one of the best ones. I heard that was the best
It's
one,
so
but
long. It's the best anime ever existed,
that's
but
what
it's
she
very
said.
long. It's so
Yep,
long.
yep. That's what she
Have
said.
you
Yep.
seen Jujutsu Kaisen?
Nah.
Helsing?
Nope.
else.
Wow.
You
Wow.
lucky. I should get my friends over
Wow.
here. You making me feel bad.
Wow. Full Metal Alchemist?
I heard of it.
Wow.
Okay, I'm just not on the same level, man. That don't make me less of a.
Wow.
Well, I guess that made me less of an anime, but still, that don't mean
Wow.
I don't know about it.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
You can call me what you like because I don't know nothing about them. So I
I
mean,
mean,
you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, my son watch it, but you know what I mean.
you
Exactly.
said
I don't.
JoJo was weird.
Exactly.
Yeah, JoJo. I'm still trying to get used to because they done got like 5 different JoJos in there. Now it was a girl, it was a boy, it was a grandpa, it was a.
It's
I
not
mean, it
good.
was
Don't
good. It
watch
was
it.
a good show. I still got to watch the rest of it though. I couldn't get with that high school that one that was too.
Horn House Host Club. That one.
Yeah, you're right. It's like a right, basically like P Hub or something. What the heck? I'm like,
Have you
no. I
seen?
said I'm
What
good
about
on
the
that.
Black Butler? The Black Butler.
The Black Butler. I never heard that one.
My Hero Academia. Black Butler's really good.
Oh no.
My Hero Academia. Ah, what's wrong with you, man? I'm kidding. What about the Spy Family? I gotta finish that one
Nope.
because there was only a
Stick.
certain episodes on Netflix. I hate Netflix, so I had to go watch it somewhere else.
Don't you watch it on like Hulu, Crunchyroll? So if you got a
I
Crunchyroll,
didn't.
you should be a real anime head, right?
I do. I have Crunchyroll,
There you go. See.
but it's
Well,
not.
I don't. I'm okay. I don't got that though. I ain't that tough. So
I'm so
maybe I'm
dead.
not. You know what I'm saying? My
Well,
boy got that.
no, it's not
He
my
be
kind.
watching that junk in another language too. That's how serious he is.
Uh-huh. Are you watch it in sub instead of dub? Yeah. I
Yep.
don't. It's not my Crunchyroll. It's my man's Crunchyroll. I watch it on the sites that's not
Hmm.
legal.
So you ain't a real one. There you go, because you use somebody else.
No, I'm a real one because I don't pay for it. I go watch this sites that you can find it on for free.
So you made it worse. You gotta. If you was a real one, you be paying for it because you be supporting it, right?
Cause the real ones been watching it before you had to pay for it. Now
That
you
don't
have
matter.
all these Bambi blondes that started making it look like a cool thing,
Oh,
and now
okay.
they want to charge for it. Before, when I was in school, they would bully me for watching anime, and now they got
Right.
these Bambi blondes of making it seem like it's the coolest thing you could be watching, and so
Right.
now they're charging people because you got these influencers promoting anime. You got Megan Thee Stallion talking about something about Sasuke. I'm like, dang it! Now
Uh,
everybody's all up in
Right.
anime,
Here we go. Right. She about
and
to start a trend.
they're charging so
And
much.
got
Yeah,
Sweetie
she
make people
did.
eat McDonald's.
She did. She dressed like an anime character for one of her sets, and everybody was going wild. And now they're charging all these ridiculous amounts for all
Mm-hmm.
these different sites when we used to be able to watch it for free. I'm a real one because I was used to watch it for free. Now they're charging for it.
I
Like
get
that's
you.
ridiculous.
I get you. I feel
Sorry,
you
I
on
done spun you off topic completely. I'm so sorry.
that. Right. What people I remember that though.
I
So
should
how
have
was the
gone there.
parenting on them animes? Like, do they got at least a book on there, a power book or something?
A power book.
Oh, we don't want to talk about the parenting on Hunter. That dude, his dad did him bold for real. I can give. At least he was forgiving of his father. I'm gonna put it that way. And his father was young too, still, and still was acting like a little teenager when they finally met up. I love that one. That was my favorite. I ain't gonna even lie. That was my. But yeah. Back to the
Which one?
topic though. The Hunter. I
Oh,
told you
go
that's my
ahead.
favorite one. Hunter. It was. It used to be the Seven Deadly Sins because my boy Pride. That was my favorite person on
Oh,
there.
he was so, yes, me too. He was so bad.
You,
He was so bad,
who
but
told
so
you were
real.
stronger than me? That dude was funny. He
It's
was
like pow,
regulating.
pow, pow.
I was cracking up with that one monster. Like, oh, who-handed X is this? He said, "This is the one-handed X."
It's like if you have a sin of
That's an
pride, it's
ego
not
like a
present.
mug.
Oh my gosh.
It's not
My
two-headed. It's one-handed. My
Mhm.
boy, my,
oh,
my,
God.
my boy Pride, dog. He had the right name for him.
He
He
really
gonna make him
did.
feel like
He
a little
really
boy.
did.
Who's two-handed? Who's two-handed X is this? It is one-handed. Uh, that's what I became a fan of Pride after that. Like, and I'm the opposite of him because I'm humble. The opposite. That was my boy,
It's
man.
so funny.
I got my
This
feelings
is
hurt
too
when he ended up
funny.
being the one that unalived. I'm mad.
I hate when they kill when
Out
they
of all
unalive
of
my
them, he the
favorite
one end up.
characters.
Huh?
I hate when they unalive my favorite characters. It
Right.
makes me mad.
Exactly. It made me go in anime mode. Blame
Oh,
my
I'm
mom.
so sorry.
I'm
I'm
holding.
sorry.
That's her fault. I'm not accountable for this. Like,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
I had a brain
sorry.
fart.
I'm
Get it?
sorry. Oh my gosh, stop it.
I try
Y'all
to
know
slip.
that.
I try to slide that in.
I'm leaving. You need to stop it.
Uh,
Oh
so
my
how you feel about the topic, man? How you feel about it, man? Where's the book on parenting? You ain't got no kids, do you? No, you don't. No, you don't. You gonna have them soon. So no, but what's the book on parenting, man?
You might want no kids.
huh?
Too much anime.
Wait, which one are you in? I don't know which question are you in.
So the first question is, do you believe just because someone is a parent doesn't mean they know how to parent?
No, I don't believe that. There's parents who's terrible parents.
Hmm.
There's some terrible parents out there. Some
What
awful ones.
what make them terrible and what makes them off?
Okay, for example, so I basically, I mean, most people know my story, but I haven't really dived into it. But I bounced on in foster care a lot, and I aged out of foster care. A lot of foster homes that I went through, they had kids already, and the foster parents that I had, if because they had kids, they should have been better parents. They were not good foster homes. This one lady had two kids of her own already, and I
Hmm.
was like the third foster kid. And when I was there, she literally had locks on the fridge where you couldn't get to the food if you wanted, you couldn't get to water if you wanted, you couldn't get to nothing. Like she locks the fridge with a lock, and she keep the locks in her room. So
Hmm.
you basically you were not allowed to go in the fridge and have food. She would make, like you did small little portions to where you basically considered you like you're not completely starved because she's feeding you, but you're not getting enough nutrition. Like I was malnourished because she wasn't feeding me properly. And this lady had two kids of her own, and she didn't know how to take care of another kid.
Hmm.
That's a terrible parent. To you not to be able to, okay, give her enough food so she can, have enough calories. Because I wasn't just a kid who just sit around and did nothing. I was a very active kid. I go to track. I was a sprinter. I played soccer. I was in band. I was in drama. Like I did everything. And so I was very active, which means like I was burning more calories than most kids. And so for her not only did she like portion control my food, but she give me like little portions. I'm talking about to a point where I was malnourished. That's a terrible parent. Another terrible parent would be, let's see, one foster home. Ugh. One foster home, she left and left me in the home by myself with like no one there to watch me. And when she left, I was cooking for myself and I didn't know how to use that stove because it's one of those that like when I was looking in Haiti, let me just say in Haiti we don't have stoves like that. We cook with fire. And so like I'm talking about like outside fire. And so the stove was like I think it was what you would call gas stove.
Hmm.
And I went to cook and I didn't know what I was doing, so I kind of like it caught on fire. But the lady left me by myself to do that by myself, and so I had to like rush it like to the hospital and stuff. That's a terrible parent. You don't leave a kid by themselves doing all that. Okay, that's what I mean by terrible parents. Like they don't know how to parent. You should be able to know how to take care of a child, especially as you should be able to do that, especially if you already have children of your own. You got no excuse, right?
Mm.
So that's what I mean by just because you have children does not mean you know how to be a parent.
So does that make them terrible or lack of knowledge?
Mm, dang it.
Hmm.
Mm.
I mean, how? You have two children. Like, one is
That sounds like an
growing
entitlement.
up. Like, you should be able to know these things.
Mm.
What do
It's
you
just there.
mean?
So if they don't have a booklet on it, then how would they know?
Because your parents was your parent. Like, and you have people in society that you can ask questions. And if you don't know how much food you're supposed to feed a child, go ask the daggone doctor. You have free health care for the children because they're in foster care. You have all this extra money from the state. Like, ask somebody. If you don't know, ask. I mean, I don't have children and I'm a dang good parent to my little nephews. I raised my nephew when he was a little baby. I knew how to do his bottle. I know how to change his diaper. Like, I know how to take care of a child and be a good parent to a child, even though I didn't birth the child. That's because I
Mm.
saw how it was done. And
But it makes, but that makes it two totally different scenarios, though.
Mm.
It's a difference when you have your own compared to when you don't have your own. When you have your own, you can't go take them back to the mama when you get tired of them.
Mm.
so does that mean you become a terrible parent just because you can't take them back? Like,
No. What
so
makes you,
what's the
what makes,
excuse then?
because you don't know. When you don't have, when you wasn't taught how to be how to be a parent,
Mm-mm.
it's a,
Mm-mm.
it's a, it's a, it's an ongoing thing.
No, no, I have to strongly disagree and have a big pushback on that because it's essentially the same as women who say, I didn't know how to be, how to not be a 3 or 4. So I wasn't taught how to not be a 3 or 4. So that's why I'm a 3 or 4. No,
Yeah.
I wasn't taught
If,
that, and I still figured it out. If you don't know, you ask. That's not an excuse, and that's
So
not an
when you
excuse in my book.
when you have pride and ego, who you gonna ask?
right, I was just about to say that too.
Who you gonna ask?
Everybody don't got that mentality.
Because
Everybody's
Well,
smart.
clearly
she doesn't have that
our
much pride.
parents,
She don't have that much pride. If she was able to ask the government for help, she ain't got no pride like that.
pride and
That's an excuse.
no. The government
I'm
ain't.
just
First of all,
saying.
the government is not gonna judge you.
Ah,
More like, who's gonna judge you the worst? The person that say they love you and see you every single day. Those are the ones that are going to judge you. Those are the ones that are going to, oh, look at her. She thinks she a good parent. Look at her. She thinks she doing something. Look at her. She thinks she got this money. So them the ones are the ones that be so afraid to come and ask the sister, the brother, the aunts, the uncles, any question because they know who they're dealing with. So
I'm
what
sorry.
they'll do, they'll sit there and struggle. They'll sit there and go through all hell without even asking questions.
Hmm.
So you
So
mean
they
to
can
tell
figure
me?
out the best way they know how.
So you mean to
Remember you
tell?
how you started off, right? Because when I was hearing you as you said, it kind of sounded like you contradict what you said from the beginning. Because I asked you, did you just because you're a parent do it mean you know how to?
That
You
part.
said they should. So that was like two opposites.
That's not making sense now.
I mean, I did say, just because you're a parent, then does that mean you know how to be a just because
Uh-huh.
someone is a parent, does that mean they know how to parent? I said no.
Hmm.
I mean, I already said no to that. I'm just
Right, but then you
like,
had said you said later down the line you was like, well, you should know or something like that because
you
you are a
should
parent.
though, like ask. If
What?
you don't, if you,
That's two
like,
opposites.
I know, but I'm saying like, don't do that.
I
I
know.
mean,
Hey, I'm
listen.
sorry, man. I gotta pay attention. That's what I do, man. It's just hey.
But I mean, I'm still sticking on it. Like, if you don't know, ask. Like, why are you so
I feel
sucky?
you.
Like, go ask somebody for help.
I feel you, but everybody you got to remember, everybody don't got the same mentality as you, man.
Oh my
Right.
god.
People really put their ego in the way, and prideful. They feel like that nobody should tell them anything. That's why I wait for them type of people to come in here anyway. But they really feel that way, and we can't. I don't want to say we can't get mad at them, but it's just like it depends on how the type of parent they had before that, or it's just their mentality. That's just how it be. Some
Right.
people is not going to ask because they be like, "Who are you to tell me?" You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why I got this
Mhm.
topic up here like
And
that.
that's the thing. Like, I mean, legally, if they, okay, like for example, say for example, like, okay, my foster mom, whatever, they didn't feed me and stuff like that, and I end up sick because I was malnourished and stuff. When the police comes and stuff, like they can be like, sorry, I didn't know any better because nobody ever taught me. That's not gonna get them out of jail free card. They'll be
No,
like, that's not an
I
excuse.
mean you
You
reap
did
what
what
you
you
sow. I
did.
feel you on that. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
You do reap what you sow, but that's two totally different scenarios.
That's two different things. You get held accountable,
You know what I'm
but
saying?
And where is the maturity?
One thing about a child, when you become a parent, you know the basic for raising a child is
mm,
clothing, nourishment, and housing. Those are the three things that every parent knows. But who knows how to detect when a child is have Down syndrome? Can you detect it?
mm,
Doctor can.
So you can go. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna go throughout a so long a period when then you gonna start noticing the signs until you go to the doctor and the doctor say, "Hey, your son had not have Down syndrome. You didn't know this. You don't even know what the question to ask or what to look for with that child having Down syndrome. No parent knows until they go to the doctor.
mm,
Until they say, "Hey, my son or my daughter been acting this way," or "Hey, my son has been throwing up." Just because they've throwing up don't necessarily mean that they have not have non not feeding them properly. I can't get the word out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
I
it
mean,
can
you
be
gotta.
you have to ask questions. When you don't know the questions to ask, how will you know what to ask? You can say that because you're on the other side looking in. But some people just don't know the questions to ask.
mm.
I don't know. I still feel like that's an excuse, but nah, I don't know.
Give me a better scenario, or give me something that you feel like that they should know.
You should know not to starve somebody. That's something you should know. Not to starve somebody.
I give you that because
Like, you
that's
should
one
know.
of the three basic things of raising a child:
Mm-hmm.
nourishment.
That some people should know. You're
Do
like,
you
oh, I didn't
believe that a
know.
lot of
People
these
were hung
parents
up.
wasn't meant to? Oh, of course it was meant, but I'm just saying,
They shouldn't be
it's a lot of
parents.
mistake babies out here. I'm put it that way. So
Yeah.
a lot of them are still on selfish type things. So the reason why a lot of babies are here is because most of them lust babies. So it's like, oh dang, I done had it now. I got to put up with it and stuff. So some people still got that mentality because a lot of people just was not ready to be a parent,
Right,
and that's just how it is.
right. A
It's not
lot.
like I got to do it, but if they still been selfish all that time, that's not gonna change them from when they become a parent. It just be like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And
I
then you
mean,
gotta
I
look at the difference.
definitely.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I definitely think that like there's a lot of people. I'll just say they weren't meant to be parents. Like I mean,
Of course.
I started
I
changing
was gonna
that
say
though. I don't say that no more because if they wasn't meant, it wouldn't happen anyway.
that's
But
that's what
Uh,
you know what that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say they were meant to be parents, but like if it wasn't in God's will, it would not be done. So
yeah,
you
exactly.
know it
Yeah, that's
happens
what I be
for a
trying to change.
reason. So that's what
Yep.
I literally as I was saying it, I
Right,
realized what I
felt
said
weird
now.
because I was just saying that earlier too. I'm like, oh dang, I can't say that though. I gotta just say
Yeah.
that.
I mean, when you're a believer, you gotta speak accordingly because
Mhm.
we know if it's
And
not
not
in
even
God's
that.
will, it's
It's
not gonna be
literally
done.
facts. That's why I don't even say believer or not. I feel you on that, but I'm just saying it's literally facts though because like how can you tell what's not is here? You know what I'm saying? Because if it wasn't meant, then the people that had I don't want to talk about what my number look like, abortions and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I guess that's how it goes. You know what I'm saying? We can't change time or just look at like, dang, I can't believe this job was meant for me and yet I got fired. No, it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Why are you getting mad about it? It's obvious. If it was meant
Exactly.
for you, they'd call you back.
that's that part. That part right
Uh-huh.
there. That part.
It's the same thing. It's like, it's the same thing as relationship. If it was meant to be, they would be there. Like they would
Exactly.
walk away.
That's why I don't get really mad that much for real, because I'll be like, well, either what's meant is meant, and every day happen for a reason. I want them to be a tattoo though. I want them to be tattoos. Like,
You know how amazing, how great everybody would feel if they all think that way. Like you wouldn't be as stressed if you just
I'm
say,
trying
"Hey,
to put it
it
in
wasn't
people's
meant to
head.
be.
I'm trying.
It wasn't meant to be." Then why are you mad about it? It's like, oh my gosh, my house. Okay, well, it wasn't meant to be. Like you did your best, and that's what happened. Like it
So,
is what it is. Don't stress about it.
that's
There's
Right.
nothing you can
that's
do about
so optimistic
it.
mindset.
Why are you stressing about something you can't fix? You can't fix it. Let it go.
Can't right. You can get as mad as you want. It's not gonna come back.
Um,
It sure is.
I'll never forget one time this guy pissed me off. I remember he made me so mad. I wanted to cuss him out because I was so mad because I was crying and he was like, "What are you crying about?" I was like, "Because I'm just really sad about it." He's like, "Is crying gonna make it better?" Like, what the
do do
fuck?
do.
I was so mad.
And it
I
was
was like, he is
factual too.
not
You ain't like
like
that,
me.
did you?
I never had nobody
You
do me
supposed to
like that.
coddle me. What is you doing?
No, because usually I have, I usually they'll be like, oh, like and hug me and be like, it's okay, everything. I'm like, oh,
Boy,
okay. But this man
that
literally
sound like
looked at
me.
me dead in the
I'm not
eyes.
doing it.
He looked at me dead in the eyes and said, "Is it gonna make it better? Is it gonna fix it?" I'm like, "No," and he was like, "Okay, then stop crying about it." I'm like, I was so mad, but he was right. He was right, and that's my mentality now. Like if it's not gonna fix it, why am I gonna cry about it? Tears is not gonna fix it. Crying about it is
Nope.
not gonna fix it.
Nope.
So what's the point?
That's why
Like,
I'm so big on my room, man. I'm not a pandering room for real, because it's like literally we've been doing this forever, crying about stuff and not doing anything about it. Like I said, I'm good. I'm big on talking about people's problems and stuff. But if we not trying to look for no solution, I'm not just here. You can talk offline or do something else if you want to do all that. But this ain't it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to find a way for us to escape this or this feeling that we've been having all this time so we don't go there. Because some people just keep going back to the same thing just to feel good for the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm
mhm,
like, dude, ain't that stressful? Like, dog, don't you want to get relieved or find a way or escape from whatever you got going on with your life?
Right.
mhm.
Can't cry about it.
I just want to cry about it every day, please. Just soothe me.
Like that's not doing nobody no good. I mean, I'm
No.
not gonna lie. Like it's good to cry. It's good to
Well,
cry.
yeah.
Cry because why? It's so bad. No, cry because you know what? I don't know what to do right now but cry. And sometimes, like I said that earlier in my life. Crying is a form of prayer. Sometimes it's okay. Like it's okay to cry, but
Yeah.
don't cry about it and stay there. Like cry about it and be like,
There you
okay,
go.
well,
Even in
I
that,
so,
if we want to talk, since we all Bible heads in there, it even say that in there. Like, it asks, how long are you going to mourn? You know what I'm saying?
uh-huh. I'm like
Yeah.
crying. I'm
You can,
like, okay, I'm good now. I mean, I might not be good now, but like I'm gonna cry about it, and then what? I'm gonna wipe my tears. I've done it before.
yeah.
When sometimes when work is irritating and pissing me off, and these patients are terrible, and I still have to take care of them, I go in the bathroom. I go in the bathroom and I cry, and I'm like, huh, okay, and I wipe my face and I go back to work. You can cry, but don't stay there. Don't stay there. That's not where you
Exactly.
should stay.
Some
But
people
people
don't know how
just
to
cry.
come
Well,
out of it. Some people don't have that mentality.
And
You know what
that's
I mean?
what they need. Because once you have that mentality, like you really can't be phased for real. Like you really
Hey, what
can't be
would you do if you seen
truthful.
your man go in the bathroom and cry at work?
If I see my man, I mean, why would I see him at work crying? Okay, I mean, if he's
I
in the
know.
house,
I try to make it free funny. Dang, I couldn't think of
I'm
a way.
so I'm like, like
Would
when
it
he
be a
come
turn off?
home, I'm so done with you. When
Maybe I just don't know what I went through at work. But I'll be all right. I'm a strong black independent man. So,
On, on
you
what?
know, when
What?
he come out, like I'll just be there for him. I don't know, like rub his little head and be like, "It's okay, baby."
okay.
I'm just there for him. Like that's it. I
Oh,
mean, nothing
I get
about
blocked.
it.
Oh, okay.
You
I
say,
got you, Terror Hawk.
what? What he say?
No, I was talking to Terror Hawk. Terror Ronnie. Got you. Yeah, Care will block you. Now let me stop.
You gonna block somebody?
I forgot why he's
Nah,
saying that. I get why he's
nah.
saying that. But I
Yeah,
forgot.
I know why he's saying that too. So,
Yeah.
now I understand. You know what I mean. Everybody, your man come home, baby. Oh
Hey,
my!
baby.
I just got fired from my job. What would you say to him if he come home crying?
What would I say if he could come home crying?
How about he losing his job?
I wouldn't say anything. I mean, unless he want me to say something, I'm not gonna say nothing. I
What are you
How you
crying
gonna
for?
feel?
let
Mm-hmm.
him cry. I mean, I can't do nothing about it.
It's confirmed that the label.
It's been confirmed that the labels were flipped.
Oh,
Job
Do they
21.
got a? I wish they had a gift with a cap on there. What is it?
I'm confused. What?
I don't know.
So no, I'm talking shit.
Why do people be coming on live and just say some weird stuff? What does that even mean? Do y'all know
What's
what that
that?
means?
He's a Messiah.
She must. I can't say that word.
Ladies are what
Masaya.
the? You matter of fact, you know what? Let's see. I love when people do that, even
What
though
is
that
that?
sound like BS. Um,
What does that mean?
Ladies
we
are
gonna
the
see. They try to make it seem like a
ladies are,
trainee or I don't know what the heck. Let me look this up, man.
ladies are the men. He is in him. Oh,
So then
all
give this.
right.
If it's love, y'all work
Love.
through the tears. Mm,
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
I don't think a man should come home and cry about his job. You know what I'm saying? That's something that we don't cry about. You know what I mean?
I think.
So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You can find
What
another
about the
job.
kids though? The kids. That's what I'm saying. A man's image is heavy, especially what I'm saying in the family for real. I just I can't show my boy I'm crying from work. That's wild.
I want to make
No,
my
it ain't
man
no
feel
love in
safe
this
and
world
happy.
that's gonna say that, and it's gonna damage the child too.
Yeah, it's gonna affect them.
And the wife, even if the wife don't want to own up to it, but it's gonna make her feel a certain type of way. I ain't gonna even lie. I
How?
just know it. That's just how it is.
I can say that that's a fact. You know what I mean? So it's just things that I've heard after my divorce that I can't believe you did that. This. You know what I mean? So I
Mhm.
couldn't get mad at her because I had to look at me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Dad, was I like that? Was I for real? You think I was like that? Okay. So now I had to work on me. And that's why I say, a lot of people don't believe in it. A lot of people don't think in it, but counseling helps, man. You know what I mean? You get to see and listen to yourself speak some words that you probably dug in and, you know what I'm saying? Just left it there. Left it there thinking.
I
You know what I
mean,
mean? You got to bring it out, to hear yourself. You got to really hear yourself. That's
I,
on you.
Okay, so it says his breasts. So that's what they took out of it. His breasts are full of milk, and his bones are moistened
huh?
with mirror. And another diet. I gotta read this whole thing because a lot of people just like taking out one thing. So it's a reason why this. Right. Yeah, I gotta take the
I don't know
time to
what
read this.
Kevin talking about.
I looked up that verse that he talking about.
I'm gonna look at
He took that one part because it say his
Oh,
breasts are
okay.
full
I
of
should see
milk
that part.
and his bones are moistened with mirror.
wow.
You
Probably
know,
misinterpreting what it's saying.
Exactly. That's what I said. But I'll take my time and read that at another
You know,
time.
that's how full Christians do it. They take out
All right.
specific and be like, "Oh, this is what pertains to me," and it's like, no, that if you read more to it, you'll realize you sound ignorant. But
Right.
I mean, like Freeze say, don't worry about it.
Right.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, Terrell Hawk, you do got to understand where not crying comes from. You know, it's passed on. It's passed on from generation to generation.
And I was gonna say, you know what? Like, I don't want my man to feel like he can't be vulnerable with me. It's okay for a man to be vulnerable with you. Like, I'm not talking about not crying all the time now. Now that's a
Is
different
that
story.
the only form of vulnerability is crying?
No, not that's not the only form of vulnerability. I'm just using
Mm.
that one in this example right now.
No, I just asking in general because I'll be
No,
hearing
no,
it a
yeah,
lot.
no, that's not the
I
only.
hear it a lot. That seems like that's the only form when I hear that from people. I just
There's
need like
different
that.
form of vulnerability. Like, when your man tells you how much he loves you and you
There you
know
go.
who you are to him. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I know for one, I like hearing my man,
Just
say,
want to let you know I love
this is
you.
why I love you. I love this about you. I love that about you. I like hearing
He
those
said I
things.
love your little poops too.
I mean, I'm gonna leave. You do it one more time, I'm gonna go. You, you with these sound stuff.
That's what happens when you don't go to bed, you know.
You with your onomatopoeias and stuff.
So one person died before it is
Onomatopoeia.
four
Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia.
What's wrong with you?
people
Buddhas.
and body, bones rich with marrow.
Oh, he
Oh,
said, I'm about to, right. You see that? I was about to stop. I say, I'm about to dig into it. I love when people want to throw a verse and
I
twist it and
think
make it how
I
they
think
want to.
they gone.
I'm told them wrong time.
Okay, okay. I get what it's saying.
They
I
stayed
mean,
and left.
from what I'm reading, the NIV part, it just says well nourished in body, bones rich with marrow.
Mm-hmm.
The dying is bitterness of soul, never having enjoyed anything good. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay. Now I'm gonna see. I'm gonna read the other verse, other version. I mean, it's like you said, people take what they want out of the Bible and use it to their benefit.
That job be annoying.
It does. It does. You know what? And Kev, I'm gonna say ouch. On that too, because I used to do that. You know what I mean? I used to
Probably
take,
all of us did. We wanted to
bro.
fit our life so much.
Yeah, you
There's
know what I
no way
mean?
that I shouldn't be able to do this. I'm not gonna read that part.
Right, right.
I
I'm
used to
gonna,
be
I'm gonna
so
skip
scared to read the Bible. I ain't gonna even lie, dog, because I did
Me
not want it. The
too, because
less
that
I
means
know,
I
I
had to
was
skip
better.
now.
I
that.
don't need to know this because I want to live my life.
Exactly. It's like now that I know, like the whole once
Mhm.
you know better, you do better. I didn't
Yep.
want to do better because I'm like, I don't want to know this. Like the
Mhm.
whole the whole diet in the Bible. Once this person broke it down to me, I was so upset. I was
Mhm.
mad as hell. I was like, oh, I love me some crab bowl. Come on now, don't play with me like that. I can't get
I'm
rid of
so
that
thankful I
food.
read my stuff. I read it though, because it made me have a more of a love to it. It made me realize that God don't want none of us to go to hell. You know what I'm saying? I realized that, but the way people portray it, they make it seem like every little thing or mistake you do, you going to hell. I'm like, dog. The Bible actually trying to help us out. It's trying to make the best out of our life as it can. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no controlling thing. It's really all these rules are set for a reason because we can't control our own self. You know what I'm saying? So, and I realized like that's really, it's really what's to make the best. I said that already though, but to make the best out of our life, that's really the thing though, because everything, all that stuff is said for a reason.
You're
I was in
right.
my early 20s and realized seeing this stuff that affect us, say affect us or hurt us in some type of form. I'm like, oh, it ain't meant to send us to hell. It's something that hurt us all the time.
Exactly. And the whole idea of thinking that if you've sinned, you're not gonna be able to make it. You just like, I'm going to hell anyway. Might as well.
You're
Like,
right, exactly.
literally the whole
Like, cause we
idea.
all sinners. That's the power of His grace for real. Like I thought about this daily. Like, dog, people really think you doing. It actually say we're not no longer off work, it's off faith. So people be
Yeah.
thinking you can buy your way into heaven and stuff. It don't work like that. You are not the reason. And my boy came with this saying, even though he not even into the Bible, like, but it made sense how we was wording it together. It's like, you are the, uh, you are not the reason why you will go in heaven. But you are the reason you will go to hell. Something like that. I forgot how it went though.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, it makes sense.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like when like you know why I try to listen to my elders and stuff, but sometimes I don't be liking how they preach or how they preach in the Bible, because you say one wrong thing, you going to hell, and
Right.
it's like you
It's,
pushing these kids away
but
from the
look,
Most High.
I
They're
feel
not
that
gonna
too.
come to you after this.
I feel that too though. Because I used to get mad at it, right? But I realize I call it a scare tactic, right? And some of them really don't know for real. That's their way of teaching or how they perceive it. But I realize that, and I kind of be more. I mean, I get mad at it. You get mad when you know. I'm put it this way. But then again, you can't really get mad at it because some people that don't really know better, that stuff, it actually helped them out. It keep them from doing a lot of stuff they shouldn't be doing and stuff. So some people in this world do need that scare tactic, even if it's might be pretty wrong, that they really do need that stuff because a lot of people don't want to take the time to read for themselves. But when you take the time to read for yourself, that's what it's kind of teach you. Like you can't go off for everybody else's words. So that'd be more of you getting held accountable rather than they preaching. You see what I'm saying?
and
Right.
and and that's why like the people that which I feel like I may be wrong, I feel like it's probably majority, when you're talking like that you push them further away. I know for one
Mhm.
myself, if that was the approach that I was given, I would not be so close to God as I am right now,
Yeah,
because when my mom was preaching to me about my adoptive mom, that is, speaking to me about the Most High and how I was going to hell for XYZ, I didn't listen to her one bit. I promise you.
I
If
got
I
the
kept on listening
same.
to her, I didn't listen to her. I ignored everything she said. Because to me, I'm like, if I'm going to hell anyway, what's the point of talking to you? What's the
Right.
point of going to church? Like,
Hmm.
you yelling at me is not gonna make it no better. That's what I told her. I said, you keep on preaching the same thing every single day. You
Hmm.
yelling at me is not gonna make it no better. It took me to
Right.
TikTok to learn because they had a different approach.
Right.
Because they
And
didn't be like, you going to hell. They said, your lifestyle is not
mhm.
matching your belief system. And I had
Mm-hmm.
to take a deep dive into the Bible and understand it better and read for myself and be able to know what it was saying. But you think you going to hell for acting like it. You going to hell because
I
you a
mean, and it worked.
304.
It
You
worked for
Yeah.
going
some
to
people.
no,
And
I've seen half of the people that say that too, especially on TikTok, they run from him. They drop off the panel, they stop talking to them. This
Oh yeah.
tactic, I keep telling this for all the folks, it's not working on them.
Yep.
Not everybody is a teacher. You might have to
and
sit down somewhere
it,
because
Everybody ain't for
know,
everybody, just like us in
right.
general.
And then you know what I'm saying, and not saying that everybody ain't a teacher because everybody can preach the word of God. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? About are
only
you
the chosen.
called or preach to people?
Exactly.
Because sometimes people haven't changed themselves in order to bring forth the.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
What they say,
You
many
know what
are
I'm
called,
saying?
few are chosen.
There you have it. And everybody's is a TikTok ordained minister.
Literally
You know what
every
I'm
single
saying?
body. Like,
You
and
know,
I hate when people
so
say preach, model, preach. I'm not preaching. I'm not a preacher. I'm not preaching.
you know, it's just the fact
You
that
are whatever
and
you
then
want to
you got
be,
to the
man.
pastor.
I'm not a preacher.
Whatever you
You can
want
be whoever you want to be.
I'm
You know what I
not a
mean? But when the real person come to you, so you got to be ready to answer to them questions.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I know
You know, I mean,
all I am is a vessel. All I am is nothing but a vessel. All I am
that's
is a
it.
vessel. I'm
Well,
not
who
a preacher. I'm not nothing. I'm a
who
vessel.
said you can't be though?
Right? Who said that?
Because I think we could do.
I
Remember,
say I
I know
can't
you
be.
heard we can do all things through God, right?
That's very true, but I know I can't be no preacher because some of the questions they ask me, I don't know how to answer them, so I can't teach you.
That's your
You
choice, then, right?
That's not my choice. I don't know how
Yes,
to
it
answer
is. Because
them.
if you really wanted to do it,
I don't
I
want
can't
to be
do
a preacher. That's
it.
not in the God and in the
stop,
Most High path.
stop
Like
saying
that's
that you
not
can't.
the purpose for
Stop
me.
saying you can't. Stop
Right, I'm
saying
about
you
to say that can't that no that the I can't stuff. I just can't. I can't let
can't.
that
I can't
slide,
do
Okay,
man.
that.
Because
I'm
we can
not
do
able
whatever we
to. You
want.
like my
Uh,
mom. She said the same thing.
listen, let
She
me
like
tell you
take
like,
that "can't" out of your
let me
vocabulary.
tell
She
you, let
said
me
the
tell
same
you.
thing.
Yeah, you got to take that out of your vocabulary and stop saying that you're not able.
Okay,
You're
I'm not
able
able
if
to.
you're willing.
If you're
If you're
willing, right?
willing to preach the word, then you know you have to do what? You have to study.
It's not in the Most High's plan. That's not why he
He
spoke to
want
me the
all
other
us to
day.
know who he is.
Yes, he does.
He want
And the
all us
way
to be able to tell the next person
right,
about who he is.
the way he told me to do it was through my testimony. He didn't tell me to be no preacher. The Most High revealed to me I, I have to
Gonna be funny too. You saying
testimony.
all this and watch it. You don't know what's in your future.
I
You know,
mean,
be
Mhm.
okay,
preaching your head off in the future. Don't even know. Like, dang.
let me say as of based on the Bible, because it didn't say no woman should be no preacher,
I
and
feel you. I
based
get you.
on what the Most High revealed to me the other day, literally Tuesday, as I was trying to go to bed. I did not want to go live. I want to go to bed, and he want to be mean to me and make me go live. Based on what he revealed to me, he want me to share my testimony and bring more people towards him that way. He does not
Mm.
want me to be out here. I'm not a preacher. I don't know how to be, but he has
You
a way of using me to preach his word. People are
Right.
coming
exactly.
to
I
me
was
and be
about
like,
to say right. So
Yep.
it's.
okay,
I was
okay,
about to
I don't
get to
mean
that
preach.
too.
Dang it, that's not what I meant.
Yeah.
I
I'm
meant
hope messed up already. No,
no.
but I
Stop
get
You
what you
said
it.
it.
trying to. I get what you trying to say or do. Right.
You get what I'm trying to
But
say?
I
I
get what
get
you're
it.
trying
I
to
get
say
it.
though, but in a form, it's still that because like you can even say kana is like in a way of preaching if we want to call it that. But
Right.
I think I get what the Bible's trying to say. It's like in the leading
But
type
women are not
situation. So,
supposed to be a
it,
preacher.
huh?
Women are not supposed to be preachers. That's what the
I feel you on that, Joe, because the men is supposed to be more of the leader, but I
yeah.
feel like that God don't make mistakes. So if it's a woman preaching today, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because
But
obviously it wasn't a man that was in their life to do it. You know, so
so the
it's all
Bible
about
no,
it's really spreading the word. You want to call it word spread the word. You want to call it that, then we can do that then.
I'm
But you don't have to take the
evangelizing.
title as preacher. But I
Mhm.
mean, but it is what it is. Because like I said, I don't think God make any mistakes.
It's
He
what
don't
it
make
is.
mistakes.
I
Right.
think I'm evangelizing. That's it.
There you.
Huh?
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't want to call it preaching.
I
There
feel you.
you
I
go.
understand
I'm
that.
not a
I
preacher,
understand that. I feel you.
I
and I
mean,
don't like when people call women preachers. I don't. I'm not a preacher. I,
okay.
I'm evangelizing for the Most High, and I'm trying to bring as many souls to Him as I can. I'm trying to bring as many souls as I can.
Preach, preach,
Yeah.
preach.
Oh my gosh,
Nah, it's
BK
not. Let me stop.
76.
Let me stop. Nah, I'm just messing. I'm
I'm
just messing.
gonna like space travel
So,
here
so
and
Terry,
join
go
BK.
ahead, man. Go ahead. Give me some questions, then. I'll try to see if I can figure it out, man. I see it's itching. You itching. What's the unanswerable questions, man?
What what happened? I
I'm
thought
trying to
you
see, cause
asked the unanswered question. What's the unanswered
yeah, I
question?
love it. I love people when so I can look it up, man, for real. Cause I realize even with that, I just want to see something though.
It's
Oh,
What
left.
you
what
got?
that
What's the
guy
questions you
said.
got?
What that person
Yeah.
said. She Messiah?
See, I don't care about asking questions. Like I said, the only time that's the reason why he was talking about the block thing earlier. I just don't like disrespect against people's belief. That's what I don't like.
Yeah,
That's the only
because
thing.
it's a
Exactly.
But
lot
you
of.
can ask questions.
I mean,
Cause
we
I do
all.
the same thing for your whatever you believe in. I will ask questions too. So I mean, we don't have the answers for everything anyway. It's like we can literally do that for all of each other. But I mean, I'm curious on the questions. I am
Mm,
because everybody be acting like they know what they're talking about. Sure, we can be all of us can get debunked every day about whatever we talk about. All we know is our experiences. How many
Exactly.
times was hell meant in the Bible mentioned in the Bible? What the heck type of questions?
I can
It's
just
weird.
Google that.
I
You know
already
I
got to
can
Google that one.
Hell's mention.
I can just Google that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
None?
That's
I don't
weird.
know.
It's only said it once, and that's in Revelations.
I feel like it's none.
It's in Revelation, but they talk about hell.
Oh, you talking about the actual word hell?
Oh, the actual word hell ain't never been mentioned.
Oh,
Other
okay. Well, I guess that's sure that could have been something people
That's
done
why
made.
I
Oh,
say
not
it's
the.
none.
I mean, how to say that though? Because if it ain't in the Bible,
No, it
I'm
is
only
in the
going off the
Bible.
Bible. But if they ain't say it, it's probably something that they just calling it hell, right?
It's in the Bible.
But
no, it never been said.
okay, that's what I'm about to
It
say.
never been said.
I'm straight about to look. I'm straight looking it up. Like, I mean, was it ever
I,
been?
I had
So
I had to go back to my
I'm
thinking
glad
on
we talk about
what I
this because I
remember.
didn't know this. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's never been said. It never been mentioned.
The number of times hell is mentioned in the Bible depends on translation. Okay, so it says depending on translation.
31 times.
It says depending on translation is how many times hell was mentioned. I guess the original didn't mention, but maybe the translation of the Bible, the new translations, mention
Grave,
hell.
the pit, death.
Yeah, it's never been mentioned. It just says the
Mm.
pit.
I get you though. I get it. I mean,
I know it
so,
says 31 times.
How many times it's been
but it's the
referred to?
perception. That's what it is. People mix the is it? I mean, even if the word wasn't mentioned in there, right? It probably ain't no such. I mean, so a such thing is what they saying in the Bible, right? Well,
Hmm.
from what I believe, right? So just because it ain't the word hell is not in it, that don't mean that's not what that is. So it's still the whatever you want to call it. If they want to call it
Yeah,
the demon area or something like that, I mean, it still don't change the. They don't change it from being what that is. You know what I'm saying? It still don't
yeah.
change it.
What was where in the Bible does it talk about when it says like, the heaven shall become the earth and the earth shall become the heaven and
Hmm.
all becomes one or something like that? Let's talk
Um,
about
I always
that.
thought Earth will be
It's
destroyed,
like
but according to the Bible, it said it ain't. So I
I
yeah.
said I think I
feel
don't
like it's
know.
gonna get into the sun one day, get close to the sun, and good night.
Mm,
Yep.
It's
well,
such a big universe, though. That's what's crazy. Why only Earth?
I keep derailing your conversation.
Yeah, that's where people dwells, ain't it? On earth, ain't it?
Yeah, it's so much bigger of a universe. That's what makes me think heaven is so much bigger.
Mhm.
Seems like it's bigger than you know what I'm saying,
Well,
or
space is like,
space is big. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we in this one little area when space is so dang on spacey?
Right.
I wish I could visit heaven and then come back.
Oh Lord.
Don't take me to the glory.
You probably ain't gonna want to come back.
Probably won't. It probably won't.
I'm sorry, family. Hi.
Look at that. Bye. I'm leaving the line.
Mama, I know you crying, but hey, but Mama, don't worry. You was like,
Mama, don't worry. You in the gangster. I'm a survivor.
I'm a survivor, right? God chose
Oh,
me not
funny.
to be remix. What's some more
Bye.
questions, Terror Hawk, man? Yeah, I like that. Make me think, man. Just don't do the disrespect, but make me think. That's I like it.
That's a big-
Are you
I
able
love
to
it. I'm
stop
not
that?
scared. Like when people ask me questions, I'm not scared. I look it all up, man, because it teaches me more about it.
Okay, look this up.
What I found these unfinished.
How old are you? I'm kidding.
Look, you want me to? I know what to look up.
I'm
Here we go.
kidding.
Google. How many times women that say they don't poop?
Ah,
Mm.
don't be mean to me. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
never said nothing. See, I just said women. I ain't say
I'm
you. You
gonna
know what
get
I'm saying?
canal on
Hit
you.
dogs holler. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna get canal on you.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. That's what you changed.
I'm gonna get on you.
Come on, Terry. I want some more. This your day, man. This your day. Let's go ahead. Is Jesus God?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
no,
Wait, no. God is
no.
Jesus. Jesus is not God. Yes. Okay.
Neither. Neither. Jesus God is God. That's
No.
part of the Trinity, right?
Yeah,
But
the
the Holy Ghost,
Trinity.
that's like saying Holy Ghost is God. You know what I'm saying? But even if we
Wait,
want to look at that, right? Huh?
I thought the Trinity say God is Jesus and God is the Holy Spirit, but the Holy Spirit is not God and Jesus is not God. That's what the Holy Trinity is, huh?
Hmm. You got me want to do some stuff.
Yeah.
But just from reading and stuff, I just feel like this
I said
because
look it up.
how it just I don't know.
Let's look it
Hmm.
up. Let's
I
look.
just thought he was the son of God. I don't know. I heard that he was
Okay,
Jesus
so
God.
Trinity means three. So we
the
discussed the
Holy
Holy
Ghost,
Trinity. We mean the Father, which is God,
Son,
Son, Jesus,
and
and
the Holy
Holy
Ghost.
Spirit, sometimes referred to Holy Ghost. Throughout the Bible, we are taught that God is one thing. Some refer to him as the Godhead. Okay, I can't. It's not let me click on that.
Got me want to Google that now.
What chapter is that? It's a chapter.
Hold on. I feel like my computer's on crack.
Oh
Stop
Lord.
messing up.
Oh Lord. Not the computer.
Isaiah 46 verse
In
16.
Christianity, Jesus is the Son of God, as written in the Bible. He is the
That's
Son,
in the Isaiah's
second
in the
person,
Old Testament.
the second person in the Trinity. Christians believe him to be the Messiah, giving him the title Christ, prophesied in the Bible. Yeah, because I know churches be they like I said, and I like how you asked that though. There's a lot of stuff it is like we got to question what's being taught to us sometimes.
But I
But
know Jesus this morning, God is another. You know,
that's
that
what
two
I thought.
different.
That's why I was saying
Yeah,
I thought it
I look at
was.
two
I thought
different
it
people.
was. Even though there's a Trinity, I know they want to say that, but we got to really kind of try to make sense out of what's being said. Even though it's part of the Trinity, I don't mean um because if that's the case, all of us is God. You know what I'm saying? Because we all created from him, right?
Yeah.
So we can't really say that we all. It's obvious we're different, even though we made from
And
God.
Okay,
when you
look.
say that, when you
Okay,
say
so
that,
this says
I'm sorry. When you say the verses were.
Isaiah something. Isaiah something. Hold on. Isaiah I clicked out of it. Hold
Oh
on.
wow.
Isaiah 46 verse 16. But okay, so this says okay. Are God and Jesus the same person? On one hand, many of us know that God comprises the Holy Trinity: God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. The
Mm-hmm.
Father is God, Jesus is the Son of Jesus, the Son is God, and the Holy Spirit is God. So they all God,
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you said that's in the Bible?
all coexisting. This is an explanation. Hold on.
Oh, I ain't trying to. I'm
All
about to say I ain't trying
coexisting
to hear
in one
anything
person.
outside the Bible.
Okay, look. Okay, we can understand this merge three into one concept by looking into the wording of Genesis 1, verse 26. God said, "Let us make mankind in our image."
hmm
The "our" here represents the collective God being one in nature, but comprising three different persons. So what I was saying earlier was, you know, God is the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. So God is Jesus, and God is the Holy Spirit. But Jesus cannot be God, and the Holy Spirit cannot be God. It's the other way around.
Right. So
So
Jesus,
basically, they're all a part of God.
yeah, God is the Father.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus is the Son,
Mm-hmm.
and the Spirit, the Holy Spirit.
I think I
So
kind of get you.
yeah.
So God is
Yeah, because
all
they
three,
can't
but
be
they
God.
cannot be
Okay, I
God.
get you.
Yeah.
They can't be God, but God can be them,
Yes.
right?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, we might be getting somewhere. That
I.
can make sense though.
Say God created them, male and female, to create them.
Mm-hmm.
He created them. God blessed them and said to them, "Be fruitful and increase in numbers."
Mm-hmm. And
So
hmm
multiply.
okay. Yeah.
Yep.
And God said, "I give you every seed bearing plant." So okay. All
Okay,
right.
and then this goes further into explaining. It says, "But God and Jesus are also separate beings in that Jesus is the Son and God is the Father. As of persons, the Trinity, they are separated, yet the Holy Spirit, they are united and
So,
interdependent." So they
so
are
technically,
interdependent, but they are not like inner. What's the other word? Interchangeable? And I forgot the word. I hate
so
English.
technically, people with this little war, because I've been seeing it a lot on here. If he is Jesus God, so that means technically, both people, right? If you think about it, because like it just
Eh,
depends on how you look at it. Because you could say, they ask, but it depends on their wording though. If they worded wrong, because somebody said, "Is Jesus?" Wait, did you ask? Is Jesus God? Now that's because he said that, right? That'll mean no, right?
yeah,
But
that's
is
no.
God
Jesus is
Jesus?
not
That'll
God.
be
That would
yes,
be yes.
right? So
Yes.
it depends on the wording. But I think people mix it up and think that people saying is God Jesus, and they mix that up and thinking that, you know what I'm saying. So that makes sense though. So that's why I be saying worded is very powerful, really. The
Mm-hmm.
stuff we be saying, like, and it do make sense, and it will get twisted. So I
Yeah.
mean, I can understand it that way, and both can be right depending on how you word it though. But you can't say is Jesus God. No, you
Mm-hmm.
can't say that because it don't sound right from that point. Because if God is Jesus, how can he be God? You know what I'm saying? Even though they said what in the beginning was the word. And
The
then
word.
they called Jesus the word.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
They say in the beginning God created heaven and earth. So
Hmm.
you know, in the beginning God created heavens and earth.
Right. Right.
And say it ain't say nothing about Jesus in. I think it was the second chapter when he started talking about Jesus.
Yeah, they were saying someone. Yeah, I know they was talking about somebody was coming to save everybody. They've been talking about it before the New Testament
Yeah,
came.
the coming Savior. Yeah, they come.
Yeah.
And He sent His Son to die for us.
He
Hmm.
gave
He
his
gave His
only
Son.
begotten
Yeah.
son,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and Jesus
I'm
is
trying
the
to look
only
for that
begotten
chapter
son.
where it said in the big.
John
It
3:6.
said something about the word. The
Oh, in the
word was before.
beginning, that verse is Genesis. I think Genesis 1. Let me double check. Yeah,
Um,
Genesis 1, verse 1. In the beginning.
God
Uh,
created heavens and earth. Now the earth was formless and empty darkness over the
This
surface.
phone
The
be
deep
hearing me. That junk is scary.
spirit
I
it
of
need to
God
look
is.
it
was
up. It
traveling
said
over the waters. I
in the
sent you
beginning was the word. John 1:1 is where it say about the beginning of the word was the word.
Yes. Yes.
John 1:1.
Yeah, John
John
1
1
1.
1.
In the
You
beginning
so
was
good.
the
I don't know.
word, and the word was with
Phone,
God. The
that
word
phone is
was
getting
God. Oh,
that
okay, I
phone is
get
getting
that then.
scary now.
Huh?
That phone is getting scary now.
So it was getting scared. It makes sense though, because you
Yeah.
said in the beginning God made, so that's the first thing God made. But then
Yeah.
Hmm.
in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God. The word was God. So
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
technically, it's still it's just mentioning the God part, right? So still
Mm-hmm.
God was the beginning. But
Right.
God first made was, you know what I'm saying, the heavens and the earth. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So both of it is right. That's what I'm saying. People would end up twisting stuff up and be like, it's contradicting or something like that. But if you
Mm-hmm.
take the time to actually read the stuff, and it makes sense
Mm-hmm.
now reading it, though.
Yeah.
It do make
Yeah.
sense.
It
And make
says, in the beginning,
sense.
God created the
Heavens
heaven
and
and
the
the
earth,
earth,
right?
and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw that the light, and it was good, and
Mm-hmm.
God divided the light from darkness. So
Yeah.
darkness and light.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, I
And
know about the phones be listening because the only reason why I know that why I do that because like think about it, we got to say hey Google for it to notice us and all that stuff, so it got to be listening.
Uh-huh.
right. And
You know,
then
that's the if you read the policy and privacy and policy, you'll tell you they're
God
already
created
listening to
in
you.
the beginning.
Because I didn't
It
even
And
says
type a couple
Amazon
words.
too.
It
he
was at the
was
beginning already before I looked it up. I'm like, what the freak? It said in the beginning was the word. I never even say nothing yet. I mean, I
oh,
ain't
and
typing yet.
then it go into the one part that says he was with God. Who was with God in the beginning? Through him,
And God
through
said,
him,
and God
all
called it.
things were made. That was John 1:1. Where actually it's John 1:2, verse 2.
Mm.
He says he was with God in the beginning. Through
Where you see
him,
that
all
at?
things. Verse 2.
They did call Jesus the
No,
word,
that
though.
what version are you looking at?
I'm looking at the NIV version. Well, I'm looking at three
Okay,
different.
I'm looking at King
Same.
James version.
Yeah, I'm looking at three different versions.
Because you see, it depends on the translation is how it's translated. Because the translation you look inside said in he, but on verses 2 in Genesis chapter 1 verses 2, it says, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the light, the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And he was with God.
No, no, no.
So it depends on the translation that you're looking at.
Go to John first chapter, and it says,
Oh, John.
yeah,
Okay.
John first chapter, and then it says in the beginning. I'm looking at the NIV version and the regular version. It says in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Then verse 2 it says he was with God in the beginning. So who they're talking about? He was with God.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word. And the Word was God, and the same in the beginning with God. All things made by Him.
So,
Him.
hmm.
Okay, I need to look at a
And
different
then
version.
don't they call Jesus the word?
It said
No,
God is the
it
Word.
says God was the
Oh,
Word.
okay.
Yeah.
Through him
Okay.
all things were made. Without him nothing was made that
Right.
has been made. in him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. So I know God is the all creators of mankind. You know what I mean? But it says he was with God in the beginning.
John was. Okay, so go down to verse, let's go to full verse 5. And the light shineth in the dark, and the darkness comprehended it not. Go to verse 6. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. So that was just a witness that was with God, I think, because verse 6 said, like the man was sent to bear witness, and it was John. So basically, every section of the Bible is interpreted to his disciples. So this is John's interpretation of the word.
Mm. Mm.
And like you have different, let's say okay, the Montgomery the Montgomery ball.
Mm-mm.
Let's say the Montgomery ball, right?
They gotta
For
still find that
example,
hat though.
that was so that hat is famous now. They can sell out there on eBay.
Like,
Listen, there was
like,
so many different people in that ball, right? There's a
Mm-hmm.
different account of everything that happened there. So when you talk to these people at the ball, there's gonna be a different account of what happened, right? So when you talk to the different people who witnessed God's creation, there's gonna be different accounts of what happened in their own perspective. So this is John's perspective. You go to
Yeah,
Peter, and that's Peter's perspective.
yeah.
Yeah.
They are different books, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean, and I realize that they all their own stories, you know what
so
I'm
who
saying?
created?
And then you
So
have
who
their
created?
perspective, but then you also have the perspective of people who translate the Bible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
yep,
saying.
yep.
That's the,
It's all
So
about perspectives.
the meaning,
and was
sometimes the
made
meaning
first Terror Hawk.
sometimes the meaning can be lost depending on like the translation you're looking at. Like I know the biggest controversy in the Bible is the whole polygamy thing, right? If you really read the Bible, you know that men are not, well, you'll say, oh, you're not supposed to be polygamous because it says in the Bible you're not supposed to be. Yes, in the Bible it does say, man, you should, tend to your own woman. But also it says if you are to get another woman, make sure that it says something along the lines of make sure that your first wife agrees to that, and make sure that you treat every single wife the same. So
Right.
technically the Bible have it set to where you really can't have more than one wife, even though it says you can if you want to. But if it's saying you must do the same for each wife, you literally, human being cannot provide the same amount of attention and love to every single one of your wives.
Mm.
So if you really look into the meaning of the Bible, when it says you're supposed to be doing the same for every single wife that you have, you're supposed to give the same amount of intention, the same amount of love, the same amount of
Everything.
provision for each one. You can't really provide for both the same way.
Right.
Mm.
Not realistically speaking.
Right.
I think when they compare it to be them kings they put on there, they be having 100 wives and stuff.
But
So
but even then, they're going against the belief of the Bible
I
because
get you, I
they
get you, I
can't.
get you. I feel you, I
Yeah.
feel you. I'm just saying the
Yeah,
people that
like
be trying to use it, they be thinking they
mm-hmm,
kings and stuff. We can be polygamous and stuff. Yeah.
mm-hmm. Because I had somebody bring it up to
Cause
me.
they
It was like,
sin in there. It's like, dang,
it
cause it's in the
says in the
Bible. They sin.
Bible.
We supposed to do it. What the heck? No, they
Mm-hmm.
sinned in the Bible too. That's the point.
But you can yeah, just because it's in the Bible doesn't mean you're supposed to do it.
Right.
It says
Right. You
there
gotta
are
be able
people
to.
like, what was that one guy who unalive his own, what is it,
Abraham
Cain?
was about to do that too.
Yeah, well,
He's
God
about
tested
to,
him.
but God
But
test him. Like those
yeah,
kids.
but I'm talking about Cain, right? He was a
Oh,
murderer.
his
Cain
brother
was a
did.
murderer.
And
So
Abel.
like, exactly, Cain and Abel. So you can't tell me, oh, it's okay to murder. God will
Right, I
forgive
get
you.
you. They take out that one
No,
part. I feel you.
no.
Right, I get
It's
you.
just saying because it says
It's in
thou
the
shalt not.
Bible.
It says thou shalt not unalive. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Thou shalt not unalive. It says that.
Yep.
So you can't tell me just because in the Bible you're supposed to do it. Like,
Right.
go and
People
prove
and the
that
people do
somewhere.
that. They be trying to do that.
They're like, there was you talking about us sinning, and there was homosexuals in the Bible.
Yeah. Look what happened to
Yeah,
Sodom and
but doesn't
Gomorrah.
mean you should do
Look
it.
what
It
happened to
says,
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right.
mm-hmm. Like,
Yes, sir.
don't just because it's in there doesn't mean you should do it. Like, prostitution was in the Bible, but doesn't mean you
I'm
should
right.
do it. Like,
That's what they be trying to
it's
say. That was the oldest thing in the, you know what I'm saying? They be trying to like, bro, trying to why you trying to judge
no,
it?
that's not what you should do.
So what's gonna make it different now? We correcting it now, so it ain't gonna change.
Sarah
Mm-hmm.
Hawk, God created man first. All you have to do is count your ribs and then count a woman's rib.
mm.
That would tell
Mm.
you. So
Hey,
God created mankind in his own image.
yes, it
In the
was
image of God,
613.
he created them, male and female, he created them.
Yep. And you right, it was 613. Come on, give
Um,
more questions, man. This is
I'm
not
gonna
that you're not hurting nobody.
Right.
Nobody's sweating up here. I love it.
Right. Exactly.
have to
'Cause
613.
you must
correct
think
you.
we some slacking type readers or something. No, we in it. You know what I'm saying? Now you gotta
I'm gonna
ask the
have
ones that scared to read the Bible. I'm not scared.
That part. That part. Never been scared to read it. Never been scared to read it. I was brought up reading the Bible. I mean, have I got off
Mhm.
track? I think we all have got off track in some
Oh
shape,
yeah,
form,
at
or
some
fashion.
point. Yeah.
But you know, as you get older, that's one of your go-tos when something ain't going right. That's
Mm-hmm.
something that
Hmm.
leads you back to where you need to be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Once you read a couple of chapters, it'll bring you right back to reality, help you look at it like, dang, it wasn't that bad. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So things
Yep.
we have to look at in life is basically this is what the Bible is.
Mm-hmm.
Basic instructions
Huh?
Before
before
leaving her.
leaving Earth.
Yep.
So we need to
Brother,
learn
you
that.
said some.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you said something earlier. I have to correct you a little bit, okay? Yes, the Bible did say like God did take a rib from Adam and made Eve. Yes, but don't mean we have different amount of ribs. We have 12 pairs of ribs, 24 total. Women and men both have the same amount of ribs. But you're right. The Bible did say God created a man, and that's true. But
You said we had 24 ribs.
yep, you anatomy. Your anatomy. You have 24 ribs total, 12
We're
pairs of
going
ribs.
we're going off the Bible, so we missing a rib, eh?
And not
We can't
not
go. We
not
can't. Oh,
not
wait a minute. Hold
not
on now. We can't
anatomy.
go on science. We can't go on science, and then we're talking about the Bible at the same
No,
time.
you
I
said
know.
no, but
I
you
know
No,
what you
said
mean. I know what you mean.
okay. I
I
was
know
gonna
what you
say
mean.
because you said if you count it, I'm like, nah, you can't
y'all about to
count
make me
it.
go to the doctor real quick just to see. I'm about to try to.
I
He
mean,
said, "Count my ribs, please. I got to see this." You not part of the Bible. That's why you not got
You
your
so
junk ain't supposed to be
silly.
even. You know you going to hell. It's like, no.
I swear when you say that, I just picture like a Pikachu that looks so concerned, be like, "Can you count my ribs, please?"
Right.
Just look so sad.
This for Bible. This
you,
for
you,
Bible purposes.
you should be able to count your own ribs. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's
So,
why I'm about to. Right. You right about that.
Yeah,
See,
you can.
I
you
don't
know,
feel
but
weird
if
in the
we,
Y'all,
Bible.
y'all better learn. Y'all better learn about your ribs. Like it's a lifesaver to know where your body parts are located.
of course,
It saves somebody's life
I don't want to
if
hurt
your brain
myself
is off.
pushing too hard.
when I had to learn CPR, them one of the main things I had to learn where every organ is in. You know,
You gotta
where can
not
you
only
push?
CPR,
Where
but
can you
if your
not
if
push?
your lungs are collapsing, you
I'm good. I'm
gotta
not pushing nothing then. 'Cause that's scary. You just said that. I was about to get the pushing.
count my rib.
See me over here.
This
But
guy's
yeah, I
funny.
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
yeah,
So he said Genesis 127. Huh? So
on
God created man in his own image. The image of God created he him. Male and female then created he them.
Genesis 1 verse 27.
so God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them male and female. He
He.
created them. Yeah.
Yes, he did create them, but he created one before the other. That's for sure.
Right.
I'll tell you. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
God created man in his own image, right?
We
Not like a
begin
man first.
in the beginning.
And in the image of God created he,
Okay,
and
Genesis
then say male and female created
2 verse
he
21.
then. He them.
Genesis 2 verse 21.
be fruitful
Genesis
and
2, verse
multiply.
21 says, "And the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs and closed the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which the Lord God taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of men. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, and the man and his wife, and were not ashamed."
Hmm. So they
That's
gave, did they
basically
give
telling
him that?
you.
So God gave him that natural sleeping gas, huh? They say he gave him that
Uh-huh.
deep sleep. That's that surgery.
Equivalent. Equivalent,
Said,
literally.
chill out, Adam, real quick. Let me take care of something real quick. Smell
Let me
this
give
right
you
here.
some anesthesia, okay? Gotta take some of your rib. Let me put you under some
So
anesthesia.
it's two creation story.
No, it's not
That's
two
two different
creation
times.
story.
It sound like.
No, it's not two creation story. That one is telling you Genesis 1 verse hold on. Forgot. Genesis 1 verse 26. 26? 27, sorry. Genesis 1 verse 27. Okay, so God created man of his own image, and the image of God created he, and male and female. Okay, so the Genesis 1 is saying that God created man in his own image, which he did. But he's saying, like, yes, he created male and female. Yes, he did. Because in that other verse, Genesis 2 verse, what did I say? Genesis 2 verse 21, it says that he did create so he created the man in his own image, and then he created the woman right after. So he did do both. That verse just talking about after he finished created them.
Okay, hold on. I
Does
see.
that make
So
sense? Am I making
he,
sense?
yeah, yeah. So it started off with he, him, right? Where it say image of God created he, him, and it say male and female created he, them. Mm.
Yes, you know, they say don't get twisted, caught up in the hymns and the thys and the thes and all that other stuff. It just,
I'm gonna figure it out. What? I'm gonna
yeah,
figure it out.
yeah, yeah. Can I go back to what Terrell Hawk said? He said we was Israelites. Okay, I get where y'all get that from. I totally get it. So we
Mm.
can be Israelites then.
Probably sure. We probably is. I'm pretty sure by now we got it in our blood or something. You know
We
what
are
I'm saying?
Yeah,
Israelites. We're
yeah.
I
But
think
supposed to
some
go by
white
their
tea people is
diets and
that too, but
everything.
people don't want to believe that one. But
I'll
I
take
We
think
that.
we
are
all mixed by now.
Yeah,
we are Israelites. We're supposed to go by their diets and everything. The
I think
diet.
we all. I think they only go off of the skin, and I think it's way deeper
But
than the
that's not
skin.
what it's supposed to
It
be.
ain't. It ain't. That's why I be trying to, and that's why I don't be. I don't know. That's why even when I asked, because I know TT is a right or whatever. That's why I asked. I'm like, I asked her before. I'm like, you got something against white tea people? Because I know I'm like every Israelite I know got something against white tea people. But I'm like, bro, y'all, it's really deeper than that, and that's why I actually went face to face.
I
Cause
don't have nothing.
huh?
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying that I've had a bunch of and I know it's hard to talk to most of them. I'm not saying all Israelites that same way, but I realize when I read the Bible and then they read the Bible, it'd be like two different things. It's kind of like a empowerment type, or not empowerment, but it sounds like it's just like they trying to feel like they're more uh above everybody else or something like that. And then another thing is like I literally debunked most of this stuff, my man, because I got to do it at my job right now. That's an Israelite or whatever, and every time he's so stubborn on what I'm like, dog, this is how this read and stuff. I'm showing him like, it's still a bunch of Do y'all believe that Esau still walking this earth?
Wait, what?
Esau, because I realize they that's the main person that he focus on, or the Israelites focus on, or his Israelites. I don't know if all of them do it. I don't know.
I,
This dude
I don't know what
Esau.
word you're saying.
Esau.
You gotta spell that.
That's the dude, Jacob and Esau, right? And I guess this where they go from where it said God loved Jacob and hated Esau, even though God's hate is not the same as our hate, and people be trying to mix that up too. I mean, it really is like
Oh,
love
okay.
less and love more. But you so you didn't hear that. So I just
The
talk to
I
story
more
of
of the
Jacob.
Israelites. They'll tell you about because that's like their main thing. It's like a slavery thing. Everything kind of based off slavery, dealing with the way their belief system is. Like I said, I
But
take time to try to listen to them and stuff. That's what it is. That's what I got out of it. Because I'm like, dog, and I always be like, I ask the question like, so you saying, okay, it's off the blood, but then again, in the Bible it say, and that's why I use that too. I'm like, it say we don't wrestle against flesh, right? We don't wrestle against flesh and blood. It's a spiritual warfare. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You know, so we can't see it, and that's why he told us to love our enemy. You know what I'm saying? So how will we be able to tell if we showing hatred and then they take out of that like, oh well, he hated Esau, so we supposed to hate everybody else? I'm like, no, that's not, and I'm sorry, that's why I don't like that type of reading of it. But it is what it is. I guess.
so the story says Jacob and Esau were twin brothers born to Isaac and Rebekah. The Bible tells us that they struggled together in Rebekah's womb,
Mm-hmm.
a foreshadowing of their troubled relationship. Esau was born first and therefore thereby became legal heir to their
Mm-hmm.
family birthright, which included, among other things, their heir to be in covenant between God and Abraham. This birthright was linked to the line of descent to which promised Messiah was to come. So the birthright of promised Messiah, which is Jesus. Numbers 24, verse 17 through 19. Okay. In contrast with Esau, was was a skillful hunter and his father's favorite. Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents and his mother's favorite. The Hebrew word of for plain is the same word translated in scripture as perfect, upright, and undefiled. So the word plain refers to Jacob's character as a man of God. God records his highest praise and blessings for Jacob. Lord had chosen Jacob unto himself. Esau came from the field, and he was faint. Okay. And Esau
Mm-hmm.
said to Jacob, feed me with that same red potato stew, for I am faint. Knowing the character of his brother, Jacob replied, sell me this day thy birthright. Esau had no interest in spiritual things, so he agreed, saying, I am the point about to die, and what the prophet shall this birthright to do to me. Esau could not have been at the point to die by missing one meal, but he revealed how worthless he considered the birthright. When Isaac was close to death, it became time to visit Esau, his to give Esau his blessing. Isaac asked Esau to go and hunt for a special meal, after which he would pass the blessing. Rebekah overheard and helped Jacob disguise himself as Esau and bring Isaac the meal and said while his brother was still hunting, because Isaac had poor sight, he was tricked into giving the blessing to Jacob. Esau was enraged and Jacob had run away to save his life. Huh.
You
The
You want to know
writer
the
of
reason
Hebrew.
why they focus on the now I'm not saying that every Israelite like that, right? But the reason why from me hearing it and just looking at the what they preach on YouTube and all that stuff, 'cause they got so, but because the reason why they so fixed on the Esau and Jacob thing, right? And the reason why they feel like a lot of Esau's are still running this earth because the thing is, and they trying to mix it in with the stuff that's going on in America, right? Because when Esau and Jacob, they twin brothers, which they not, you know what I'm saying, they taking that part out. But when Esau came out, he was red and hairy, right?
right.
So when they think of red, they think of a white,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of makes into why they feel like because God hated, so they think it's based off the color. And they think that everybody that's white is part of the Esau, because they got the 12 tribes. I know you hear that a lot when TT talk about it, right? That's what they base their beliefs off of is the 12 tribes. Um, So everybody that came from Jacob is part of the 12 tribe, the 12 tribes and stuff. Um, and they basically saying that they got different bloodlines or something like that, which I don't see that in the Bible. I don't know where that comes from, right? Because I feel like that's something that they just threw in there because it's like, how are they going to have different bloodlines, right? That's why I keep asking stuff like questions like that because it just don't make sense. If they were twin brothers, how their blood different? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that makes no sense. But it's like, but people, like I said, people gonna make it fit. So they wanted to fit how things going in America. So because they wanted to, like it's like Muslims, they believe that the white guy is the white T guy is the. Can I say that on there? But is
The white tea, you
the
can't see
bird
it.
person
Yeah.
below the ground, right?
Right.
So that's how they look at it. And I'm like, dog, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, man, I just don't, me myself, I don't like that teaching, but that's what make people feel better. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, I look at it a little past it because I asked some questions like, one of you was born YT, or do you feel like that spirit will their ancestors, the way they talk is, or some of them talk is, oh, their ancestors got to pay for what they did and stuff like that's not. I mean, not the ancestors, but you got to pay for what your ancestors did. I'm like, that's like, I don't think God wants us to be that way. What
And
the?
if
I
that's
mean,
one,
that's crazy. How he gonna tell us to be forgiven, but then again, when it come to YT people, then we can't forgive them?
Right.
That don't
and I
make
think
sense.
that,
I think God
that
actually said we supposed to love our enemy. I mean, yeah, love our enemy. I said it right, right? Because that's what makes us different. If we're a follower of Christ, you know what I'm saying? That's what makes us different. What if we playing tit for tat or you're bad at that, you know what I'm saying? But that is not gonna make us any better. You see what I'm saying? That's why I have to do the thumbs up thing. But you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. It
I
just
get,
seemed
I
weird.
get,
exactly. I mean, like we not know better if we do the same thing. Like we not no different.
right.
And I
And
mean,
look,
if there's one thing I learned from anime, from watching anime, is that you can't repeat every single thing that happened in the past. Holding on to the anger. Like for example, like One Piece, it teaches you like this is what I mean by that. It's so educational, right? One Piece
Mhm,
teach you there was this one pirate like he was treated so bad by humans, I can't say that word sometimes, humans, you know what I'm saying.
yeah.
And so he's a fisherman pirate, so he was treated bad by humans. And so like the thing is he's supposed to hate humans, but he decided he's not gonna hate the younger generation. He said, I'm gonna show them, like I'm not gonna show her how much I hate her kind, because I
Mm,
want her to be the savior of
there
the
you
new
go.
generation. He said, I hate humans so much, but I'm going to die with the hate in my heart, and I'm not going to show them how much hate I have for them. So he died in vain. He could have been saved because there was human blood in the pirate shape,
Hmm.
but he said, I would have died and put that blood in my vein. And everybody was so shocked because he was so nice to that human kid.
Hmm.
All the other pirates, like one of the pirates wanted to unalive that little child,
Hmm.
and he was like, no, don't unalive him. And he treated him with so much kindness, but he actually hated him. He just treated him with kindness because he don't want her to grow up and be hateful towards fishermen. So he
Hmm.
said, I'm going to die with the hate in my heart. Get what I'm saying with that? Like we keep
Hmm.
on passing on this hate. It's never gonna stop. You have people whose past generation before me teaching my generation to be hateful. I
Exactly.
have
We know better. We doing no
we
better.
we need to do better. Like I
Exactly.
had one friend who I'm not like I said, I'm not endorsing this stuff because I'm like I still think you should be in a relationship with your own people. But I mean what, it's fine. But
oh, oh,
stop, stop,
okay.
stop, 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 stop.
Okay.
Listen, listen, listen. So I had this one friend who is a YT friend, and she was in love with one of us, a brother. And
Hmm.
so and she was in love with him. She wanted to be with him, and the family was basically taking care of her and was like, if you go with him, we disown you. You can no longer call me your father. You can't call me your your mom and stuff like that. So basically, she chose him because she was in love with him. She chose him over her family, and they disowned her for it, and teaching her that kind of hate. She could very well have been hateful towards this new generation, but she decided, no, I don't care how you feel. I'm going to be kind to everyone, right? And so
Mhm.
this generation needs to show the next generation to be kinder to the other, white people and stuff like that, and vice versa, because we're just gonna keep carrying the hate, and thus this hatred that's showing up in society the way it is, like people being unalive and the way that we're being treated, and you can't eat out of two for 20 in peace. This hatred that's going on right now, like it's not gonna stop.
That's
We
what I'm
have to be
saying.
able to put a point and say, no,
That's why I
don't
get
keep it up.
disappointed. I be getting
Listen,
disappointed, I ain't gonna lie, because everybody gotta pay for dumb people out here. And dumb people don't
exactly.
come in certain colors. You know what I'm saying? We can have that in
Nope.
within our own kind. We can have
Mm-hmm.
that. That's why I be trying to get people to look at the bigger picture and things. Because it's like we do this labeling thing. We want to label the whole thing, but as soon as we get labeled, we want to go berserk. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird to me.
We
It's like we be
exactly.
hypocrites. We be
Ooh.
hypocrites for real. And that's
Yeah.
what I'm
Oh,
like,
I
though. We
love
gotta look
that.
at it. It's literally a spiritual war. You know what I'm saying? It's some stuff that it's literally deeper than what we can physically see on the outside. And us having this hatred towards something that we don't even really know what we hating. You know what I'm saying? We really don't know because we just quick to judge and like, oh, dang, you look like that, so you gotta be like that. And a lot of people ain't like that. Even like this, I think the reason why I opened my mind a little bit more, and I guess I'm thankful because I had a step grandfather that was YT. You know what I'm saying? I had one. He did way better than my regular grandfather. He actually was in my life. He actually loved and cared for me and everything. You know what I'm saying? It made me actually give a little grace towards the way that I was getting taught when I was older. Like, hey, no, you ain't supposed to like them and all that stuff. Like, that's crazy. So it made me realize that it ain't people. I mean, it ain't the color ain't the problem. It's the people. It's the mentality. It's the way they getting taught. Just like we just talked about the parenting, right? It's
Yeah.
the stuff that they getting taught and put or what they call it indoctrinated and all that stuff. It ain't just the color. You know what I'm saying? Because like I done got messed over by my own kind more than anything. If we want to put it that way, you know what I'm saying? But it's like it's problems everywhere. If we want to say that, it's nobody innocent. It's nobody. That's what I'm
Nobody.
saying.
Black, white, Puerto Rican, Mexican, whatever. No matter what color.
No matter. No matter. No
Exactly.
matter, man. But I know that's why and that's why I said because I was in and I know they was looking at me and just because I said my point of view they try to say, oh, you a coon or something like that. I'm like, well, whatever. I guess I can't change that mentality, whatever. I know where I got when I'm invited to a situation or not, but I've just always been that type that always think beyond the situation. Like little stuff. Some stuff don't make me happy because I always look at the bigger picture, man. And I look at it that like, man, a lot of us still got a lot of hatred in us and just ain't letting it go. That's just what it is. I understand. I'm fully aware of what's going on in this world. I already know what's going on in this world, but I can't be joining this pity party for real because it's not gonna do nothing for me. If I'm not putting in no work towards the community, that's what's gonna be my topic tomorrow about community, right? If I'm not putting into it, well, I can't get mad at what I'm not putting into. All I'm doing is I hope I say the B word. All I'm doing is just crying about it. I can't believe this and all that stuff. But you're not doing nothing about it. You're not showing anything different. And the main people that be talking be acting like they're innocent. None of us innocent. A lot of us ain't innocent. It just
They
be
be
crazy to
they,
me.
they be making me mad because some of these
I
people
gotta be
don't want to
miserable
be.
to not be a coon. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be a coon because I'm not miserable because I chose to live my life or look at things from a bigger picture. That's just crazy to me.
Because you think about it.
Like the people, huh? Go ahead.
What? No, go ahead.
And I was just about to say, just like I felt bad when they took it out on them cops. Like they had bad cops out here, right? And then this dude was, I think he was a sniper. I don't know, whatever. He was a pew pewer from Long Ranger, right? So we know what that is. And he was taking out innocent cops that had families and stuff like, dog, just because that one bad cop, that don't make it all them. So you're going to take somebody else from their home. They ain't had nothing to do with it. And you just going to blame all of them. And that's the problem. That is like people, I cannot believe that. And I get why they be saying this ignorant thing, man, because it's like, dog, how we not seeing, like, how we so trapped. And I really feel sad though. It's like, bro, it's like, why are we doing this? Like this war will never end because we got the same mentality as them, right? Whoever the them is, right? We are them
Mm-hmm.
just like them, so we them and each other because nobody don't want to be the bigger person and not look at what the problem really is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
But let me
It's
not
sad
talk
too.
like that because I'm gonna sound like a coon, I'm saying? I'm supposed to be miserable, you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So it is what it is, man. Like I said, this war, this crazy. That's why I talk about this. Whatever, man. We got YT people calling us black. That's what it is. They don't even know where black came from. We don't even know what is original. We fighting over stuff that got taught to us, and we fighting over so heavy. Like, and it's oh my gosh, it doesn't make my head hurt.
Some
Let me not.
stuff,
Let me
nah,
not go there.
some stuff we fight over is straight up stupid. Like, I mean,
It's
like
really
for
stupid. People
example,
don't really notice that.
like they be getting mad. I'm like, listen, I'm sorry, but you can say I'm white tea if you want. Like whoever want to say I'm white, I don't give a crap. But if you do your hair and it looks so nice, you got a white tea girl and they do little hair and little box braids. I'm like, oh, they look cute. Like I'm gonna tell you, look cute. Why am I gonna get mad over? Oh, you stole our hairstyle. Okay, it's true. It look good. I'm not gonna get mad at you for what? It don't belong to them me. Oh my god.
It's
Stop
these
getting
labels,
mad over
man.
this.
It's these labels. We label our or it's this titles. We put titles on. That's why I say we only gonna trap ourselves in a box. Whatever we call ourselves. At the end of the day, I look at it. We humans. At the end of the day, we humans and living different lives and different experiences and stuff. You put yourself in a box, you gonna stay in that box. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm really a deep thinker more than people really think it is. They really don't. That's why people look at me like I'm stupid because I've just always been that child that kind of think beyond the average. Not saying that I'm better than anybody, but I'm just saying
Your
I was
mind
always
is
that
not
what if
set.
person. Like, okay, why this and why that? I'll ask why all the time because because a lot of stuff just don't make sense to me, and I refuse to be trapped in the same what they call the rhetoric stuff or in the same thing that everybody's speaking on because I think so much higher. I used to be thinking beyond what I've been taught. I'm gonna put it that way. Because I'm like, why is this? Or because like I am like you just I don't know if y'all just heard me. I just literally said, where did this come from? Where did this us being called black, white, Chinese? Where did this come from? Like who called us this? Where did this come from? Did we make this up? I'm trying to wonder.
No, white tea people did.
So okay, and then okay, that right, and that's what I'm getting to. So if they the ones came up with this right, and then we be like, we fighting over this stuff that they called us, right?
Mm.
Because I heard, it makes more sense when people say what they say, indigenous or something like that, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that another word? I don't. That's a new word. I never heard that though.
What is
Just
it?
indigenous.
Indigenous
What that
people?
mean again? I got to know what that mean.
What
That
you
means you're
wait,
not
what are you
claiming
saying?
either black or white or uh, you're basically not claiming anything.
Okay, and that makes sense. And I would rather. Okay, and that makes sense because why
Are you
would I
talking about
claim something that the white tea people gave us? People don't think about that, right?
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying?
hold on. Wait. Are you talking about indigenous?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You're not claiming black, you're not claiming white, you're just in the middle. You're just middle
You're
ground.
just native. You're
Yeah.
just native, right?
Yes.
Native people, indigenous people,
It's
indigenous,
not native. You're not claiming either race. You're not claiming a race.
Okay,
indigenous
I
people
get you, I
are
get you, I get you, I get you.
inheritors of unique cultures and ways relating to
Because
people.
it's weird. It's like we selective on it. We like, okay, I'm not going to listen to the white tea man, but I am going to listen to the white tea man. Like, it's confusing. You don't see where I'm confused at. It don't make sense to me. It really
Right.
don't. Because it's like,
It don't
I
it
don't
don't
know.
make it don't make
That's
sense.
like partially reading the Bible type situation. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
Right.
I'm going to take this piece to make it fit my narrative, but then,
And that's why I just listen to people. Sometimes I just listen to them. A lot of times they don't make sense of what they're saying.
yeah.
That's why I've
Uh,
been saying this is my thing. How can you get if a white person call you a N word, but then your own people calling you N word? You trying to say it's justifiable because
oh
it's
yeah,
a
that.
good way. It's never a good way for somebody to call you an N word.
I'm sorry. I don't care for any of those words. It's like when somebody be like, "Oh, hey,
Right. It's either you're going to care
bitch.
about it or not, but
Hey,
don't be selective, but you go ahead. But I get what you're saying. Yeah.
no."
Yeah, you know what I
They
mean?
they be like, "Hi, bitch. Hi, bitch." And they all cool with it. I'm like, first, you're not gonna call me that. I don't care if you're my friend. You're
Mm-hmm.
not calling me that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a bitch. I'm not a female dog. Don't call me that. My name is Jeanette Saint Louis, and you're gonna call me that. Okay, don't call me that.
What's
So I don't know with that people do the same thing with that word. Or my friend can call me that, but you can't. What?
I
two
don't.
different
Stop
things?
calling you that.
Wow,
Like,
bro. You
man,
see where we
that
get
make no
confusion at?
sense.
What's two
So
So,
different things,
dumb.
Sarah Hawk?
He
Like
already know what he talk about.
this sounds stupid. Like they sound
Go
stupid.
ahead, BK. You can take that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm about to say you know, because I hear people say that a lot. It's the endurance. It's how they say it. Does it matter how somebody say it? It's still a bad word. It's still a word no matter how you look at it.
Hmm.
Why you make one pleasant and the other one unpleasant? How can you
Well,
say if a
actually,
man
I'm
said,
not gonna lie. Now the hard R hit
Yeah,
different.
I ain't
I'm
gonna lie,
not
that
gonna
dude
lie.
hit different, but
I'm
that's
not
what it got
gonna.
taught to. I ain't gonna lie because that's what
That
got
made me
taught
want
to
to
us
hold
though. That's
back
the reason why.
tears.
But we gotta at least be acknowledging of how where it came from or why we feel this way. That's just something we gotta grow out of to not feel that way. You know what I'm saying? But I get what he meaning as in like why even if a dude say the A right because it ain't like we hard R each other but we hard R with a joke but then it don't hit as hard because it's the way we talk. But then I get what he meaning like about like if we can say if it ain't offensive when that why we gotta make it selective. You can't we can't. It's like we setting ourselves up to get mad for what? That's like I'm saying
right,
that'd be weird.
you can't get
I'm not
mad?
gonna lie though. Like when they say it just sounds wrong. I don't know.
That hard
I
It
don't
R.
want
sounds
no.
That
wrong.
I
I don't
okay.
know.
First of all, I don't want nobody to say it. Like I don't care. I don't
I
want
get
nobody
you.
to say it. But it just sounds weird when they say it's like a virtuous woman when they start cussing. It's like okay, that don't sound out in your
Even
mouth.
though I do say that, I do
It
say that
don't
anywhere. I ain't
sound
gonna lie.
like.
What about it? But I don't get mad at a white tea person. Say I feel weird because it got taught into me, but yeah, I do say it though
And the reason we feel weird is because that's
because it
what
got
we were taught. Like
yeah,
that's
that's
what we're
how we
taught.
was taught. And I ain't gonna lie, that's just something I gotta grow out of because I be having to tell myself like, dang, why is I feeling mad or why you gotta always question yourself on this stuff, man, and not just
And
react. You gotta question yourself.
it's
My
crazy. Like
my grandfather told me never let nobody call you that word because
Okay,
the meaning is still the same. It don't even
yeah, I
matter
feel
how
you.
you try to miss a word. It still means the same.
Yeah, I feel
yeah,
you.
like don't call me
I
that.
see why Kyrie had got mad at that. That's
Right.
something I gotta get out. I don't know if I still say it though, but I gotta, because I do say it a lot, especially with my boys and stuff. I say that. Especially they get me mad. Oh,
That's
they get the B word
like
and all that anyway, but I guess it's the same thing. Ben, you don't get that.
You know. I mean, even when we with our boys, you know what I'm saying. We get to the point where we get comfortable
I get you. Makes
with
sense.
each other. You know what I'm saying. And then
Yeah.
if you hear a white person say it, then everybody want to run to them. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I feel you on that though.
We should run away from that word. If we want to get away from things, let's start with the small things. Let's get that
That's
out of our
facts.
community. You know what I mean? If
That's
you don't know my name, you can't call me by my name, then hey, what's the point of you calling me?
that's
You know?
facts.
I hear
Yeah,
you.
that's accountability. I can't be a hypocrite, so I feel you on that. Gotta work on. Yeah, because if nobody else can say it, why you saying it? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's crazy.
Don't make
That makes sense.
don't frown upon the other one.
Well,
If we try to get away from, you know what I'm saying, what we learned back in the day, it shouldn't come today. Just, you know, it's backwards down here from my experience. I mean, it is backwards. Backwards is I don't know what. I mean, I would never listen. Even when somebody get mad at me, hold on, player, you ain't got to say that. Use another word. My brother. Okay, now I can deal with that. Now we can
yeah, they
talk.
gotta respect it though, because they gotta. I mean, so first off, yeah, if you set the boundary right, I get you. Well, I wouldn't say react because some people just got it in they stuff though. You just gotta let them know. Hey, no, I don't like it when you say that word because it's just all about understanding each other, right? Or understanding who you're talking to. But I can
Yeah,
see if they further saying it, or you could tell if they saying it by mistake or not. But if they further
right.
doing it on purpose, then that's when it's disrespect.
I mean, I
oh
don't
yeah, I
know.
mean I've had to do that at work. I've had to do that in the military. Like I've had to be like, listen, I don't know, you might be cool with that word, but please don't say that around me. And I think because I'm so chill all the time, like I really nothing really bothers me. I'm like unbothered 24/7. So because I act that way whenever I'm like, hey, I'm not okay with something, they understand. It speaks volume because I'm pretty chill with everything else. So it's like when I say,
Mm.
hey, I'm not cool with that, it's like, oh dang, okay, we done say something wrong. Let me stop. And so they just stop.
So you made
Like
me think. So is it should we be trained to not get affected or should we train to stop saying a word? Which one should it be? I just thought
I
about
think
that.
I think both. I think you shouldn't let it bother you when people say it,
Mm.
and you should stop saying it.
Okay, I think I feel that too, though. Okay.
It's like
Well,
somebody at
I
work.
would say which one is more important, though.
I think we should stop saying it. Just
I hate trying to be. It's like the reason why I say that. I'm gonna say the reason why
oh wait
is
wait wait
because
wait
it's
wait
just
wait
so
wait
many.
wait.
No, don't try to change it. No, nope. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let
No,
you sit in
because
yours.
no. It
You
should
try.
not be affected because once you stop
Dang.
getting affected, it loses meaning. It loses
Yeah,
meaning.
because there's so many people saying it and stuff. So that's why I say I'd rather train myself to not get affected by it because that's like me telling, making somebody be what they, you know what I'm saying, forcing somebody else, because that only works for so far. Because I can't tell every dude around it. I was about to say the N word already. Tell every dude, uh, hey man, you don't call me that. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody, that's gonna be a lot. Because there's people that just literally got that ingrained in them and stuff.
And I understand what you're saying, but the people that I encounter,
I
don't
feel you.
nobody say that. Don't nobody gonna say
Yeah, I
that.
feel
Not
you. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
I
Because
mean,
if we gonna do things, let's do it the right way. You don't
Yeah.
want nobody around you calling you the N word. You know what I'm saying? If even if you're around a bunch of YT people
Yeah.
and y'all just joking around, you don't want nobody to say that. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? And like you said, we set boundaries. Then you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if somebody that's not in my circle
Mm-hmm.
that I'm not cool with and is over there saying it, hey, they're gonna say what they want to say.
I feel
But
you.
for around me with me, no, you're not gonna say that word, and I'm not gonna allow you to say that word. Not with me in there,
I
because
feel you.
it's not a good thing. I don't care how you try to reword it, how you try to nerve. It's still wrong, no matter how you look at it. Because
Mm-hmm.
our fault for that not to get on top of us. We heard
I
our
get
people
you. I get you.
ancestors talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Would you lose a good
I
friend
mean,
off that word?
nah, it's not that
oh yeah,
big.
I lost a friend behind it.
Oh dang, that's
Really? Oh
serious.
my lord,
That's
it's not that
serious. Wow.
serious.
Ouch.
Because if you can't
I, I'm,
respect me,
I'm,
if you can't respect me as a man,
Mm-hmm.
and I ask you not to do that to
oh,
me,
okay, I get it.
then you don't come on.
I feel you though,
Like you
but
said, Ken,
it got
it's
to be a
like
little grace because somebody might slip up. That's like somebody cussing. You tell you, I don't want you cussing around, but they used to cussing and stuff. It's just like trying to understand it. But I guess everybody got their
I give
boundaries,
you
so it is
some
what it is.
grace, but you gotta understand.
you know
If
what I'm
I say
saying.
don't do
Yeah, at
something,
least
don't do
try. At
it.
least
Yeah, at
try.
least try. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I like a slip up. I can deal with a slip up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you intentional do it?
Oh,
No.
see what he
Yeah.
said.
Or. Mm-hmm.
He
Because you
can
get
say
mad.
about it that
Because just like we try to teach our young men, have emotional control. Even when you're mad, okay, things slip. Okay, I accept that when you're mad, because you're gonna think whatever you come off the top of your head.
Exactly.
But when we're in a debate, come on, bro, you can
exactly.
say certain things without actually saying it. My brother,
It's,
you know what I'm saying? Ninja, if you say ninja, I'm good with that. But when you say, come on, bro, you just
That's
start
still scary
like,
too. A
and
white
it,
guy
and
say
it
they gonna
is
tear him up too.
right.
I'm talking
You,
about a
you,
turtle, Ninja Turtle.
they
no,
tell
but
me
seriously though, if you
Donatello.
how your people get a pass, but the YT people can't get a pass. What makes
Right.
one
there
better
should be
than
Exactly.
no
the other?
pass. There's no pass. Period.
What makes
Like
one
there
better than
should
the
be no
other?
pass.
Because your own people will hurt you better and worse than what the YT will.
Right. That's why I be trying to tell people, man. We be trying to. That's weird. That's what I'm saying.
It's so
It's that
weird.
stuff they got
Yeah,
pushed
that's
in our
just weird.
mind, for real. We not. That's why I say it's our choice if we want to grow out that situation. And I can't let that. Like, if I look at it, if I'm saying the word, then I'm gonna let the people say it, right?
If you're
But if
saying
Yeah, I
I
mean
don't want it
that's how
around
it should
me, I don't want
be.
people saying it around me. That's just how it is. You got to literally set some type of boundary. You can't get
Hmm.
mad if it's contradict what you stand on, though. That's the
right,
thing.
It's like I really think you really gotta get it to where it doesn't affect you because when a word doesn't affect you, it loses all its meaning. It's like somebody called me
Boy,
the
you gonna end
DIT
up
switch
getting
word.
jumped like that one dude
Like,
from earlier, trying to see if
huh?
you can check every white team person about that. Not my people.
right. And
And you go,
with the
you better
women,
hope you got you a hat. Throw that one in.
I'm so dead.
right? Just
And
like just like
the
the
chair
women.
too.
And we're gonna go on the other word with the women. What the women be saying the word be?
Right.
Oh, it's endowment. It's endowment. How do I say?
Mm.
What?
How they say when a woman when another woman call you a B, it's okay, but if a man say it, it's wrong.
I
Mm.
don't care. I don't care who it is. You're not calling me that.
I can feel you now. That makes sense. I get you in
You
a
know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
second
don't
on
care
that.
who you
That's
are.
that
But I know
stuff
what you're
though.
saying. I know what you're
I
saying
get
because
you.
it does happen, and they do that.
Yeah.
So you
Be
might as well
like,
take the word
be
out
as
in
you
general, right? Exactly. Don't be a
said.
hypocrite. You got to stand strong on that.
They be
We
like,
got to
you look
build that
so
Word.
mentality.
good.
Endearment.
Yeah, that's my boy CD. You know, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, CD. But you know what I mean? It's not. It's not endearment. It's still a B. You're still a female dog, no matter how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
It means the same.
Yep.
That's not no endearment. Like, that's,
Hey,
no.
female dog. You know what I mean? I'm not a dog. I'm not a.
You know what a female dog does? They open their legs to everything. They let everything
Oh
just go on.
my.
Like,
Uh,
and female, do
Yeah.
you
I thought it was a
understand it?
pretty.
Like, no.
see, like now,
Yeah.
I hear some women on TikTok. You better not call her no female. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's a cuss word too now.
I mean, you can't call
Right.
no woman no female, but you can't call her a queen and you
I
can't
am a
call her a
human.
sister.
Right.
So what can I call her? You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So you heard certain words bad, and you praising another word. That don't make sense to
Exactly.
me.
Some don't make
It's just
right.
this
Dog, I'm
generation. They're
telling you,
just so
man.
sensitive.
I'm
They're so
telling you,
soft.
man.
This generation
Uh,
is sensitive and
that's what
soft.
I appreciate about PK, man. He open minded for real, man. That's the reason why it's easy to talk to him, man. I
Oh,
be trying to find more people that's like that, man, because you can't really say anything nowadays because they don't want to. Some people just don't want to hear you, man, or try to understand you because they just only stuck in their box they in. That's all it is. People get mad when I say that, but it is what it is. I'm gonna call it how it is, man, and let people know. Hopefully, it'll wake them up one day. You know, you're in a box. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
When I tell you I'm on open minded stuff and I figured out what that really is, I'm seriously on. I'm like open minded. This is what I figured out, or this I made my own little definition. I think is you open to being wrong at any point. That's what I call open minded in my book. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe anything can be proven wrong at one point. You just got to be accepting of it. You can't be stubborn at and all think everything is right. So I am open to being wrong if I'm talking about something.
Somebody see what Tara House say. It's 13 different genders, so that's confusing. BK. Yeah, I mean it's more than that. Actually, it's more. It's more than just 13. Tara Hawk. I think it's like I think I wrote it down. I think it's like 60
50,
something different.
50, something like that.
It's too
52.
much. It's
Yeah,
too
it's too
much.
many genders.
It
It's a
ain't
It's
lot of
more than
genders.
that.
confusing.
According to them, it is. It's only two.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Well,
I
it's
don't
only
care what
two.
I
I
don't
work
care
at
what
my
science is talking about or whatever they
Right,
want to come up with.
right.
It's only two,
I
and
work
we
at my
know who gonna
school.
get pregnant and who don't. That's how we gonna know. Even
That's
though they
it.
gonna be like, well, some of them can't have babies. I ain't talking about that. It's
Right.
gonna tell you in the inside what your body is made for.
Yeah.
You got the little thing in the middle to see if it's made to push babies out. If it ain't made to push out babies, then you're a man. If it's made to push out babies, you are a woman. You can't change it, no matter what you think.
Okay. What I mean by the female, I think that's what you were referring to, CD, about the female. Some women don't want to be called female. Some
Yep.
women don't want to be called bees.
Mm-hmm.
Some women don't want to be called queens. So okay, now I'm confused. What do you want to be called?
Boy.
Saying so some women don't want to be called a man can't call a woman a female. And some women don't want men to be calling them bees.
Mm-hmm.
But you allow another woman to do it. You make
I
one
think I feel you
man and
more
the
and
other one
more
do it.
when you say this because I don't be liking when girls be calling me an N word, even though I say it to my boys. So I feel you by trying to eliminate the word because I'm
Right.
like, dang,
Just
why do I
eliminate the
feel that
word.
way? Feel so
Just take the word.
disrespected.
Right. You take
Huh?
the word away, then you okay, what up, man? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
What I'm a
exactly. I
man.
feel you on that too, and I gotta, and that's why I said that's why I can't be stubborn. I gotta, if I feel like something, I gotta at least change something. Though. If I get mad at it, right, from another person using, that's when that mean that's something I have to change. Because it's either get mad at it or not. You know what I'm saying? It's either just like we're saying, if you want to say the word, don't get mad at the word when it gets done to you, right? But if
Right.
you not don't want to
Right.
do it, you know what I'm saying, don't use it at all. You know what I'm saying? That's how I
Yeah.
gotta be. So you gotta
You know
pick
what I
your
mean?
side, but you can't be a
Right.
hypocrite with it. So that's what, yeah. You're allowed, but you're not. You know, that's crazy. Like if you gotta be that way, then take the word away. You know what I'm saying? Don't use it at all. Don't be selective because that's get confusing.
Open.
Okay, so just because you okay, it's like Mr. Tara Hawk. It's like a man, right, who gets older and their thing no longer work properly, right? They still have it. They're still a man. It just don't work
Did he
properly.
just? I just explained that. That's crazy. He must have still
So,
wanted to write that. I literally said, I said, if you got to have a baby, that means you're a
because he
woman.
said, what about the woman who can't have children? That's what he said. What about the women who
But her
can't have
body's
kids?
still made to have a
Yeah,
baby. That's why I said that.
like you still have ovaries.
Uh,
It's still there.
just because you can't have them, that
Like
don't
these
make.
these
So
these
at this
people
point,
that claim different things, they don't have ovaries. They literally can't. That's something you
Even
can't make up.
look, even the one that got two, they say they got ones that got two parts. It's only one that works.
right,
I
Exactly.
talked to somebody about that. It's only one that works. Otherwise, you get yourself pregnant. What
right.
the heck?
But on the time it don't work when they take it all out.
Yeah, because it's not the way you can have a nuts and a
But I mean, I'm not saying okay,
eggs.
my bad. You know, like when you have the thing or whatever, like it just sometimes you gotta take some medicine for it to work. You still have the part. You're still a man. It just doesn't
Yeah,
work like it's
because
supposed
you
to.
ain't gonna have
As you get
ovaries
older,
or
your body
eggs. You know what I'm
change.
saying?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's either or. I don't think it's even if they say you got both parts together. You have a Peter, but the Peter don't mean it operates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It
And you
means
know
that
what?
you got ovary with a Peter. You got to cut the Peter off or something.
Yeah.
And sometimes I go on these lives and I listen to them talking, and these people they have to take medicine for the rest of their lives
Yep.
just so they can have a part they weren't meant to have.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
Like these
Yep.
Yeah.
people have infections. Some of them have to go to the doctor, keep on going to the
Mhm.
doctor. They have infections
All
down
that over
there. It
image.
doesn't heal properly. Like
Hmm.
putting yourself through all that. Okay, cool. You had to do it. Okay, let's just say I'm gonna let you be you. You had to do it, but
Uh-huh.
you not let you claiming to be a woman.
Mm.
It's it's completely like it's mind blowing to me for you to even think that, because I don't have to take a bunch of pills to maintain a shape of my uterus and my ovaries.
Something
It
that was
stays that
naturally
way.
yours. Something that's naturally yours. And a woman
I don't
got
gotta
that,
take
but
no
some
pills
is
for
not
that.
natural. Right. But some
And
that's
not
not
only do you have
natural.
to take a pill for the infection, you have to take a pill for the pH. You have to take a pill for. They have to be on medicine for the rest of their life,
Man.
and that surgery takes a while to heal down there.
Mm-mm-mm.
So you mean to tell me you're gonna call yourself the same as me? The same as
I
me?
identify as.
I'm sorry, but no.
So,
I had to talk to my boss the other day about that. I was like, I'm
mhm.
not comfortable with that. I'm sorry, but I will not represent that. It's against my religion. Because we had orientation and they try to they asked me to sit at a table and stuff and have these flags and stuff. I was like, I'm not comfortable with that. It's against my religion and my value as a person. And like I mean, if I have to, I'll go to HR. I'm not representing that. You can have
I mean,
somebody
just
else
because
sit
you
at
don't
that
support
table.
something, that don't mean you don't love
Yeah, I mean, like, I love you as a
them.
person.
Or
That's the big thing. Some
people be
Christians
mixing
get
that up.
twisted. You
Yep.
see, Christians get a little part of the Bible and hold on to it, right?
Of
Like
course.
we have on campus, we have people who protest LGBT community, and they hold the Bible and hold signs that has Bible verses and say God hates you because you're
That's a
homosexual.
lie.
I had to go up to him. I did. I went up to him. I said, "I'm sorry. Excuse me." Because we're not supposed to go up to them and like when you're in your uniform, your military uniform, and I was going to class and I was in my military uniform. But I didn't like that. I had to stand on what I believe on. So I went over there. I said, "Did you just say God hates like that person because they're homosexual?" And he was like, "Yes, God hates them. It's true." I said, "As a fellow Christian, I'm gonna tell you, God doesn't hate anyone.
No,
God does not have
not even the
hate in,
devil.
in, in his heart." I said, "For you to say that, you need to go back and read your Bible some
Got to.
more and stop on this nonsense. God
You
don't
hate him,
hate
not the God.
nobody."
Yeah. They could do that. You know what
That
I
don't
mean?
be right.
I didn't
F1,
read
F1
nothing.
in the comments. Don't say the
Oh,
K word.
hope yeah, somebody type it.
I can't see it.
Oh crap! I forgot the one.
You about to
Yeah.
get it instantly boomed out. Boom.
Hey, CB. Yeah, I'm confused too, my brother. I mean, about that
I like
part.
how
You know
this
what I
guy
mean?
say I'm confusion. I'm confusion. I'm gonna start using that. I'm
I'm confused.
confusion.
You know what I
This
mean?
guy on TikTok named Terry, he said, I'm confusion. You mean
Yeah, I'm confusing too.
when somebody says something stupid, I'm gonna say I'm confusion. What?
I'm confusing too. I'm
Confusion. Right.
confused. You know what I mean? You know, that right there, man. You know what I mean? When you hear a woman, I hear many of them say that. I mean, them are the what they call them, the feminist group.
Mm.
You know, they don't like that word be and female and you know different to that nature, ma'am or queen or. Oh, I'm tired of hearing that word. It's so overrated. Yeah, I know that men go in your DMs and say queen a lot. You know what I
Mm.
mean? If that's what you are, that's what you are. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with someone saying that. But some of them don't need to be have the word have the title queen anyway. A lot of them,
Oh,
and then you know what I'm saying. And some kings out here, and some of them don't need to be called kings. You
I'm
know what I'm saying?
human.
Good
Yeah.
night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. And go to bed. Yeah,
Yeah.
now I
I'm
get
no,
to
I'm
say it.
going to go
Now
watch
I get to say
anime. I'm gonna go watch
he say, by the
some
way.
One Piece.
Oh, yeah, for sure, then.
I'm gonna go watch anime.
Oh, think
Oh,
about
I
going
got
to
a topic
sleep.
about the people
Okay,
that call
bye.
themselves guys or feel like they're God. I got a topic about that too.
That would be a good one.
Sometime next week. I can't wait to talk about it. I realized that the people that call themselves that or feel like they're a God or something like that, they either have some type of insecurity about them, or or they got arrogance about them. It's one of the two. I always notice that.
Right.
Cause like if you
Right.
very humble, right? I mean, you would just get a credit to some, some a maker. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't feel like you are cause you got, I don't know, but let me not get into that. But I can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah.
About the sweats, make some people sweats.
Yeah. Our dog walk folks with subscription.
Put
You
it
know,
on that, right?
I
I be
laugh at it.
loving it though. I love when people talk about it though. That make because it helped me learn too. That's one thing. Now that I'm not scared to read, it helped me learn and look at it. And actually, I be getting more better out of it. I love it. I be loving it. They be making the worst of stuff too. Like why did it say this and that? You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I read it out of love. So not ain't
What up?
nobody getting dog walk. Touche, bring your head up here, man. What's the deal, man? You
I
got
mean,
dog walk the last 2 days you was in my life. I was like, you stop messing with me, man.
I feel you, Terrell. You know what I mean?
It's a
Yeah.
bunch of me's in here too, Shay, man. Everybody don't got that same mentality, boy.
Everybody don't feel that. I mean, some people do feel that way. You know what I mean? But some people don't even worry about it. I mean, some
What's that?
things
I forgot. My
you
bad.
don't.
I got a burn for. What was he talking about? My bad.
Oh no, you good.
What
You
you
good.
was saying? What was he talking about?
Talking to Terrell, you said the way people feel about
Oh,
themselves has nothing to do with me. I mean, no, it
oh,
don't. But you know, everybody had to call themselves the right thing because king. You know, everybody that got to know the definition behind king,
right. Don't lie to yourself.
right? Because if you're a true king, you got to know the definition behind that word king. Now, if
Yep.
your last name is not king, or somebody didn't name you king, you know what I mean? Then hey, don't give yourself the word king. You got a
Right.
lot of responsibilities when it comes to a king. A lot of responsibilities.
It's a personality that comes behind all that stuff with that type of mentality though.
Right.
And which is damaging. It's damaging to them and others. You know what I'm saying? Is the way they treat people. And it's gonna go back to even with that topic with the God stuff, people calling themselves guys. But yeah, it's a lot behind that. So even if we want to say that people let people think what they think, but then again, like it's damaging. You know what I'm saying? People gotta realize they gotta wake up in reality one day. Calling themselves tens and stuff. Ain't nobody on this earth a freaking 10. No, nobody. You know what I'm saying?
And we ain't combating conversation. Touche. We just talking, generally talking. We all having our opinion.
Combating. What we combating? We literally. We just
I don't
talking about
have
a
the
few
debate.
things, the Bible and parenting. What's wrong with that?
Ain't no debate going on, Touche. No debate whatsoever.
All right. Well, come up. What you want to talk about? You want to talk about? Uh,
I mean, you want to talk about
let's talk about these people. The one thing, the couple things me and him can agree on about these people that make excuses about that people don't know how to be accountable and all that stuff. People make excuses for why they don't want to move forward or the victim mentality. That's one thing we at least agree on. We don't like that victim mentality. It's annoying. That junk is annoying. I ain't gonna lie. That's the only people I don't get along with them. And I notice a little bit. I don't get along with people with an arrogant mentality. A little bit, just a little bit. But the victim mentality is way worse than the arrogant people. I'm big on the humbleness and thinking positive. Uh, some type of growth. Growth and being a little open minded at least. My like I can't explain the my way how open I am because it's like I am big on like that trying to run away from titles and all that stuff and claiming myself because I really want to get out this because I feel like I got so much I can just do in life and if I tell myself I'm just this that's all I'm gonna really be, you know what I'm saying? I'll be stuck in that little whatever that I am and I feel like that if I can do whatever I want to do for real, like whatever type of life is I'm living I can be that. You know what I'm saying? And I can learn these ways. If I want to speak Spanish or I want to be a Spanish person, I can do that. You know what I'm saying? Book me a flight, set it up, whatever, and start going to, I don't know, wherever I want to go. You know what I'm saying? I can do it. I think we really limit ourselves. That's all it is. I think, shoot, God made us way powerful than what people be trying to limit themselves. I'm powerful than what my skin tone is. I'm powerful than, because they be trying to make it. Man, people don't realize we more powerful than what we try to box ourselves to be. That's just the point. That's my whole point.
one,
But
two, seven.
I think I was talking about the open minded stuff though, about because that's why I be laughing at people be swearing they like I say, everything is off beliefs. No matter how we want to look at it. People want to say it's a fact, and I say no, beliefs are not facts. Whatever you want to believe is not fact. Certain things might be facts in your life, right? But beliefs, most of the time, it's stuff we be going off of is beliefs. And stuff that either got taught to us or our personal experiences stuff. Of course, our experiences could be a fact to us, but it ain't a fact to everybody else, and it ain't nobody's choice. I mean, nobody's entitled to believe in what you believe either,
Right.
or or your fact. Because even if it's your fact, that don't mean I have to believe it. You don't have to feel. You shouldn't feel. Well, I can't say feel bad, but you should. I mean, you gotta let humans be humans. I can either believe you or not. Don't be like, oh, you don't trust me or nothing like that. I mean, it is what it is. Humans lie. Humans over exaggerate, anything. So it's up to me if I want to believe or not. Just like I ain't gonna force you to believe everything I say. So it's just
Well,
all of us really just making choices in our life. And your beliefs is what make you and all that stuff. And like I said, even with that, like I believe that everything we believe in can be debunked or
of course.
proven wrong. And that's why I be meaning about that's true open mindedness that you open to being wrong. You know what I'm saying? You open
Right.
for real, like not being
Mhm.
stubborn. It's the opposite.
Right. 'Cause one thing about it, I'm not afraid of being wrong. Because I can be wrong until I'm proven right. You
Yeah.
can you can show me some facts over feelings. Hey, we good. Okay. Then I go back and I redo my research. I ain't got a problem
Mm.
with it. Now when
Yeah.
I'm wrong, hey, don't I go wrong, I'm gonna say, okay, well, I'm gonna get quiet and I'm gonna do my research. And then I come back and say, hey, you know what? You were right. I don't have a problem giving you your credit where credit is
Mm.
due. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? One
Yeah.
thing about it, when I'm saying you right, okay, we can leave it as that. Cut it off. Man,
Yeah.
thankful. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
if I'm when you right and I'm giving you facts and not feelings, then hey, what can you go off of? Well, I feel this.
Exactly.
It's not how you feel, my brother. Let's get the facts straight.
Yep. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? If we can't be 100 with each other, then what are we? What is the point of being up here? Uh,
Hmm.
CD, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what that mean either. Islam says I ain't know none of that. I don't know what he meant by that one. Yeah, he got me on that one.
CD, I don't know what that means.
He got me. He got me today on that one. I was about to
CD,
blame it on being sick, sleepy, but I forgot I got some sleep. But I'll walk away, corner me, though I'm diving in. Yo, behind. That's good. At least you said walk away. Not many people know that, so you can't say that one though.
Hmm.
Touche said he ain't walking away. I talked to him before.
Hmm.
But I understand. He told me his backstory, so I gotta respect it though. But I wouldn't recommend me myself. I gotta always think positive and always try to the best decision of what I feel. That's all it is. I
Right.
mean, either it's gonna work or not. But I don't want nobody in no danger type situation. So of course I'm going to tell somebody to walk away, then actually uh, go one on one with somebody. Now of course I'm gonna try to pick the best thing that seems safe. But
Mm.
I mean. I wouldn't tell my kids to be like, hey, because you got a pew pew, fight another person with a pew pew. No, I'm going to say, run away if you can. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing. Don't let that be your first thing to go towards is, oh, because I got it in my pocket, I can win. It's because you got it in your pocket, that don't mean you're going to win.
I feel you, Terry Hawk. I feel you. I do.
Generally, something different. Generally, something different. Yeah, it's called beliefs. I said beliefs are not facts. It's just a belief. It's or having faith in something. Like that's all it is. That's all of us is living by. We are humans. And we trying to believe in what we feel can best fit our life at this moment. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. It don't make it, it might feel right, but it don't make it right. It might be wrong. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I don't make it right or wrong. It's just what I believe in. What I know that if the I believe in my heart and what I've read and believe
Hmm.
deeply that when I leave this earth, in which we're gonna leave this earth,
That's
that
a fact.
somewhere different.
That's a one fact.
We're not gonna be in this same form. We're not gonna be in this body. We're not gonna
Yep.
be here. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? People say we're still gonna be here. I wouldn't know because if I'm gone, I would never know what it is.
That's right. And they like somebody gonna prove us like as soon as we go somewhere. I told you. It is what it is. Shoot, man, I was right or wrong on Earth. So hey, you was
So
right.
when
It is what it is.
we leave,
But
I
who
mean,
knows?
we're not gonna be able to hear nor see what's going on earth.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
we can talk to he can talk to the spirit. This
Hmm.
shell will perish
Yep.
body.
I be
You know,
thinking that that's what I feel that way too. Like our I don't think it's just our mind we building up. That's just a belief, right? I don't think
hmm
it's a mind or we just building up. I think it's a spirit, and that's why be making me thinking about like how the brain work. And I be like, though, I be really thinking like some of this stuff come from our spirit more than just our brain. I think our brain is just the external, like the just the shell, right? You know what I'm
hmm
saying? So I feel like a lot of this stuff that we learn and stuff is actually going into our spirit. I don't know. That's just my belief, like I said, because I'll be like, dog, how can my brain remember what happened all it in if I think so hard enough? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do
Right.
I remember this? It just be weird.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel like when I see things or I visualize or I sit here and I'm like, that I feel like I've been here before.
Oh, yeah, right.
It just I feel. I mean, I could be. It could be both ways. I feel like that a part of me was already here, reincarnated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like we can't put our pin on it. It's like I be feeling that too, though. I feel you like, dang, what was I doing before this? I be thinking stuff like that too. Was I here before, or
Yeah, I
is
can
this my
visualize.
100th life? You know what I'm saying? I don't.
Right, right. You know,
I just don't remember.
why do
It's
I
just
feel
so
like
much, man.
I do be thinking about that. Matter of fact, I was thinking about that today. I was like, hey, I said, I know that wasn't cars, but I can only see myself walking on saying in a certain place. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, wait a minute. Now I feel like I'm walking on gravel. But even when I'm
Oh,
driving, I feel like I'm walking on gravel.
hmm.
You know what?
Agreement number 18 for me and Terror. I do believe that energy.
So,
I do believe that's one thing for sure. We are all energy, though.
yeah, it never stops. It keeps
I
going.
think our creator is energy. You know what I'm saying? I think we are still, no matter what form it is, all of us is a part the of the creation. You know what I'm saying? Even space and all that. All that stuff. It's all literally the same thing, made out of whatever scientists they call it, atoms and neutrons and protons, whatever. You know, all of it is the same thing. It's everywhere, and you can't destroy it.
You cannot. You gotta keep it. You gotta keep it going.
It's gonna take another form at the most.
Right.
I'm a plant today. I was always wondering, was I an ant one time? You know, I've been thinking of all type of stuff. Was I that ant that got stepped on?
Yo,
Became a human today?
yo, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it, man. I'm not. You know what? And I'm gonna say this. You gonna laugh too. I was thinking about that earlier because look, I got some little black ants be running around on my porch. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
man. I said, well, I feel like I've been down there that low, and I can look up and see people. Guess what, man? I'm not. I'm gonna get off this line,
Hey,
man.
it's
Golly.
possible we could have had different brains at that time. Or that is weird. Yeah, that's just gonna hurt my head. You know what? I'll stop trying to believe. I mean, try to stop thinking it, and that's what the Bible kind of confirmed on. That's why I stopped because I used to, like I said, when I say I be trying to be a thinker, I be trying to think for real. Because I was like, oh, all right, if God created us to do this, we build all this up, then we get buried in the grave. Like, what are we doing all this for? I be thinking about all this stuff, and then if He know what we gonna do, I was thinking about like, dog, what is the purpose? What is really our purpose? But then when I really looked in the Bible, it said that only God knows, his plan. You know what I'm saying? So I started thinking about like this another thing where this ain't meant for me to know. No matter how hard I want to think about it, I'm not gonna. So I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna make my nose bleed for trying to think about all this stuff because it's like some stuff just ain't meant for me to know. Just like we don't know who created God. You know what I'm saying? We just don't know stuff like that.
Right.
All we know is we got created, and it had to be something that created us. That's all we know. It
Right. Right. Everybody want to dive in deep
ain't no
into.
mistake.
No, no mistake. Not at all. And people want to dive into history and all that. And, come on, man. I know.
That's limited.
Look,
That's limited. All this stuff, that's why I be laughing at people. This stuff is limited because it's always going to go back to faith no matter how we want to look at it. It's
no
some
matter.
type of faith because you can only go so far with science and
Mhm.
history and all that stuff. But still, what created that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It don't stop.
It's gonna be a cycle. You're gonna continue to ask questions after asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Extended being divine and having a personal intelligence. But yeah, I'm mad. I'm sitting here looking at King, man. Whoa, whoa. I don't want to be called King no more. Sorry. I don't want no.
Bro, I've been stopped that a while ago. I thought I had a humble type mentality and stuff, man. Nah, I'm a regular human just like you. I
Right,
can do as much. You know what I'm saying? We can do it just about the same. If we fully functional. So even if you're missing a leg, you can still make some things happen. So it
right.
is what it is.
Old English.
As long as you living.
So that's an English word. The point is,
So what's the point? Like most of the time, if you feel insecure, bro, I ain't gonna lie. The king, queen, that's something to uplift whatever they got that's internally inside of them. Like, and it's weird because the people that usually use that nowadays be either. That's what I say. It's the same thing with that guys, people that call themselves gods and goddesses. I can't wait to
mm-hmm.
tackle that topic, man. Because it really be the insecurity or some type of arrogance. Either you feel like you better than somebody, or you feel like you below somebody, and you trying to act like you better. It's one of the two. That's what it is. I be paying attention. I ain't gonna even lie. I swear I pay attention. That should be funny.
Honestly, the full meaning of a king is a male chauvinist or macho.
Mm.
Oh, that's where I'm gonna land my plane at on that one. I ain't looking at no further.
He said,
Dang.
"Hold up, you said that's what you look. Hold up, I gotta see now.
So, what is the full meaning of king?
Oh, you said as a male. What?
Look at the dictionary. It's like
Yeah, I'm about to. Let
you
me
got
see.
different dictionaries. Um, and just scroll down to whoa, chauvinist, a man who holds by life and usually by inherited rights, the chief
In
author over the
state,
country and
especially
people.
one who inherits the position, right of birth, a male ruler of an independence. State.
So you got to be a ruler. I mean, just you inherit that title, that name, king.
You can inherit it, or you can, yeah. Mm.
And you got to go see the full meaning of a king.
So people just be making up. Well, I am a king of my castle. And like,
And you have to have a castle. I mean, you know,
well,
what does it?
how can we? Okay, I'm gonna make it. Even this right here, even in America, right? How can anybody call themselves that if you paying taxes?
Right, that part. That part.
Like, are you really? Are we really kings? Because like at the end of the day,
Wait,
if we was a king, America should look up to you. You see what I'm saying?
right.
Or a queen or something like. They should look up to you.
You
So
should
you
have.
can't make your own definition of, oh, because I am the ruler and I'm the king and queen of my castle. That's fake.
And
Because even your castle you paying taxes on. Like you really
nine
don't own it.
times that part, I'm about to say that. 9 times out of 10, you probably don't own it. You might be renting.
Even but look, even the stuff you own, you still pay taxes. No matter how you want to look, because it'd be done for if you don't pay your taxes. So
That's
do
true.
you really own it?
No, no. I don't care even if you do own it and your name is on it, you're still paying taxes.
Right. That's
So
what I'm
you're gonna
saying.
pay taxes to the
That's
day
what a
you.
checkmate is always gonna be there. Like, no, you can't be because it's like a real king will like they taxes would be being paid to them. You know what I'm saying? If you was really a king or a queen,
That's
you
it.
know what I'm saying? That's
So
how they the one get paid taxes, if you want to put it that way. Because you ruling, you the one that's owning America or something like that. I don't know.
we don't own a country.
Right.
And you damn sure didn't inherit that name.
Right, exactly.
Or
The
somebody gonna have to
is
know
that like
somebody.
being a butthole for thinking technical or so? I'm trying to wonder though, because like really, like I don't be want to shoot people's dreams, but it's like we got to really think about what we saying though. It's just weird. Like we want to say stuff to make us feel good and all this stuff. Whatever this insecurity that you got or this arrogance, you got to work on that stuff within yourself. I am proud to say I'm a confident human. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to be call myself a king to be confident. I don't have to call myself a 10 out of 10 to be confident. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? If you got to do all that, then that means there's something more that you got to work on with yourself because you can use motivation for only so long until you
Right.
got to still get to the root of the problem.
That part. Right. Kings pay taxes too. No, I don't think kings pay taxes. Uh-uh.
Who said that the
If
kings
I'm a
pay?
king, I'm a ruler over the country. That
Right,
means you paying me because I'm the king. I don't have to pay any
right.
as a king. You don't pay
You
no
got to
tax.
really think about that. Right, exactly. How do a king pay taxes if I'm the ruler? If y'all look up to me,
And who
I'm
he
not paying anything. What the heck?
and who he paying taxes to? Because they ain't no government.
Right, that's his king.
That's his country.
I'm a supervisor, and that's the that's you got the boss and the supervisor. That's what that is. So, are you really a king?
Only way he got to pay taxes to is the emperor or empress. That's the only one that he probably have to pay.
Hmm.
And which I doubt they're gonna do that because he's gonna be his own king in his own country.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
So
A king is literally a ruler of of a state or something. I don't know what they say like that or something.
it's considered a higher title. And much of their strict definition of emperor is that an emperor has his relationship.
I'm happily to tell a mother what I want to be called. That's funny. Let me see. Is there such thing as a queen without a king?
You know?
Let me get somewhere.
And I know ain't nobody. I know ain't nobody calling each other majesties, majesties, your
Your
majesty.
Majesty. Right. Your Majesty. Right. They ain't gonna do that. Right. Who calling you that? Right. If you a king, then who's saying that then?
Oh
Well,
Lord,
I'm a king, but even though my peoples don't call me that, I'm still a king. Nah, if
right.
I'm a king, you doing what I say. You know what I'm saying?
They said you can also use the word king to describe someone who is very powerful or
Mhm.
well known. Huh. So that if you well known, you can be called a king.
Hmm.
But
Like what?
I don't think we ain't gonna have nobody ain't gonna have common sense say, King, I don't know you though. You're well known, so I'm gonna call you king. You know,
So if I'm well known, hold up. Oh, that's the chest. They talking about a stupid chest piece. Where you see that at?
it's like it's in the way in the bottom. It called, if you're looking at
All the ones that be
king,
having them extra things where like people be putting down
yeah, like more,
people ask.
yeah, like with the more results and stuff.
Yeah, people also ask. Okay, what does it mean to be called a king? Let's see what that say. Uh, king, feminine king, a supreme ruler, sub, maybe subject. What makes a king a king? A male monarch who rules country, which is a monarchy. What does it mean to be a king in a relationship? You honor and admire him. That's some extra stuff. So some of this stuff is like a of course they like we were saying where they remember we was talking about the simp thing where they added to it or something to fit
Yeah,
a certain narrative. But yeah. But I think maybe you can have a modern day I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know. It get confusing, I guess.
it really does. It really does. Because it got so many definitions and so many
Yeah.
slangs and different things to that nature. So, I mean, until we read the whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Then they probably second guess for calling someone a simp or, something different.
Hmm.
It said it's in the dictionary. It said it's modern. It's for the modern time. It was just like it's something been brought up. It wasn't brought up before.
Yeah, I can understand that though, because it wasn't such thing. I don't think they call them. Well, they
They
probably
call
that name itself. They this is like it's like the thought thing when they say thought some stuff they done made up.
mm,
Nah.
instead of calling them fools, Creole fools. My bad. They call them
Right,
thoughts. So
right, exactly.
it is
They
use
can't
different terminologies for different things, but meaning the same.
mean
All of
the
them.
same. Yeah, exactly.
So I ain't mad at them. I mean, if people want to be simp, let them be simps. But don't be hurting the community or hurting the people that needs to be checked.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? That's why I'm like, duh. I'm like I said, I'm big on people living their life, but when you push this certain message or narrative, that's when it becomes effective. That's the only thing I got something against it.
Yeah, because it's
And
not effect. Now it's really hurting the community because you can see it in the men and women.
yeah, it is. It is though.
You know what I mean? Because even not just on TikTok, I see it out in the real world. You know what I mean? In my area, I put it like that.
TV.
Yeah,
TV do it too.
yeah, TV definitely does it. You know what I'm saying?
They be
So
having them dudes looking soft on there, baby. I'm sorry. I ain't putting dog house. It's you and only you. No, hey,
yeah,
no, man, they get men to be soft,
you know,
controlled by that pee pee.
yeah, the generation now. I told my son the same thing one time before. I said, y'all just soft. Y'all don't know what real talking to me. You know what I'm saying? I said, y'all, somebody get loud with you or say something you don't like, you want to start crying. Crying for what? Did I hurt your feelings? Is your feelings hurt? You
Right.
know what I'm saying? And I said, well, sometimes you feel, and I told him, in this life, your feelings gonna be hurt in some shape, form, or fashion.
Exactly.
Worth you going crying about. I said, it's okay
Mm-hmm.
to cry, but it ain't okay to cry when somebody hurt your feelings.
All right.
You got to suck, and that's the only time I use that. So you got to suck that up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I gotta
There's
be
a
clear
world.
with that too. So,
Mm-hmm.
but that's my child, and I gotta tell them right from wrong. I can't just tell them anything.
Got to.
You know what I
Got to
mean?
get them prepared for this world, man. You gotta toughen them up because this world tough. Gonna be tough towards them. They ain't gonna be caring about his feelings. They gonna speak it how it is. That's why you gotta
That's right.
toughen them
I said people is gonna hurt your feelings throughout your life
up.
until you get to the point where you don't care about what somebody think about you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And
Exactly.
then you be all right.
Yep. Oh, that's why I wanted to mention earlier about that when they was talking about when they doing all them surgeries and all that stuff. That's a prime example why a lot of us be caring more about our image than our. And it's not like I said. I'm not mentioning about the image. Men got to keep their image on that. But I'm just saying. But when they prioritize nowadays, people prioritize their image over their own character and stuff. So it's like people forget about working on their character. That's what they need surgery on is their character, not their image. It'd be.
Right.
Mm-mm. Like, that's just how it is for real.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah. That's how the ball bounces sometimes, man. Tell you, man. I need to get ready. Ready. I need to. Oh, tell all. Hey, queen of threes, three P's. Oh Lord, I didn't know all these people was in here. Oh no. Do you want do what you like digital underground? Say, right, Terra Hawk.
what's that?
Like, like digital underground.
I gotta look that up.
Do what you like by digital underground.
Oh, that's the name of a song. Oh, that's the nickname, basically. It'd be a name though. I feel it. It'd be a name, but be that personality behind it that be messing people up.
Yeah,
That's why I
yeah.
can't wait to talk about that topic about the gods and the goddesses.
Man, it's a real deep about the
Hmm.
empress and emperor.
Hmm.
Man, I don't even
That's
talk
why.
about it. We
That's why
wait.
I'm big on people. I'll be saying that don't let titles make you. You gotta make your title. People be just so fixed on these titles and stuff. I am this, and then they start becoming their title and stuff. No, you gotta make your title.
Right. Hey, look, that's what my brother was talking about one time before. He talking about, Dad, he said, you this and this and this on TikTok, ain't you? I'm like, yep. But that don't make me in real life though. It's just TikTok. You know what I mean? 'Cause
Right.
you get on TikTok, you know what I'm saying? You gonna be you off TikTok.
Yep. Exactly.
It's a form of it's on TikTok. There's a lot of information, some good and some bad.
Exactly. And you choose. You choose. Shoot, you
Yeah.
can even find the good and the bad. That just depends on the type of mentality you got. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody can take everything though.
Right,
Just
right.
everybody mind ain't set up for that. Some people are easily persuaded or naive, or so.
Oh yeah. And you know the ones that's easiest to persuade is the young ones that's coming in behind us.
Yeah,
And
most definitely. That's expected though.
yeah, we got to kind of watch what we say around them.
Yep.
You know what I mean? 'Cause they on TikTok too. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't realize that. You know what I mean? They watching. They watching us argue. They watching us going through the debates. You know,
Hmm.
things it's not meant to. You know what I mean? We supposed to be showing them how to get along with each other. That's
Exactly.
another thing that people have to understand. People, these kids are watching this stuff, man. I mean, you want
Hmm.
about what they see on TV, YouTube, listen on the radio. Listen, all they got to do is come on TikTok. They can see everything on TikTok.
Exactly. And seeing grown heads talking about it, getting mad over it, separating, calling each other out their names, over there folding their hands and tit for tat just like a little kid. It's
Right?
crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Like, who gonna grow up? When we gonna grow up?
Well, we're gonna be the mature ones because what all we're doing is repeating the cycle.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We just have a different platform. We can voice our opinions compared to back
Hmm.
in the day. You know what I mean? They had to go to the news in order to get them stuff heard. You know what I mean? And you already know the news gonna edit the way they want to edit it. So now we up here, let's speak positive because these kids is listening,
Exactly.
paying attention.
People be in. Oh man, you about to make me go on a rant. But people be making me so mad about that. Be just throwing that positive word around a lot too, though, and be messing it all up. Like, and this is a positive life and all this stuff. But then it's like all somebody gotta do is say that it be the little. It's like they don't even try to control their emotions. They quick and they don't see. Even if like say if I was a snap on here, right? I'm not going to prolong it. I'm going to kind of try to put myself in check, like, all right, you know what, I do need to chill, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because stuff happened, of course, even with that, people be waiting for me to snap just so they can be like, I told you don't got emotional control and stuff, like, but then again, you, like I said, it be the miserable people that do that anyways, they be waiting for you to slip up. But my thing is like, people be sitting there literally say all this stuff and then just stay there and then still just trying to attack the person like, man, F you, I can't believe you said it, and still going crazy and then making an excuse behind it. That's the big difference. You know what I'm saying? I hold myself accountable for what I do versus if a person wanted and person better know not to talk to me like bro, you what type of is you really trying to be positive or not? You know what I'm saying? You're not. That's backwards. You're not trying. Just like okay, before, right? With you at
Yeah,
least checked yourself later. You know what I'm saying? And you put it out like, you know what? Just because it was in public, you put yourself in public like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna let that stuff go. I'm gonna become a bigger person, and then you actually you saw all the stuff that you had to work on and stuff or whatever. But it's like, but at least you didn't make an excuse. You know what I'm
I know.
saying? That's the difference.
Yeah,
That's when you know a person is trying to be positive or trying to live up to what they are saying. 'Cause of course we gonna all slip up. You know what
of
I'm
course.
saying?
Yeah. And you know what I mean? That's the thing. We can't hold that over each other's head because we all gonna slip.
Exactly.
We all gonna make these mistakes. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? It's about okay. You see your mistake. Have you learned? Are you willing to learn from that mistake
Yep.
and be able to move on from it? Because
Hmm.
a lot of time people just get stuck and just want to harbor, want to hold that over your head. You know what I mean? Even
Right.
if I moved on, you still holding on to it. I done moved on from it. You know what I'm saying?
That's miserable. That's miserable people that do that stuff. That's what it is.
And,
Because if they understood you, I know they saying if you know, you know, right? If you know, you know, you're not going to hold it against because like you know that you were easily have grace for self, or you know what I'm saying, or you know that you know who the person is trying to put it that way. If you know, you know what I'm saying.
mm-hmm,
So them be the miserable people like, well, what about that one time you met? They ought to always bring up some old stuff because they never found a way to escape whatever they got internally wrong with them.
right.
People don't want to voice it, but you can read through different ways of how people comment or how they, because some people can be in the box or not, you know what I'm saying? But based off how, how it goes, you could tell when a person holding on to something. They don't even got to voice it. It's just be, you know what I'm saying? It's
It's a
like I
time.
said, this junk is easy, man. The more you put working with yourself, you can read other people so easy. And that junk is really true. That's why I
And
be,
that is you said a mouthful right there. Because you can't, you know what I mean? If you listening and you're listening to understand, but at the same time
Mhm,
you listen because you know it's hurtful.
mhm,
They're gonna always come back with something. Well, if I were you, adopt this and that, and did okay, you still there, you still own it. That happened 2, 3 months ago. Okay, if you ain't brought it to my attention then, don't bring it to my attention now while we up here. Hey,
mhm,
if we're friends, some shape, or form, or fashion, you can hit the inbox and say, hey, you know what? I got an issue with this, what we
mhm,
had. I mean, let's see, can we squash it? Or let's see, can we hash this out? You know what I mean? Don't bring it on TikTok because these kids learning, trying to figure out how to do their conflict. You know what I mean? How they can, rectify their conflicts.
mhm.
And we're not showing them how to. We're showing them, okay, it's okay to argue. It's okay to hold.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's okay not to forgive a person, but we want to preach forgiveness, and but you ain't doing it.
Hypocrites, man.
Man, I heard that today. Ooh, wait, about 4 different people on the same lie. My God,
No. What?
I said, wait a minute, and you call, and one of them said that they was a pastor, but you
Whoa.
telling a story about what happened 3 months ago. I'm like, okay, but you just up here talking about we have to forgive. Then you go right around talk about man. Oh, let it go. The, where everybody just leaving. Everybody doing this. They leaving for a reason. They see how
Mm.
you're not you holding grudges. I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to be part of that if you keep holding grudges against people. 'Cause imagine me
Yeah.
and you get into it, you know what I mean? You're gonna hold it over my head.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly.
You know.
It
Now
tells a lot about a person. You could actually like, man, it's I love it, man. That's probably why I ain't find a girl yet. I'm just that's the problem, man.
right,
'Cause I
right.
just love information, dog. I love learning more. I just love learning people, man. I love understanding things. It's just, I mean, and it's better in my life. It make me look at life so different. It make me have more grace. You know what I'm saying? It makes me have more of a love for just people in general. You know what I'm saying? Because it is helpful, and I mean, I do thank TikTok for this stuff too. Because besides that, like I said, I made a little change in my life before that. But then all these tests I had, and just like we was mentioning about the like when you get triggered or end up snapping one day, right? Now that
Mhm.
happened to me twice on this app, but I learned from it. I was disappointed in myself, and then I realized, you know what? I gotta work even heavier on it. I can't let this stuff happen to me. Like every time I do get out of character, I'm making sure I check myself. Because like I said, when I tell you I want to be better than my yesterday or I want to get better, you know what I'm saying? I really mean that stuff. It ain't no just fake talking just to say it to say it. No, I'm really trying to be as best as I can because it actually make me live better. You know what I'm saying? Not just feel better, it make me live better, you know?
Right.
So it make me realize where I'm slacking in, you know what I'm saying? So I can know I got to work more on that.
Exactly.
But people just don't understand, man, for real.
Yeah, no, they don't. No, they don't. But tell them how some kids do care. Some kids, because a lot of times they come up here seeking help and they run into a live and see people debating and arguing. They ain't want to stay in there. And needs help. Come on, man. You know what I mean? And you got to stay positive behind these kids
Well,
because they are
even
paying
with that,
attention.
he said,
Well,
I mean, even if they don't give it free, that don't mean it's not affecting them, though. I mean, they can not give it free, but it don't mean it's not hurting them.
it
It can
hurt.
be, it might not because they didn't voice it right, but it still do something. That's some like music we listen to, right? We might not be saying, oh, it's not hurting us and all this stuff, but this stuff that's still getting in our spirit. It's still getting into it's like even when I was messing with the 304s, I could be like, man, they ain't doing nothing to me, but it's still doing something to my mental, no matter how we want to look at it. It's my point of view of how I look at things. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If I could easily sleep with a woman that's married, right, that's gonna make me have a whole nother outlook on just marriage in general. You know what I'm saying? So I'd
Yeah.
rather not do that and damage my mental because of that. You know what I'm saying? Even if you say it's not affecting me, but it affects us no matter what. It's going
Mm-hmm.
to affect the kids no matter how they want to look at it. If they can not give a freak about it or not, it's still going to affect them.
Yeah. It's just like when mother and father getting divorced. Everybody might
Right.
say it's gonna affect them in
Mm-hmm.
some shape, form, or fashion.
Yep.
It will affect you,
Yep.
whether it's directly or indirectly. It will affect you. It'll affect you how you think, how you see stuff, how you portray your next relationship, how you even portray your friends, debating back and forth with them. Because just like just because a a uh, a pew pew happened in Alabama,
Mm-hmm.
it's still gonna affect them.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
a trickle effect. It's like a trickle effect.
Yep.
It's like we don't realize we planting seeds in these kids'
Yep.
head.
Yep.
It's gonna affect. It ain't gonna blossom tomorrow, but eventually it's gonna blossom.
I gotta do this. Don't tell me I gotta do this puzzle. I ain't been on here this long, was I?
Oh yes, sir. You have. You've been here since I've been up. Well,
I usually do that. I think they do it at a certain time of the night because I usually when I be live on what's it called? What is it doing? This thing taking forever to load, whatever it is.
uh-oh.
I guess whatever. But okay, I see he said that. Well, I guess while this puzzle load up, I guess. You said people always test our patience. I don't think it's even just people. It's just life itself going to do that. Every day you wake up, you're going to get tested. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say you got to put in work every day. That's not just a one time thing.
Nope. That's why sometimes I like going in certain people's lives because I want to see what my patience is. I wonder do I got the tolerance?
Yep.
Because just sitting there, not being able to get any type of feedback from a person. I mean, they can word it, but it's different when someone is actually saying it. Because you might interpret the words or what they're saying the wrong way. Because you have your own interpretation of it. You can play it how you want to play it. But when you get up there with somebody really talking to you, oh my God.
Certain things just get to you, man. It's 3 o'clock, and I know I'm supposed to be in the bed. Oh Lord, I'm on pause. Pause for the cause. It's also about what you let. You right, Gerald. You right. You're right. It don't fuel me. No, I feel what fuels me is to learn. That's what fuels me. To learn different things. The game being dropped this evening. Oh yes, sir. Can you fix me some noodles? Yeah, cool stuff. After I can fix you some noodles. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna fix you some noodles. Oh, I'm not fixing. No, I'm not. She's some little extra noodles. No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I dang. Yeah, I had to reset. I don't know what the heck just happened. I'm here. Put my stuff back up. Oops.
Yeah, the game is being dropped right here.
Man.
You got to drop it. Yeah, the gems is being dropped, my
Oh
brother.
yes, you already know. You already know, man. Let me see. Let me see AJ up. I love when she be. Let me see. Cause she be having me. We be talking like me and AJ be talking like this too. It be just powerful stuff, man. I be like, man, that's that true definition about like the iron sharper iron type of situation. Let me see. So what do you say? Also, it's also about what you let fuel you. Yeah.
And I just
CD.
told him, I said,
CD already been around for a while. He been.
yeah, no, I say, yeah, that's why what fuels me is learning. I like to listen to different people,
Mm,
way they say, and then if I don't get it and I don't understand it, I'm like, okay, let me research this. I got a notebook full of stuff that I listen to people talk about or say, and if I don't understand it, I'm going to write the research. I'm going to write to see what it is.
mm-hmm.
Because it makes sense when I'm reading it. When somebody else said it, it might not make sense to me right then. But as
Mm-hmm.
soon as I go research, I'm like, oh, okay, I see what they mean. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And I
Yeah.
can't say I know everything. And Lord knows I don't. That's why I have to, as they say, I have to reprogram myself to learn different things. Because what I know when I was growing up ain't the same as now. It's
Exactly.
totally different. Same era, and ain't nothing new under the sun, but what my mom and them learned and I learned is different. But it's still under this earth, still under the sun. But this generation is coming up with some. I ain't know what a simp was, and I'm not afraid to tell nobody. I ain't know what a simp was. I ain't know what I didn't. I knew what a female was, but I didn't know what a feminist was. I knew what
Right.
masculinity was, but hearing somebody actually say, I'm like, dang. Let me
Right.
relearn all these. What is the feminist? What is the male? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
what's masculine? I thought all men were masculine.
Right. Is I feel you not, man. Yeah, exactly.
You
I
know?
just learned some of that stuff from like Fresh and Fit. I watched them and stuff. They kind of made me. I ain't gonna lie. They are the ones. Him and Kevin Samuels and them. They're the ones that opened my mind to that. That's why I said I learned a lot from them, and it kind of made sense though. So like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
So I ain't know about the
Yeah,
feminists and all that.
I think I started when I listened to Kevin Samuels. I think I just got the good part of Kevin Samuels. I guess you want to say in the beginning compared to later the later part of his career.
Mm-hmm.
But he was speaking facts then.
Mm-hmm.
But then I get to the part where then listening more like Guru be saying it, what the lashes and nails and the hair and all the other stuff, you know. I didn't understand that either. And I was like, oh, I had to really listen to what he was saying to get
Mm-hmm.
to understand. You know what I mean? And then a lot of people, women said, yeah, it might be, uh, what you call it? It's,
What's
something
that?
hitting the gender. You know, they might be mad and upset or, you know, going through some things. That's why they cover it up to cover
Mm-hmm.
up their pain or their
The
hurt.
insecurity.
Yeah, insecurity. There you go. See?
Yeah.
You hit it after a while.
Yeah, I think he just one reason why he talk about that. Just it's no different from I be saying that too about that about just get people to love themselves when they natural. Uh, it's more
Yeah.
of a confidence thing. It's a confidence thing, and then also they also tricking themselves into a relationship because eventually it's gonna come off. You know, so there's no point of tricking yourself into it because you can't. And then save your money too. You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is so instead of putting all that stuff on, so you can get you some face wash or something. Wash your face good or something. Sure, you don't need all that extra stuff to be for me to love you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's weird. Is it? Do you really love them if you want to recommend them? But I guess I get what they saying. Like, well, what's comfortable with you? But then again, like, I, I want you to be comfortable. Well, I don't know how to explain that. That's gonna sound like a contradiction, but how can I explain it? It shouldn't take something to make you comfortable and put it that way.
Right.
You should be comfortable with your skin or the body you in, or
Yeah.
you know,
Should be in your own skin.
yeah.
So any woman that I come in contact with, I always get them to, I say, hey, why, go to the natural. Use your, come to the natural side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And all the ladies I talked with or dealt with, they used to do the perm. Now they're all natural. All of them got dreads now. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mm-hmm.
about your preference, what you like with that person. I mean, you want to deal with that, that means you got to deal with it. When she wake up, that's what you got to deal with.
Mm-hmm. He said KS realized drama. No, no, it ain't. He just all he did is kept the same energy he did with the men and turned it towards the women. He didn't. He never changed himself. He was literally the same way with the men. He just happened to get the same more attention when he started talking about the women.
Hmm.
He would literally call dudes and say they got Peter might be small. He was way harsh on the men though, low key.
Yeah,
But he kept the same energy with the women. It's just women who happened to be on his panel and wanted to jump on his stuff. Well, they both jumped on it, but
yeah,
they just got the more attention. So that's what happened.
because in the beginning he was about the men.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, he was now he was way more harder on the men than he were the women. You know what I mean?
Man.
Like, look at you. Like he had this one dude talking. Man, look at you. I bet you about 400 pounds, ain't you? He said, no.
He don't
He said, I'm two something. And he came up there. He said, nah, you ain't no two something. He said, you about 300 pounds. You need to get up there. You need to lose some weight. What woman want to
boy.
lay beside you? All that right there. You know what I'm saying? You said women love this. They lying to you. And you know what I'm saying? So he
Yeah.
harsh on the men.
He was boy. He boy. The only time he say something harsh with the women would be when it'd be like he got disrespectful. Well,
Yep.
I guess sometimes he was calling some of the big what do you say, the big Shirley and stuff.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie, he was bold with that though, but it's still like I guess that's just him. But he was wrong with that. I ain't gonna lie, he was wrong. But still, like it was just all about his message, though. Like he really was trying to save marriages and save just and expose the delusion, because a lot of the chicks those happened, they happened to be the most delusional people that was on there because they came with these outrageous standards that they couldn't even keep up with. You could have these many kids and still ask for a high value man. That makes no sense at all.
Right.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like it's crazy.
Yeah. 'Cause he was. I think I caught. I think the last one that I seen was Kevin Samuels. Like actually sit there and listen to him. He was
Hmm.
talking. What he was talking about? How he's talking about a woman. I know she was a big girl. Oh,
Hmm.
he said, he said, how in the world can you? He said, can you uh do any toe touches? And she was like, I can. Yeah, I can. And he was like, no, you can't.
No, you can't. You got too much in the front of you to touch your toes. So I was like, oh my God. She was like, I can touch my toes. So he was like, okay. So he said, since you say you can touch your toes, he said, other than laying down, bending your knees, um, or something else he said, literally step behind the camera. Let me see. Can you touch your toes? And
Hmm.
when that woman couldn't touch her toes, he cut her right. He said, see, he said, my people. See, don't come out here and say you can do something, and then you get up here and you
Right,
can't.
got put in a spot, held her accountable quick.
I want to say that was like, I don't know if they did. They might have took that off. I think they took that off his segment, one of his segments. And I think that was like right before that's when he made that conversion from the men to the women. But he was still neutral, but he was just going more harder at women to get them to be, more recent, not, they're delusional.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even though when he got some of the delusional men, there was a few of them though. It's like, no, you really think you gonna do all this, and that, and ask for a woman that look like a model or something like that? He said that's crazy. He got a few guys too. One of
Yeah.
them, I remember that too though. But it just happened that they was, when he started talking, they was the most popular one. But of course, they got the bigger voices. You know what I'm saying? They got a
Hmm.
way bigger voice than me. And I told you we at the bottom of the. We literally, when I was talking about that some days ago, we literally at the bottom of the world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Especially black man.
Yeah. Yeah. And we got to come up, man. I mean, just being honest, we do have to
Mm,
check ourselves real
yeah.
quick.
I'm just talking about how we get cared for. I mean, we can work, we
Mhm.
can come up, but I'm just talking about how we get treated though.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah,
really,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I
we
mean,
got pets over us.
a lot of times, you know what I'm saying. And I can't say I'm not gonna say all. Most of us put ourselves in that position.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I feel you.
Hey, what do you say? What do you say? The simps?
Boy.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of them put themselves in that position to be
Yeah.
respected.
Yeah.
I mean, we pander to the wrong ones, and the ones
Mm,
that we should be pandering to are the ones that need to be pandered. Well,
yeah.
nobody need to be pandered, honestly.
I get
But
what you mean. Yeah.
uh,
Mhm.
we want the ones that we can't actually get. We're looking at the pretty ones that I mean we can all get them, but the low end I ain't gonna say all, not the so handsome ones and not so cute ones.
But you know what's crazy though? But that's pretty isn't average now. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of nice looking women that's like cold. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of them. It's really a lot of them. That's dang near normal now. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah, yeah. Come to think about it, you right.
It's a lot. All of them get dang near get hit nowadays.
Like, yeah,
Some of them
yeah.
just got to lose weight. You know what I'm saying? But it's just,
Mhm.
I mean, all of them can literally go and get it.
Right.
But they still want the guy that's, what I'm saying, above.
But
They don't want the normal guy.
no, no, they
Pretty
don't want
sure
the
it's
one.
more virgin men than virgin women. I can believe that. I can believe it.
Yeah,
Let me see.
I
Let me think. Let me think. I think before I say it with my chest.
mean. Hey,
Yeah.
Sada,
I
say that.
would say that then because they are the access as they are the access to it. I would say it's more virgin men. Then I would say that then.
Hey,
Sada,
Sada.
what's the deal? I ain't seen you in 100 years.
Hey, Sada.
Sada, no baby. Sada, baby.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. I am good. How you been at? I ain't seen you in 100.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Things are great. And the other person on the panel, I hope you're also doing great.
I am.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm.
My boy BK.
How are you?
Um, doing great. It's a beautiful day.
Yep.
Always, man. Every day you wake up.
Yes. We appreciate the gift of health, the gift of peace of mind, the
Oh, you
gift
scared
of
me for a minute. Just had to give for hell. I'm like, give for hell? What? Like, whoa, we starting off wrong already. That's an oxymoron. It's like, well, I get you that. I hear you.
Amen. It's Sunday, Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to just say something short
What's up?
about what you have behind you. The thing is, there's no such thing as perfect parenting, because
Right.
parenting is a field that you don't know about it until you're in it, and
Mm-hmm.
you never know about how what you're doing will affect your child. But
Mm.
all we can do is our best when it comes to parenting,
Yeah.
cause and everything in between. So I think that the problem comes in when people feel that when you become a parent, automatically you become right in everything, and people think that immediately you've become a parent you change and become wise. It's not something that happens automatically. If you're not a
Right.
good person, if you become a parent, you still not be a good person raising a child. It doesn't make you suddenly just good.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like before wanting to become a good parent, people should focus more on becoming good people first.
Right.
You work on your morals, on everything in between. Become the person you want your child to be, because children don't listen, they mirror. They do what you're doing. You can't be
Mm.
listening to music and teaching a child to read books. They will do what you're doing. You see, so you can't preach. What do they say? You
Practice
can't
what you
preach
preach.
water and drink wine. Yeah, exactly.
You gotta practice what you preach,
So,
not do as I say, not as I do type situation. That's where I think they went
yeah,
wrong at too.
they say become the man you want your son to be, and become the man you want your daughter to be with.
Mm.
You see,
Mm.
and if people focus on themselves and being better each and every day, will raise a society of good people. But
Mm-hmm.
if you are bad people, will raise a society of the same. So it all
Mm.
starts with us. Parenting,
Yeah.
it's not easy, it's overwhelming, but when you're moving from a place of good energy, love, and good morals, it's easier.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. So you just gonna drop a bomb like that? I'll be forgetting that you do that. I forgot, my bad. I'm sorry.
Mm.
That makes sense though. That's what I was saying, right? Because right, I be seeing people do that too. They like, oh, as soon as they become a parent, all of a sudden you the smartest of the smartest. All of a sudden that you are. I can understand. Okay, now this one thing I can say, with depending on the person, right? Some people can get motivated. I can say that maybe motivated to do better. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. But then again, it's still 9 times out of 10, if you was a negative head, you're gonna still be a negative parent head. You know what I'm saying? So it's not gonna just change all this. I'm positive now. You know what I'm saying? It don't work just like that. Because you really do got to put in that work. But you can get motivated, I can say that. You know what I'm saying? Just like if you was dating or had a wife or something like that, or when people when they sign the paper for marriage, then they want to get motivated or something like that. But 9 times out of 10, it usually don't work like that. Some persons, their character still gonna show. If you ain't been putting in that work the whole entire time, it don't just it just don't change because you became a parent or you because you signed this paper did it just change. It don't work like that. You really got to work on yourself.
Yeah, and I also feel like people should realize that when you're raising a child, your child should not be a replica of you. Your child is a human, a whole
Hmm.
human you're raising, so they can be whatever they want to be. Parents tend to want a child to be in a certain way, to move in a certain way. You'll find people doing even causes that only their parents have chosen for them, because they feel like their children should become exactly what they want.
Hmm.
But we should realize that when you're raising somebody, you're raising a whole human who's feeling their whole emotions. Everything about them is different from you,
From you,
except that
yep.
they have your genes.
Yep.
You should able to let them make their own decision. Don't make them dependent on you. Don't let your children be where you go and vent all your anger from, because you'll find some people get angry and then they go home, they're beating their children, or they're
Mm.
becoming harsh towards them, and they feel like it's worth it because it's their child. Just because you gave birth to somebody does not mean you can treat them anyhowly.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay. She came prepared on this one. I would say try to even though you don't want to control their life, but you still want to make them you still want to try to. That's because the parenting, it got to be some type of job. The parenting, you don't let them just do anything they want to do, but you don't let them live their life right because they are their own human, but still try to, try to teach them the I guess the right way to be a human or the best way that you feel
Yeah.
could be a human, not just choose their job for them or choose their they do you got to do this to order. No, it's just more of a internal thing. Teaching the internal right way stuff. Like learn how to forgive. Stuff that you tell human or learn how to, treat people better. Give grace. Look at things through a positive. Stuff like that. You can teach them in
Kev,
that way, right? But I get what you're saying. Like, yeah, don't let. I
what
mean, don't control their whole life. You know what I'm saying? Let them be a human. Let them be them.
Yeah, what I was saying is what you should as a parent is give advice, tell them what you think about something, your suggestion, what you think they should do, but the decision making should be them. You shouldn't be the one making the decisions, but you could advise, you could tell them don't do this, do this. That's your job as a parent.
Mhm.
But if they want to do something real bad, and just because it does not please you doesn't mean that it should not please them
Okay.
too. Yeah.
If they
I'm
drug
gonna drop
dealing or something
now.
like
Thank
that, I'm
you
be
for
like, no,
having me up.
no drug dealing. But yeah,
Kev, I'm dropping. Thank you for having me up.
for sure, for sure. I'll catch you. Appreciate you, man.
Have a nice day.
All right, you too. What the heck? Even CD said, be right back. Did you fall asleep over there, BK? Let's see. Well, well, well. Raider definitely has an advantage. His girlfriend. Oh, wow. I'm just, okay, Terrence, So, or, press the button, needs. Looking at the steak and cheese over here, that joke was making me hungry. Gotta get me something.
I ain't gonna hold you up too long.
It'll be all right, man. As long as you bring your pillow, you good.
Right, right,
It's nothing new. Now you officially fam. Now I done had so many people.
right.
That's why I say all I ask for is you bring a pillow. That's all right.
Right. I'm gonna take me a nap.
That soothing voice got you. That's what happened.
Yeah, man. Give me some sleep.
Yeah, man.
Get up and then trying to go back to work.
No, what you got to work tomorrow? Son?
No, no, no. Supposed to be going fishing.
Oh, okay, okay.
Do some night fishing.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna get me a nap before I get out there on that road.
oh yeah, for sure, man.
You know what I
Should I
mean?
try to see if I can get on tomorrow? I don't know if I can get on tomorrow. I gotta see because my mom trying to do something, but I'll try to
Right.
see if I can get on. But
Yeah. That's a good topic, right? I already know there's gonna be somebody in there talking about it. You know, that's still hurting.
right, exactly. And that's why I be saying is talk about this stuff, try to trigger some stuff. Not even triggers, but I'm trying to see if people really healed how they say they are. You know what I'm saying? Or let them
Right.
know that it's something we got to work on. But
Exactly.
man,
Oh, I tell you, we still got a lot to work on. You know
boy,
what? you want. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
No
I know,
matter what level.
right, right. Don't even matter what level, because a lot of times when people, see where you really at, some of them would do it just on purpose.
Hmm.
People
They
take
do
off,
it right.
yeah, they
You know
take
what
off
made me
work.
think about that though? I thought about that one scripture where they said even God tested the dude that was considered perfect. He still tests him. So I'm like, what make you think that we not gonna get tested daily? You know what I'm saying? No matter how good we think we are.
Hmm. Hmm. No, no, I know a lot of people test my patience. I ain't
Exactly.
gonna to you, and I ain't exempt. It don't make the next person exempt.
Hmm. Exactly. We all gonna fail.
Some of them just
Yeah.
have great talk games and can elaborate on big words.
Hmm. Oh yeah, boy. Be trying to sound smart and all. I'll be hearing all that. And let them say the
Hmm.
wrong thing to get them triggered. What?
Yeah.
What? I'm like, bro, did you really get triggered by that? That's
Right.
crazy.
That part. But man, I enjoy you, man.
Oh yeah, for sure, brother.
But I'm gonna take me go in and get me a nap on me.
Right, cause you gotta catch the fish. Don't let the fish end up catching you.
That part. I hope I don't fall asleep in the midst of it.
At least it be in a soothing place.
Man, conversation, boy. Conversation is excellent. We ain't gotta have no argument. You know what I mean? Just hear each other's point.
Yeah, that's
You know
all
what I
it
mean?
is for real.
That's good.
All it
I always
is. Ain't
feel like
nobody better than nobody else. That's what I look at it as. Like, man, because all of us is doing the same thing. A lot of the stuff
Mhm.
that we learn is kind of like recycled anyways. We learn it from somebody else, or we might have got uh proven wrong, so we using that proven wrong to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? That's just all
Right,
it is. That's
right.
how we learn.
Mm-hmm. Well, I look
It
at
ain't. It is not
it.
bad to be
One
wrong.
person. Oh no, not at all. Not at all. That just makes me want to go look at, you know, something deeper and something more. What it,
Mm,
there's
yeah.
something more to everything.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's why they put it out there for us so we can learn.
Yep.
Hmm.
Exactly.
Well, let me get off this thing, man.
All right, for sure, brother.
Whole nother hour with
Right. That's how I mean. It'll
you.
bring us.
Man, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it
All
myself. All right, my brother, I'm gonna go.
right, for sure.
I'll
Yep.
holler at you in about a couple of hours.
Okay.
All
Yep.
right.
I'm trying to see if I can even be up, but yeah, for sure.
You know you can be up there.
Give me some peanut butter and crackers real quick.
Not peanut butter and crackers.
Give me something to snack on. You know what I'm saying? Give me a second, y'all. I gotta wipe this thing on. There you go. See if I can do a couple more hours on here real quick. I don't know if I'll be able to get on tomorrow, but I'm gonna try to see. Give me a second. Oh, shit. I forgot this thing. Alright, let's get. See how many people in here. Hold up. Let's see. Should do an AMSR real quick. Hear my crunches. It's like the. Alright, we back. There we go. Alright. Let me see you online. I got some people I can send these invites to. Oh, I know it's late. But is it I do want to see like what is the how can you be able to spot bad parenting? I'm trying to think on that one because I would say even with that question, how are you able to spot bad parenting? I guess you would say it's the way if and with that one I would say it's the way that a parent takes up for their child's bad behaviors. You know what I'm saying? I would say something like that. So I'm thinking about that now. I'm trying to answer my own question. Yeah, so it's like if a child sit there and push another child, well, he was just in his feelings. You gotta just believe him, you know. You gotta validate his feelings and all that, or her feelings, you know. She had to do what she had to do. Like I think that's bad parenting right there. You know, when you tell when your child is talking back to you and stuff, and you like, nah, they not. They just a kid, you know. They just, no, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Not we ain't doing none of that. I don't think that's good parenting, man. Because you gotta any bad behaviors or something that your child doing that got to get put in check. Like if you make an excuse for whatever your child do and say, oh, they just a kid or something like that, I feel like that's bad parenting. You know what I'm saying? You should be able to spot that. You know, and just because you do it or trying to make it fit, well, I know my child and all this stuff, that don't make it, because, like, you got to always think about it this way. Um, if just like we was talking about earlier, about if you can't picture somebody else doing that or somebody doing that to your child or and then they making it school, well, they just being a kid or something like that, even though they kid just sat there and harmed your kid and pushed your kid or something like that. Like it's like we can't be a hypocrite and allow it on one end when it's our child, and then once it's somebody else's child, then we want to deem it. Like, no, it either gotta be one way or the other. Oh, you can say, okay, you right, you did. Your child did punch my child in the face. They're just being kids. You know what I'm saying? Keep that energy. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna do it like that. Or it wrong is wrong at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's your child, that don't make it not wrong. People be funny with that. But they could be quick to judge somebody else's kids. But when it comes to their own kids, oh, it's an excuse. There's always an excuse behind the situation. And that's where I figure that's how I spot bad parenting. Um we talking about like is it a grandparent's job to watch the heck I do be writing stuff wrong. How the heck I missed the whole A on there? Is it a grandparent's job to watch your kids? I don't think so. I don't believe it should be their job at all. You know what I'm saying? I think that if they are watching your kid, it should be more of an appreciative thing rather than an entitlement. Well, you're my father. You should take care, because that's how I be hearing people talk to their grandparents now. Well, you the grandparent. That's what you're supposed to do. You're the uncle. You're the auntie. You supposed to do this. Like, no, they don't. You know what I'm saying? They try to put this little guilt trip or whatever to make it seem like that's their job they supposed to do because you doing a bad job of parenting. So it got to be everybody else's fault, or everybody is supposed to do this because you didn't do what you were supposed to do. Like it's wild to me. That, and I don't think it should be a grandparent's job. That should be up to that's their option. They the ones that yep, you said that perfect too. And people do that. They do that though. They try to make you feel bad because they try to get to your feelings. And I feel like that's a form of manipulation too. And the people that's like that, I feel they do the same thing inside of a relationship. They do the same thing in that. They try to manipulate your feelings and stuff, make you feel guilty, right? They try to do that to make you do what they want you to do. That is part of manipulation. That's what people do in real life. You know what I'm saying? Make you feel bad. Oh, you really want to talk to me like that and all that stuff? Like, bro, that's toxic. I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of toxic. But yeah, that I don't like I said, I don't think it's that. And we gotta show more appreciation. Even though no matter the predicament, I understand everybody got their own predicaments they get in. They might have, have a lust baby, whatever they want to call it, wasn't planned, whatever. It is what it is. We gotta live up to it, be an owner to that situation. But don't make it seem like it's somebody else's job for your mistake. Oh, well, I don't believe in mistakes, but I'm just saying, humans call it that. And whatever happened, it's whatever is meant is meant. But I'm just saying that because you did this or your decision, that you got to push it on somebody else because of your decision, and then got to make sure the whole world feel bad for you because of that. No, live up to it, take it to the chest. So that's what you got to do. I look at it this way, like this how like why you gotta take things to the chest, because like we can make all the excuses of why we got in this, but if you had sex or whatever and caught a disease, you can't. Who else gonna be at fault but yourself? You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me not say that because I know people be digging deep. What about it? You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying most of the time it'd be our choices and stuff. We can't push it on somebody else, and even if it wasn't our choice or whatever. I don't want to mention that other thing, but I mean, if you believe in God, some people do or not, everything happened for a reason. So it's just, I mean, we can't change what happened because what's meant is meant, and if it's, it was our way to live with it. I mean, as bad as I'll probably somebody want to get mad at, dang, why I had to be this person that's blind, or no, I got to be this. You know what I'm saying? Like all of us got this purpose in our life, no matter what it is. This is our purpose in life. This is the way we got to live. We can't really complain about it because we wasn't promised to live anyways. You got to be grateful for even being on this face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? We got so much entitlement for what we don't even have control over. Not like we didn't have to get placed on this earth. You know what I'm saying? We be complaining about the life that we didn't have to have. You got to be grateful that we was even thought of, that we even had existence. That's what I be saying. It's bigger than just living. You got to be thankful for existing, because everybody got their purpose on this earth. And, whatever created us, if y'all don't want to say God, I mean, they know what they doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't think none of us here by mistake. Even if we had a short life, a long night, a long life. You know what I'm saying? It's not by mistake. I mean, it's served its purpose. Everything served its purpose. No matter how long we living on this earth. We might not know the purpose, but it's a reason behind everything we do. You know, and none of this stuff is by mistake. There's no such. I try to I try to put that in people's head. There's no such thing as a mistake. It ain't. As much as we want to say it. If we live with that mentality of a mistake, then we gonna be always wondering why and living in a pessimistic type mentality. That's why I try to get people to look at stuff in a positive way. Realize that we can, whatever we get our hand dealt, we got to play it how we got it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of complaining about our hand, try to play it the best way we can, whatever hand we get. You don't always get all trumps and clubs in the spades game. You don't always, you got to do what you can, play it the best way you can. You know what I'm saying? Everybody not perfect. Everybody not going, I can't say everybody. We started off winning. You know what I'm saying? If you want to dig deep, sure, we beat a million sperms and we made it. You know what I'm saying? So we started off winning no matter what. You want to start it off that way. But like I said, we spend so much time in life complaining about stuff that ain't supposed to, that we so called say we deserve and all this stuff. Like nobody don't deserve nothing. You got to be thankful. You don't. What did you do to deserve to be? I mean, it's nothing we did to deserve. We wasn't promised this or nothing. We gotta literally start learning how to be more thankful in life. We gotta be thankful. That's just how it is. We got to be grateful. That teach you to be more humble. You know what I'm saying? Because the stuff we be feeling like we deserve or we should have or this belongs to me, that's the entitlement mentality, and that's what we get hurt at. Because when we don't get what we feel like we deserve, or you know what I'm saying, then we over there angry or we stressed out or traumatized. You know what I'm saying? If we ever realize that in life, the things that we don't always get what we want. That's just how it is. We don't. People don't they don't realize that. And once you figure out that you don't always get what you want, you start getting thankful for the things you did. I mean, that you end up getting. The once you did get, you start being grateful for it. And realize that, shoot, everything is, if everything can go to our wish, then imagine that. That means everybody else get to get their wishes granted. You know what I'm saying? Because some people wish the worst on a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? So good thing that everybody don't get what they want or wish. So I say you gotta think about it from a bigger lens than just our own lens. It's not only about our lens. And we always want stuff. When it comes to personal, we feel like the whole world should revolve around us and our feelings, and then the world is way bigger than this. You are just a number on this earth, or it's a reason why you're here on this earth. You know what I'm saying? But you don't make the earth. You know what I'm saying? Earth or the world itself. Like you are a part of it. You are a part of it, but you are not the earth. You know what I'm saying? People be having this mentality. I understand that we live in life for us, right? Ourselves and stuff, but it's not only about ourselves. We're not only doing our life just for ourselves. It's some type of impact we doing along the road. That's why the people we encounter with, we playing everything we doing is playing a major part to somebody's life. Even if you hurting them for what you say to them, or if you uplifting them, you playing some type of major part in somebody's life, even if you don't know it or not. We impact each other in some way. That's just how it is. But let me see back to these questions. Uh, just answer to the best way I can. So, what the? Do you believe just because someone is a parent, does that mean that they know how to parent? And I'm pretty sure that what we got out of that, out of the few people that answered, I haven't run into the ego-driven parents yet. I'm trying to run into some of them just to open their mind up a little bit if they do it. But some people want to stay stubborn and stay stubborn. But do you believe just because someone is a parent that they know how to parent? That's a big hecky no. You know what I'm saying? No. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people wasn't even asked to be a parent. They just was trying to have fun and then becoming a parent. And now all of a sudden you know how to be a parent. It makes no sense. It's really like a lot of people is kids. A lot of kids having kids nowadays. You know what I'm saying? And kids that's just got a big age on them too. It's kids that's 40 years old. It's kids that's 50, 60 years old. You know what I'm saying? So, this age don't make you, that's the law that makes you an adult. You know what I'm saying? You're an adult at 18 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But a kid it's more of a mentality thing. An adult is a mentality type thing. Because if that's the case, a lot of us just still kids in a big body. That's all it really is. But yeah, just because you a parent, that don't mean you know how to do it. And everybody got this in their mind, like, well, this is me and mine. You don't tell me how to do me and mine. You can't even tell yourself what to do, let alone you talking about somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So it's just weird. Don't tell me I know my kid more than you and something like that. But like I said, you could spot. I mean, all of us are humans. The way you treat humans in general is everybody sees it. It's right and wrong no matter how you want to look at it. You know what I'm saying? So just because it's or you want to own another human and say because it is or whatever, that don't mean that nobody can be able to identify if you're treating them right or wrong. It's just like that. Everybody, I mean, even though it's subjective, but we know if you harming somebody, we know if you disrespect or even disrespect is different, but we know if you you know, teaching somebody where they can harm somebody else. All this stuff like this junk is kind of like all this stuff is really like like a human moral thing. It ain't really more about I own this, so I know about this more than y'all, and you can't tell me about. It's not about that. It's like it's flat out human ways we teach. All of us, it's all about understanding, right? All of us can get it. All of us, every human can try to build some type of understanding within one another and stuff. But like I said, once we put ourselves in a box or we put ourselves in this stubborn mentality, then we won't learn anything more, and we wouldn't even take, because we guess there's nothing wrong with taking advice from anybody, you know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of stuff we might not know. But we only want to go with our way and complaining and stressing about our life, about how it's going, and still refuse to listen to other people. Like you, the one that's doing this to yourself. We do this stuff to ourselves. But yeah, I don't think just because you're a parent that you know how to parent. I mean, I know that you know what I'm saying. Everybody got their own ways of parenting, right? But I don't think that is good all the time, right? Don't make it. Yeah, I don't mean it's good all the time. It can be bad and it can be identified. And like I said, I look at good and bad, right? And there's a such thing as good and bad, or I'm gonna say right and wrong, right? We can say right and wrong. And I look at right and wrong as in uh progression, progression versus setbacks. You know what I'm saying? Anything setting you back, I feel like that's a wrong. It's a wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Anything that's you progressing on is the right way. That's an easier way to be able to tell like them type of morals of right and wrong. You know. Um, so yeah, you can most definitely just because you got that title, that don't mean you know what you're doing. Just because you drive a car, that don't mean you know how to drive. You know, just because you work a job, that don't mean you good at your job. That goes for anything. So I don't know where they got this mentality where you feel like because you in it, that mean you know what you're doing. And it don't mean you don't know what you're doing because you're not in it either. You good? I don't know. Or I mean, you wouldn't know what to do because you're not in it. Like it's like marriage, right? Like I'm pretty sure you got to learn all the ropes about marriage. It's like you don't have to be married to have a marriage mentality, some people just it's no all, and then some people be feeling like their marriages is the key to all marriages, and that's like already false thing. Just because you married, that don't mean that you could tell other people about this going. That don't mean necessarily your way is going to work for every other marriage. So it got to be a common ground that all of them can agree on. You know what I'm saying? That can better every last one, and that's how I look at it. And that's something that you can teach. You can teach being experiencing it or not. You know what I'm saying? It got to be a common ground where everybody can learn. Because that's like saying you got to force somebody. You got to experience first to really know what it's about. That can't be true. I can understand like circumstances can change, but you got to have a certain character. You got to build yourself up a certain way before you even get into that situation. You know, so it got to be a common thing that you got to learn before even getting into a situation. That's just like even like with driving, right? We had to read a book or somebody had to mentally tell us about something or, or show it before we start really operating the vehicle. We had to read a book on it and all that stuff so we can at least have a hunch, you know what I'm saying? So we can at least have some type of blueprint before we just drive it and you know what I'm saying? Because it don't mean you just as soon as you get in you know what you're doing, you know. That goes literally for everything. It's good to read up on something or build some type of understanding, learn from maybe another successful marriage or something like that. You can learn from them, right? So that could be true. You know what I'm saying? And I do feel maybe a person that's not a parent can actually that might know more about parenting than a person that's actually a parent. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe a person that's not married can know more than the person that's actually married. That's just how it is. Because it got to be something. It's not like if you're not blinded to life and you see what a successful marriage look like, or if you see what a successful or I can't say successful parenting though, but I mean you could say good parenting. If you seen good parenting, that's the advice you can give. You know what I'm saying? You seen it with your own eyes. I mean, what make it wrong? That's what I'm saying. It's weird. We limited to, and that's why I say we live with this mentality of let's debunk this before we understand it because so a lot of times we don't like what's being told to us. So we gonna quick to debunk it because we don't like what's being said because it's obvious that we might be doing something wrong and we in our situation and we want to debunk it or we trying to find something. And even if so say if it was another married person, well, that's how you run yours and I'm gonna run mine. So that's how we do stuff nowadays. And then behind closed doors, we're stressing out or we find ourselves living in one-sided type relationships or something like that, or one-sided parenting or something like that. Like at the end of the day, you only hurting yourself. And of course, I understand they don't want to, mess up what they have already because they like, oh no, I can't do that. But then again, like you'll be living in you're gonna be living in a miserable type of life because you don't want to confront the problem that you know that you having. Um, and it's just wild. It's wild. Um, what makes you or someone, a better parent than others? I would say, and we was talking about that earlier, right? Between the people that was just on here. So what we got out of that is, it is possible, even though it's subjective, it's possible to be a better parent than another. Because that's like when your parents raised you to be a better than they was, so they can, you can be a better parent than your parents, right? It's possible. So if you can be a better parent than your parents, you could be a better parent to other parents. You know what I'm saying? So it's possible. It just depend on even though every kid is different in every situation, but it's just like it got to be something that the way your teachings is and stuff, or how you help a child progress. You know what I'm saying? Even though you can do you can only do what you know and what you got and adapt with it, but it is possible. It's possible. I can't say you can't either. Can't say you can't, but um, But at the end of the day, that's why I made the room like this, because it ain't no book on parenting. It ain't, you know. I know of. Let me look it up. Let me see if is it a parenting book? It might be. Even if that's gonna validate it more that you can learn. You can learn more. You know, it ain't just about that. One person situation, just because you experience it, that don't mean your experiences is right. People got that mixed up. Even with the like, just because the people be thinking if you older, that make you right. What? Some people could be doing stuff the wrong way the whole time, all the many years, and a person that's like half their age, no more, no better than them. Let's see, be like that. I meant to look up the I think got sidetracked. Let me see something real quick. I was trying to see if they got a parenting book. Let's see if they got a book. Parenting book. First time dad. They do got okay. Control your mind and master your feelings. Raising good humans. They do got books. I would figure they had some parenting books. Um, but it's just really just advice. At the end of the day, it's gonna be advice. You just take what you know what I'm saying? I feel like in any situation, you want to just take out the meat and spit out the bones. That's all part of learning in general. You don't have to follow every advice given to you or every, you know, person or whatever. You ain't got to follow to a T. You just take out what fits or what could possibly help your situation out and do what you can. That's just like I was mentioning, like at a job. If you at a job or something, people are going to tell you, hey, you do this that way and that, right? This is the job. But even when you go on a job, like you don't do everything to a T. You take out the parts that and you get to the goal. You get to the goal of how to complete that job. You do it the way that you feel is most comfortable with you. As long as you're doing the job right though. But people be mixing that up. Well, I'm comfortable being this way, but then the job is still not being done right. You know. You still setting back, right? You know what I'm saying? That's why I say you can tell the right way. If you setting your child back or is you progressing your child, that's when you know if you're doing it right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's why the next topic I'm gonna try to see if I can do that tomorrow. I'm gonna talk about the community. You know what I'm saying? There's three different people in the community. You got people that's just part of the community. You got people that's destroying the community. You got people that's helping build the community. And that's what I'm gonna be talking about tomorrow. If I can get to it. We'll see. So they do got affirmation for black boys, parenting for dummies, how you raise a child, successfully raise a child, the book you wish your parents had read, anger management for parents, how to raise successful people, raising lions, raising boys, praying parents, the power of your subconscious mind, what a son needs from his mom, 52 things kids need from a dad, what to expect the first year. They got some books. They got some books on parenting. But they reading it though. Nah, I like my book. I like my book. Kevin's Parenting. Yeah, like that, but only an open mind will actually read books like this, man. Because all of us need help. There's no way all of us know it all. There's no way. All I'm saying, if you know it all and you still stressing in your life, it's time to, this means you need to start learning more. You know, You know it all, and you still stressing. And you need to figure some more things out. You really don't know. Because if you really did know it all, I think you'd be at your top peace in the world. You'd be for sure at peace, pure peace. Nothing will bother you. Ain't nothing such thing as something triggering you. You know, what is a trigger when you know it all? You know what I'm saying? What is that? You know, it's funny to me. Let's think about that. Oh, oh, oh. Let's see if I can try to stretch this. But yeah, I be feeling sad though, how nowadays though. They did say if that's what they say though. Which makes sense though. It's like I guess I can't feel always sad for the grandparents, but it do say if what they say, if you spoil if you spoil your kids, you're gonna be raising your grandchildren. And if you raise your kids, you're gonna be spoiling your grandchildren. Did I say it right? Yep. If you spoil your kids, you're gonna be raising your grandchildren. If you raise your grandchildren, if you raise your kids, you're gonna be spoiling your grandchildren. Something like that. I heard something like that. That's what it was. But that's not true. That's like kind of facts. That's why they gonna end up. You know what I'm saying? Your parents they gonna show. It's gonna show because if you gotta raise your show, that gonna be showing that you kind of you know. I mean, everybody do as best as they can. Everybody trying to do their best they can. I can't say that either. Some is, some not, but it's like they do their best as they can as they you know with the parenting, but then again, some people are so fixed on trying to live their best life at the same time too, and that's where they kind of collide at. You trying to live your best life and do your best as your parents, and that's where you know that's when you got to prioritize what's most important at that time. Because when people sell on self, you more on, and them results gonna show. That's how I look at it as your results will show with your child if you pick the life of trying to please yourself rather than than help your child. That's gonna show. It's gonna show because like some and I which I could see from just seeing and experience, not personally experienced, but yeah, some kids you got to put in even heavier work than others. You can't be lazy when it comes to that parenting. You can't be lazy at all. 'Cause show lazy parenting show lazy results. It will show it. It will show for sure. Um, but what do I know, man? I ain't got no kids. I be feeling like, shoot, I gotta fake it to even get through a lot of a lot of people. I gotta act like I got a kid, and then, which I ain't gonna do that though. But I'm just saying, it's just sad that people got this mentality or refuse to be a little bit more open minded. They got the mentality where they gotta automatic invalidate what's being said rather than hear the message. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of us need to train it. We gotta start trying to hear people out. We miss on a lot. You know, these you know, these youngers be having a lot to say. And no, we debunk that too. People with that ain't married, they might have some stuff to say. People that I mean, just hear everybody out. You can if you can hear BS, it is what it is. Even though it's subjective though, but it's just everybody got their own mentality. But it's like I would recommend trying to hear everybody out, no matter what the situation is. Gotta have an open mind to learn more. There's even good information, bad information you can learn from. Both of them is good. Good and bad can be good. It's a good thing. It just depends on how your mentality is adjusted. That's why this room always gonna be like this. We hold accountable here, man, because accountability is like one of the biggest things that is really needed in life. Need more accountability than pandering. Um, Pandering ain't gonna get us nowhere. Pandering will destroy this world too. More, it's destroying the world more than helping. Because you get pandered and all this stuff. You'll never correct what you got within yourself. You never will. You just continue crying about it and not knowing what you need, what you're crying for. People don't like when they have to look in that mirror. They don't. You gotta look in that mirror and talk to that person in that thing that you see in that reflection. That's when But the thing is, and that's why I want to have a topic about that. Even though I don't know, but I'm saying now though, it's like um we ain't never learned how to hurt our own feelings. Once you learn how to hurt your own feelings, then other people can't really hurt you that bad. So once you even with checking yourself, of course, it hurtful at the beginning, right? But once you kind of relief and change your mentality on it, it don't even hurt no more. I mean, it don't hurt. It don't even hurt. It don't hurt for real because you already know what you need to work on. You're not living in denial no more. You know, you honest with yourself. Like I said, majority of us lack honesty. You know, we like living in this, hiding our insecurities and stuff. And and even to grow from that insecurity, you got to be honest with yourself and then look at things from a different. And this all I'm big on that point of view thing. You got to look at things from a different point of view to even heal, to better yourself, point of view is real big. You know what I'm saying? To even be a positive person, it's all about point of view. You know what I'm saying? Looking at it from a better perspective, or you know, that's real big. That's really big. Um, and that'll make a change. It'll change your walk in life. It'll change, all that. Uh, but that accountability, like that dude, it's really a serious thing. It's more than just talking about it. That's another internal thing I'm saying with accountability. It ain't just about talking about it. Just like forgiveness. Forgiveness and accountability, they are not something that you just speak out loud. That's something that's literally internally inside of you that you got to take upon yourself to look into, either fix, correct, adapt to, or learn from. Um, that's what it is. Because like I said, if we living in a world where we getting pandered for, got to get soft talked about our behaviors and our decisions, we will be miserable and don't know why we are. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's big to, try to find a solution to your problem quick rather than blame somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Find a solution. Not look for validation of why it wasn't me. You know what I'm saying? That'll hurt, that'll tear you up all the time. That junk will tear you up looking in the trying to find everything to and I'll be seeing people do that too on my live and stuff. Like if I talk to them about it, they'll come back. I found out it was this and all that stuff. Like, bro, or whoever, man, you still trying to look for a reason to not actually to find a way from holding yourself accountable on what I just mentioned and stuff. And if you want to keep on looking for stuff to validate your feelings rather than trying to look for something to help your life, it's gonna be hectic. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like your feelings will mislead you all the time, a lot of the time. Trying to go off that or trying to please that. Well, I don't want to be hurt today. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can live that type of life, want to live that type of life, but then you'll never get to the bottom of any situation. You live in that type of life. I don't want my feelings hurt. You hurt my feelings. Like I say, I'd rather live good than feel good, and I'm gonna keep saying that one. I would rather live good than feel good. Everybody want to feel good, and that's the problem. Everybody want to feel good. And if you live good, you're gonna eventually feel good. But if you live in your life always feeling good, you in the rule. If you prioritize feeling good rather than living good, it's bad news for you, man. Because it's just that's not how life works. Let me see something. Gotta put this thing on charger. Put this thing on charge. All right. Man. But yeah, you gotta hurt your own feelings first, man. That's how you toughen up. It's like building a muscle. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt at the beginning, but you're gonna get stronger at the end. That's the end results. You're gonna get stronger. You're gonna be either immune to it, you're gonna be used to it. You know, you're gonna strengthen yourself out that situation. He said where everyone go, BK, he took a little snooze. He said he about to try to go fishing in a minute. He said he might be on in a couple hours. Sada, she came in here for a couple seconds. Other people probably done fell asleep in here or either left. So yeah, I done had me a few things to sleep. Might still on, maybe for another hour, or I don't know. It depends. But I said I might as well, cause my stuff be recording anyway. So even if I'm talking to people or not, I see it's 14 people in here. I don't know if they're listening or not. They can listen to me and they sleep. Then it's like no, but this stuff recorded anyway, so I can get to post this on YouTube. So might as well talk about it. Hey, but yeah, I think the biggest problem nowadays is that a lot of us scared to be wrong, or a lot of us ego driven. And like I said, if you find yourself and it's like we were talking about earlier, you find yourself in a situation where you seem like you talk. It's like being a hypocrite, right? One person can be this way, and you can only be that way. Like, dog, at the end of the day, it got to be a solid thing, because that's where confusion comes in. That anonymous, what's the deal, man? Ain't seen you in a while, man. Ain't good looks, man. I try to, you know what I'm saying? Even the truth can be subjective, though. But um. I just try to, I think my main goal really on here is to just get people to look at things through a positive lens, man. I think it'll help us out, you know, it'll help us out in some way, for real. Because a lot of us just always on this negative stuff, and we are repeating the same things that's being done, playing tit for tat, and we do all these games, right, and think it's some type of resolution or solution gonna come at the end, and most of the time we just adding fire to fire. It's like I think a bigger person will always win. The the bigger person will always win, and people gonna realize that though. There gotta be somebody that gotta throw in the towel, you know. Everybody got this mentality where we feel like we can overpower one another. But imagine, like I said, and who want that? You know, 'cause nobody never put their shoe on the other foot. Would you want to be overpowered? You know what I'm saying? You want to live this. This is why people always think about self all the time. So that's what the problem is. Yeah, it's been a man, pro. Oh, bro, people getting colder by the day. Yeah. You said colder. What you mean colder? But man. That's what I be saying. I be trying to, and we was talking to one of the fams earlier. She was like, saying the word can't, I can't, and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to be this. I'm like, you could be whatever you want. As a human, you can do whatever you want to do, man. It might be harder to do it, but you could do it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, at the end of the day, we got to realize we only live in this life that we have now. So why you got to make the best out of it? We got to stop making these excuses and saying we can't do it. If this what you want to do in your life, then try to fix your life around trying to work doing whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Or be whatever you want to be. But then again, be whatever you want to be, whatever you want to be, or do whatever you want to do. But don't make sure it don't affect other people or even hurt yourself. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want that getting taken out of context because people like, oh, I want to do what I want and all that stuff. But then again, if you do what you want and all that stuff, it ain't always about you what you want all the time though. But I mean, if you just make sure you're not affecting others and yourself in the process, because a lot of us lie to ourselves, and that's what I say about that honesty. That's one of the main things a lot of people lack. You know, we gonna tell ourselves, "Well, it ain't hurt me that bad. It don't hurt like that," and our insides is tearing and crying right now. You know what I'm saying? It's only so much, and even with that, that only hide for so long. Because the way you start talking to people, that's gonna show. The way you start treating certain situations, that's gonna show. You can only hide and say out loud as much. Oh, I'm not affected by it. You can say that as much as you want to say it, but it's gonna show. You can't hide hurt. You know what I'm saying? You can't hide this stuff. You know, it's all gonna show. You can say you a good person all you want, but your actions can show something else. Like words don't mean nothing for real. Words can do a lot of things, right? It can mean it can do a lot. It can affect a lot, right? But it don't mean nothing. Like the action is gonna always show, or whatever's internally inside of you is gonna always show. Like the world just getting ugly, so much hate and judgment, and yeah, it is, right? Yes, it is, though. But I mean, it just depends on how we want to look at it, for real. That's all it is. But yeah, I would say that too. But then I think it's a lot of hate because there's a lot of love, but in behind that, you know, it's a love for something. That's what creates the hate. It's all about point of view. Like I said, it's the point of view, the way we look at things in life. And I do understand what you mean though about there's a lot of hate, but it was once love before that. That's how I look at it. That love created it. It was that hate came out of some type of love. It was that hate was created from some type of yeah. But what was I about to say? But yeah, like I said, I'm big on point of views in life. You know what I'm saying? That's because all of us have the ability to change our perspectives and point of view. We just gotta find out how to do it, or what ways to do it, or what should we look into. I mean, it's because once we change that, we really change your life. You change your life when you change your point of view and things. You change, like you said, you change your walk, the way you walk, the way you talk, the way you act, the way your heart, even your heart, like your emotions get changed off that. You know, because always most of our emotions start off from a mental thing, mentality first, and it changes from how our perspective, how we look, or how we perceive things, or how we view things. Or like point of view is literally a big. I need to make a live about that too, but it is really a big thing for real. It changed your life. When you change your point of view, you change your life. It's like that's really real. It's real. It really is real. You change your attitude on how you treat things. You know, you change all type of stuff from just point of view, perspectives. You really, I mean, that's just how it is for real. Like people don't realize that because like whatever you look at or whatever you're looking forward in to seeing in this world is literally what you're gonna see. So that's exactly how it is. And judgment, you said judgment. Hey, judgment. Even with that, that's just part of life. I mentioned that. I had a live about that too. That's literally part of life. I think we always put judgment in a negative light, but judgment is what's keeping us alive nowadays. I mean, judgment hurting us too. It can be a double-edged sword though, but it's literally part of human. With human, it is judgment. You know, that's how we make our decisions in life. That's how it's a protection mechanism. It can either be right or wrong. That's just all it is, you know. But you ain't wrong because of how you feel. You just sometimes you gotta change the way you feel about it, but you're not wrong. Uh I mean when we even like I said, when we give compliments, that's a judgment. When we advice, You know, constructive criticism, discernment, all that got some type of judgment behind it. So I know we always put a negative thing behind it. Why are you being judgment? But I think once you when we work on ourselves so much that some of that judgment we just take as constructive criticism. I mean, I get, and even with that, if somebody's saying something bad or call you or this, like, it's always about asking yourself why this person. Because a lot of times people be just projecting themselves. That's how they feel about you. And you gotta judge the judge of that. Like, you know, they probably only saying that because they going through something, or that's how they feel, that's how they see me, or that's their experience with me. You know, but that's literally just part of life. It's part of life. Something we do. It's just the way we look at it. People used to look out for each other. Our humans, our human side should matter more than material things. Exactly. I feel you on that too. I feel you on that, but everybody's so driven off image nowadays. Like, this is an image built type world, man. People don't care about their character anymore. You know, they care about their image, how they looked at, how people perceive them, or, you know. I mean, I'm not saying it's a good and a bad thing, but it's becoming so bad that, you know what I'm saying, that people be forgetting about their character. Like, if you let your image, you so focused on your image that you don't forgot your type of character you is, you know, and you rather build your image up than your character. That's where the problem becomes not good at. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I want to look like I'm a positive person rather than being one. You know, that's kind of crazy. I want to look like it, but then when you leave home, you on all type of negative stuff. It's just weird. That's what I mean about the image. People want to work on, like, doing surgery. Gotta put on dyeing your hair, makeup, and all this stuff. Like, I was in a live, and I'm gonna talk about this too, though. And I could see the hurt. And she's a beautiful looking woman too. She was nice. She nice, but that's why I don't judge off that only all the time. Because I'm like, dog, most of the time, I ain't gonna lie, and this is my judgment, right? When I see caked up makeup and all that stuff, and all this stuff or whatever before they get on live, right? It, I mean, I really do see like sadness. I do see that. Like, I be seeing, it's like they trying to cover up their whatever is inside of them. Like, when I be seeing all that, like, dang, I actually just feel bad. It's not like a judgment as in, you know, try to talk down on them, but I just be feeling bad. Like, dang, I'm like, dang, girl, you ain't got to do all that, man. They ain't nobody worth it. You don't need this type of attention and stuff. It's not worth it, man. This is not you. You know, you don't have to do all this stuff. But I'm just saying, that was my first judgment. Of course, that's just how it is. You can't make I mean, first you got a visual judgment. That's the first thing. You go off, you judge off what you see. But I was seeing it too. And I was just seeing how you got to shatter her chest out and all that stuff. All this stuff, like, I'm like, yeah, it's something that she hiding because she got to do all this stuff before that. And then once she started talking, just got confirmed. It got confirmed more and more. People need to watch out how they talking here and all this stuff. You don't know what people going through and all this stuff. And I'm like, so I went in her comments. And I'm like, because I'm big on your triggers are yours. You know what I'm saying? So you can't, I let her know, like, you must ain't really been on this app like this or something like that. But by you voicing that, right, it would be more of basically your fault from being on this app rather than trying to adjust and think the world should revolve around your feelings. Insane. I mean, because you might be you right about, you know, people is this, you don't know what people going through, but then again, you gotta always go back to checking yourself. If I come on here with an attitude problem or I got triggers or if I'm insecure and I let people on this app get to that's why I kind of told her, I said, you can't let other people or trolls control your emotions. You know what I'm saying? So if you ever find yourself in that type of predicament, you got to check yourself. You can't just sit and check the person because you can't force another person to change. You know? So at the end of the day, you only doing you. So if you come on this app and you getting triggered every moment, that's your fault. People don't be seeing it. you can't come on here and tell somebody else how to treat you. You know what I'm saying? That's like somebody in this app trying to make you do what they say. Like, you're a human. You are a human. You're a human. They are a human. They got their own life, and they want to. If they want to keep coming on here and hurting your feelings, that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna make it easier for a troll. And they seen that. Oh, if I say this and do this, this gonna make them mad. Then they gonna do that because most of them trolls be miserable, and they gonna test you out. And be like, okay, cool. Well, at least I know this how I'm gonna make you mad. So let me make me 50 more pages and come in here and say something about your mama, or let me say, you know what I'm saying? Like, you, people got this entitled mentality where they feel like they can control somebody that's not them. Like, that's crazy. How you gonna come on here, bro? You need one of them talk radio shows. Hey, maybe one day that might be in my future. You know what I'm saying? It might be in my future. I'll never know. So whatever God lead me to, man. But I do have a lot on my mind, though. I ain't gonna lie. That's only when I give me some good rest and stuff I get to talk about it, though. But I mean, it's just real talk, though. Like, that's why I was in her room. I'm like, but I seen myself about to get triggered if I would have sat in there too long, because I'm like trying to prove a point. But me, myself, and I knew better by myself. I'm like, if I find myself talking to a person like that, where it seems like they're gonna still be in they in their feelings, right? Even though I'm helping them out, and I know that, and some of the times I thought they should just skip it over my comments because I already know. But I looked at it this way: I'm gonna plant my seed and leave. I can't let that person get to me. So I left. I left though, because I'm like, I can see she wanted, because I dealt with plenty of with chicks, or not even just chicks, just people that's like her, that they got their mind made up and they want people to revolve around their feelings. So she gonna have to learn the her way. It is what it is. I'm not saying, and I hope the best for anybody. I don't want nobody. Um, I don't want the worst, or be like, I don't want to have to say I told you so. I don't want to live that type of mentality, because I was once that kid. You know what I'm saying? I was once, or I can't say kid, I was once on that type of maturity level that she's on. You know, I mean, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I was once that person, so I wanted to find out myself. So it is what it is. And she just wasn't prepared at that moment. That's how I look at it. She's not prepared to understand what I'm saying, but I know I planted that seed, so it is what it is. Um, but once I seen her like that, um, and I seen all that, I'm like, yeah, she hiding something. She hiding something about her. You know, it was I found out some stuff today about some chick that used to mess with me, right? Not even mess with me. We talked and we was cool. But I heard she out here throwing my name around and saying that I'm a toxic live or something like that. Somebody told me that, and I can believe it, you know, because I try to be cool with her. But and the reason why she don't like me, because I talk just the way I talk on here, and that's why I said I be laughing. It's all cool when I'm talking out loud to the general masses, right? About, about the stuff we go through and stuff. It's all cool though. But once it get personal, then all of a sudden it feel like an attack. My thing is, I'm not treating anybody different. And if I gotta care for somebody, I'm gonna talk to you the same way I talk to the general. You know. So just because you take it personal and you thought you were perfect, right? And then it's the thing. When I tell them about themselves, right? When I tell them about, hey man, that kind of sound like you got an insecurity right there, or it kind of sound like you spoiled. It kind of sound like, when I tell them about that, right? So what they do is, rather than ask why or this and that, right? They'll rather play tit for tat. Well, you got something going with you, and I'm like, but the thing is, I'm not complaining. Tell me about myself. That's what I'm saying. I am open to anything. If it's something I got to work on, tell me. I'm not ego driven. I know that I'm not. I know that I don't have. I mean, I don't know. I don't know everything. I know what I'm saying. I know some stuff that I have to work on. Tell me. But I'm not going to. The difference is, I'm not going to be in my feelings about it. You are. You know what I'm saying? Because it's obvious that you never got talked to like that in your life. So now that I'm telling you, because I don't want to hit, you know what I'm saying? Because it was a chick like I said, it was a chick I was talking to. It's nothing realer than a dude that's not, that's not trying to. Because if I was trying to get something from you or whatever, I'm trying to look at you as whatever. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm not going to tell you what you need to hear. And that's the problem. A lot of, especially chicks nowadays, they rather hear what they want to hear than what they need to hear, and they call that a real man. You know what I'm saying? But a real man gonna hurt your feelings and tell you that. hey, nah, this, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't wear these type of clothes. You shouldn't, hey, I mean, you got to work on that. You can't be snapping on, they going to tell them what you need to hear. You know what I'm saying? It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. But once you get in check, you're going to realize you're going to be living a way better life. If you spoiled, you spoiled. It is what it is. If you insecure, you insecure. If whatever. If you ego driven, you ego driven. You competitive, it is what it is. You can't change the definition. Or you can't change what's objective. It is what it is. You can't change it to make it fit your life or fit your narrative because it's you doing it now. But when somebody else doing the exact same thing you doing, then all of a sudden the definition is true. That's crazy. That's like it's wild, but people be funny though. When it come personal, now it's not a fact no more. Now, what you mean? Who are you to tell me? You know what I'm saying? But it's weird though. People is Philly, but at the end of the day, I can't. Me myself, I don't let stuff like that. Even with that person I was talking about, I still got forgiveness in that situation because I'm not the one that's hurt at the end of the day. I would hope they would. I can't say forgive. I mean, I guess hopefully they forgive me for me not intentionally trying to hurt that person. You know what I'm saying? But I can't. You being hurt off of what I'm saying, that wasn't my goal. My goal was to help you out. It ain't to hurt your feelings. It's to help you out. You the one got your feelings hurt because I'm trying to help you out. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it don't change the fact that it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what I say. But if you living in denial and not you living in denial and not honest with yourself, then you're going to stay that way. You know what I'm saying? You're going to stay hurt. You're going to still keep looking for validation from other people that maybe this guy don't know what he's talking about. Maybe this guy's a toxic guy and all this stuff. You're going to come with stuff like this, right? And still be living this type of life and still have that same problem. Still thinking that everybody got it out for you. Still, all this stuff, you're going to be living that type of way, right? So you can't change. You can't run away from the truth. No matter how it is, you can't run away from what's a fact is. You can't run away from it. I mean, you can have somebody to coddle your feelings and all this, but you can't run away from it. That's just how it is. So we're gonna have to one day look in that mirror. We have to. That's just how it is. So if you don't tell yourself about yourself, somebody's gonna tell themselves. They're gonna tell you about you. That's just how it is. You can only run away from the truth for so long. Man, this is funny though. It's funny. It's funny, man. That's why people be like, "Who are you? Who are you to hold somebody accountable? Who are you to make judgment?" Like, bro, a person that's trying to help the community. That's what my topic gonna be about tomorrow. That's what it's gonna be about tomorrow. You got people and that's what I realized. You got people that's living in the community. You got people that's destroying the community, and you got people that's helping the community. You know what I'm saying? So just because I chose not to be a person that just want to live in the community, right? That's people more of the individualist mentality, right? Or people that saying, "No, I'm living my life. You worry about your life." That's people that live in the community. Now, what I'm doing right now, I'm a person that's trying to help the community. So I'm a person that's going to hold you accountable. I'm a person that's trying to help all of us build each other up, right? I'm not worried just about my life only, and then you got people destroying the community. So that's people that's just, they kind of live in their own life too at the same way. But then again, they are, pushing all the bad messages out and people that, so it's kind of like they live in their life, but then again, they kind of damaging the community because the way they live in their life and pushing the messages out of do what you want type message or whatever. And I don't know. They kind of mixed in with the I don't know. You could say that on both of those though, but yeah, I would talk about that more when I do that topic though. But I realize I'm like, shoot, I'm not wrong for since I want to help the community. If that's my form of how I want to help the community is hold each other accountable and uh you know giving people better point of views of looking at life, or try to look at things through a positive lens or something like that. If I'm wrong for that, I guess it is what it is. Sure, if loving it is wrong, say no, stop. But it's crazy, man. And none of this stuff, I ain't speaking on it just to, and I don't know, hurt. I don't know none of that stuff. I'm trying to get people out this hurt. Like I said, it's not my fault because I learned how to care for people. You know what I'm saying? Care for others more than just myself, and you know, want the best for people. I mean, how can I be wrong about that? Why am I wrong for that? Because I want people to stop being miserable and stop being trapped in a box and limiting themselves and telling themselves that they can't do it and all this stuff. How can I be wrong for that? I don't understand it, but people look at that as wrong. They hit you with that. Who are you? What makes you? I'm that person. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you want to say, it is what it is. I'll be that person because nobody else gonna be that. Somebody got to do it, right? Somebody got to do it. I mean, because I can't shut my mouth because you want my mouth shut. You feel me? So I'm like, I'm not about to let you stop me because I want to help other people out. You know what I'm saying? So if I ain't nothing to you, then I'm gonna move on, or you can move on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to help everybody. I can't, as much as I want to help everybody. I'm not. It's not. That's why I'm not here for everybody. I'm not for everybody. Every message ain't for everybody, but everybody want to make the message about them. You know. But in my vicinity, I'm gonna try to help out whoever because I care about everybody. So I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna talk to everybody the same exact way. If I feel like they damage it, I feel like it's worse when a closed mouth ain't saying nothing about nothing, letting somebody hurt themselves. I feel that's more damaging than anything. Like who really the bad person? A person that's closing their mouth and seeing somebody hurting themselves, or a person that's speaking up on something. You know what I'm saying? Like who? Like it's weird. I'd rather not be that person. I'd rather not. It'd be weird. Like people got things backwards. They don't. This is wrong, and you wrong for making judgments. You wrong for giving advice. You know what the freak? That don't make sense. Who gonna do it then? It's obvious that we trying to do stuff on our own, and that ain't working, right? Well, we got the individualist mentality and stuff, but and yet you still stress. You still stressing about your choices in life and all that. Like that don't make sense. Somebody got to speak up. It's obvious that everybody ain't meant to be leaders. Majority of us following. That's crazy. Just trying to expand some minds. That's all it is. I don't think I'm wrong for that. I know I ain't wrong for that. Ain't no think. I know I ain't wrong for that. People talking about so weird. Junk silly, man. It's all about trying to get their point of view, man. I think all of us trying to get to the same goal, but we just going about it a whole nother way. All of us think everything is the best way, right? I think it's just different ways. There's many different ways. It can be better ways. Such thing is better though, but everybody think they got the best. But it can be two betters at once. Or well, it just depend on the even with that, it's just depending on the case or depending on yeah, that's what that depend on really. Kev, like Morpheus said, some will fight tooth and nail to stay in the matrix. You're right about that. You're right about that. You're right about that. Most definitely. Most definitely, for real. They will, though. You know what I'm saying? But then again, like, I'm fully aware of that everybody's not meant to be on the same boat. Some people want that, some people just want to, they want to imagine the boat, right? They want to just live this image or talk about the boat, but they don't want to really be on it. You know what I'm saying? They don't really want to be on it because once they find out what it takes to be on the boat, they don't really want to do it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want it bad enough. They want it. A lot of people think they want things in life, but they don't want it bad enough. You know what I'm saying? They're not willing to do what it takes to get it. You know, everybody want to be a boss. Everybody want to be a millionaire, but they don't want to do what it takes to be there. Some people rather cry or play victim mentality to get themselves there or the quick shortcut. But if it was really that easy, everybody be doing it. I'd be doing it myself if I could do it that easy. Why? $1 million in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? I wish I could do that. That'd be lovely. But everybody swear they got that ability. But some people have been getting away with the victim mentality and stuff. So, you know, I guess it is what it is. They taking advantage of whatever the situation is. But then again, even with that, you might get what you want, but then again, that's not gonna fix whatever is internally inside of you. You know what I'm saying? And I'd rather be rich in the mental in my spirit than be rich in the physical. You know what I'm saying? You got all this money, you can have all this your ways, and you can get everything you want, but then again, in the inside, you still getting told. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, I could have sworn Robin Williams, and you know what I'm saying? I could have sworn he proven that. You know what I'm saying? You got all the money in the world and stuff. This dude still took his own life. That's crazy. That shows that, you know, all that stuff don't make us. This external things don't make it, man. It's all about trying to work this. You know, it's all about the inside, man. It should, like I said, it should not take another person. It should not cost no money to find your peace, to have a good mentality. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't take that. All this stuff, you really have to build this stuff on your own. And if you don't start now, if you keep talking about, I gotta work on this, and you saying this for 50 something years, you just letting time fly because you just running your mouth and you're not really, really working on it for real. You just talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I think the earlier you start this, the more powerful you can get in life. You know what I'm saying? The more powerful your mind can expand. You know, the more easier life comes towards you, the more peace you start getting with, you know, I mean, people don't realize the more you know, the more you know, the more you grow. I just think of that. But that's true too. You know what I'm saying? Like it becomes easy. You become a better person. You know, but people be trying to get knowledge of the wrong things in life or stuff that's damaging. Like you got to really pay attention what you be really looking at. Is you looking at the news where you always feeling bad all the time? That mean you need to start changing what you need to you researching and stuff. You looking at stuff that make you build up hatred. When you say you a loving person, like that's contradicting what the heck your type of lifestyle you said you want to be. You can't do both at one time. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff is corruption. You can't say I'm building myself up except for you looking at every last thing. Or did you see what Kisha did and all that stuff, gossiping and all that stuff? Like, what the freak? You're not doing anything to better your life. You gossiping, but you could take the time to read you a book or something, whatever, and gossip about your own life. Better your own life. You know what I'm saying? Correct that. You know what I'm saying? So, my people, we backwards, man. We backwards. That entertainment we watch, that do an effect on our life. You know, the people we have, all that stuff is affecting us, man. We can't. That's why I say a lot of people like talking it all the time. They like running their mouth. That's all they do. I'm this. I'm that. You know what I'm saying. Then next minute we over here cussing somebody out, and then the next live, like people, you funny. Like that's why I said people is not honest with themselves. You could tell yourself all these things. You could tell yourself, man, I'm cool peeps. I'm cool peeps, but then you can't get along with nobody. Make that make sense. Yeah, like no, you ever thought about that? How you this, but then every person don't like you. Oh, it's them. It's them, not me. You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. Oh my. Then you tell them, people funny, bro. People are so funny, dog. People funny. Oh my. Uh, mm-mm-mm. But that's them. You know that fighting tooth and nail with the Matrix thing you was talking about, man. That's what it is, man. They rather stay in this delusional mentality, this unrealistic expectations and stuff, and be mad about it. They rather stay in these boxes. They rather stay in these labels, these titles that they put themselves in, and live it to the best of. Hey, I'm fighting for my ancestors. My ancestors wouldn't want me to go through this though. All this stuff, man. Your ancestors is long and gone, man. I mean, if we want to talk, we want to speak the truth. They are long and gone, man. They set the pathway for you. I don't think they want you to live your whole life worrying about them. I think they want you to live a better life, and some of them probably didn't even want you to live. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to let's not dig real deep on what that is for real. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be telling people we gotta focus. We gotta learn from our past, live our present, and set up for our future. You know what I'm saying? That's what we gotta do. But we focus on if we sit here focusing on our past, we'll never be able to have a good future. We won't, you know what I'm saying? It just don't work like that. We gotta that's like I said, with any message, even the messages or even with the history we have, we gotta take out the meat and spit out the bone to make what's best, make a best version of ourselves in our present life. That's just what we have to do. That's how it is. You know what I'm saying? We can't mimic every last thing that happened. And just because something is part of the culture, that don't mean it was right or was legit, or don't mean it's going to work in this time of age. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to adapt. Humans are made to adapt, no matter how we want to look at it. We are made to adapt. Even if I was born somewhere else, I would be adapting to that environment over there. If I speak English, I am not just English. Because if I was to go from here or America and then was to live in Alaska or whatever, you know what I'm saying, whatever families or whatever languages down there, if I was to live there for another 30 something years, that mean or 60 years, I'll be more Alaskan than American. You know, I will have their whole traits. I will adapt to whatever that is. I'll be I probably could be cold and with skin out down there. You know what I'm saying? Because humans are made to adapt. That's what we do. I'll have a whole nother language. I have a whole nother mentality, you know. So that's what I'm saying. We put ourselves in boxes. We are not only just American. We really humans. You know what I'm saying? We might be living in America and we live in America type ways, but our life, we are adaptable. You know what I'm saying? We can change. We can become something else. We are not even we. You know what I'm saying? We be saying that I am this person, but no, you limited yourself. You could be literally something else another day. I told myself, and this is what I did. I said, if I do choose to be something, right? If I want to put a title on myself, I said, okay, I'm gonna be positive. I'm a positive person. I'm a positive motivator, and I set my mentality to be that type of way, right? That's how I look at it. So I'd rather choose that. I don't see where I can go wrong in that, and that changed my whole way of living. I started trying to, look at the traits behind it. What will make me be considered this way? What's my way of thinking? How I got to be this way to become that? You know what I'm saying? But this is what I chose to be. I know I could be whatever I want to be, though. You know what I'm saying? But us, like I said, we put ourselves in a box. So this is what I am. Okay, let me call myself this then. I am a motivating, positive, open-minded person. Let's put it that way, right? So that's what I'm gonna be, right? So that means I open myself to become whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I set my life to be in that type of way. Then we can say that then, right? But we are only going as far as now. Oh well, I'm black, right? So I'm gonna live up black ways, right? And I'm an American, so I'm just gonna I'm American black, so we gotta follow all the traits of that, and I'm gonna live. So even with that, is that better in your life, or is it uplifting your life being that way? That's what I'm trying to see. So if we gonna limit ourselves in that type of box, right? What is it doing something to better your current present life? Because at the end of the day, we don't know how we gonna be tomorrow. I mean, if we even, you know what I'm saying? Because tomorrow's not promised to none of us. We don't know how we gonna be, some years from down the line or something like that. Um, like we just don't know. That's why I be saying that we can't sit here and just say that. Well, this is me. I ain't gonna lie. That jump burns me when I hear people say it. And I was like that before. I ain't gonna lie. I be like that too. Sometimes I might slip up and say it though. But once we say that and we keep living it, like though, it's like I said, as long as you could be a better version of yourself, you ain't just you. You know what I'm saying? You can always be something else better the next day. That's just how it is. But if you want to just say or label yourself or make yourself or you want to become this title that you want to live up to rather than make your title, right? Then that's, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna be stuck. Your mind is only going to be, it's going to be limited. Then you're gonna be mad at the people that decide to expand their minds because you in this trap type mentality. That'd be more your fault than anything. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to stay stuck in this, oh, we gotta be like this, or you must do that, or you not one of us, or this stupid junk. Like, you don't even know who you are. None of us know who we are. We only going based off of what we got taught, what we experienced and stuff. That's all we know. That's why I be laughing at people be swearing what they know what they talking about. This is the truth. This is you. This is that, whatever. But all this stuff has been taught to us. You can't pinpoint where this stuff started from. None of us. Because like, even if you do your research, but where the research come from? We don't even know if that's legit. It's be funny to me. This is so funny to me. None of this stuff legit, so everybody be standing 10 toes on stuff that we got taught or presented in our life. Life itself is a mystery, and people don't really understand that. We going off of beliefs. We going off stuff we feel. It's called faith. Faith and beliefs. That's all we going off of. But us acting like we solidly know. I know this is a fact. I know this is the truth. No, you only know what you got taught or what you seen. That's all you know. Otherwise, everything else is faith. Even scientists, if we want to go to the scientists, they only know from what they see. But they still can only go so far. It's still going to end up turning to faith and belief from that point. Because it's only so far they can go back. They can only see what they can see. That's just how it is. So we got to stop with this mentality of thinking that, oh, I made this label and I got taught this and this is what it is. No, life is more bigger than what we putting ourselves in. That's why I said, I even believe, like I said, I choose to believe in the Bible, right? I choose to believe that, right? I'm not forced into it or nothing, because if it's something that's better in my life and it's uplifting me and it's helping me look at life from a better lens, right? It can be proven wrong. It can be written, they written by men and all this stuff. Everything written and done by men, so you can't pick that one thing, right? So, that, if they want to disprove that wrong one day, I mean, that can happen. All this stuff can happen. That's what I'm saying. True open-mindedness is when you open to being wrong or being debunked at any point in time. That's what open-minded is. Because us thinking that we staying stubborn at stuff that we not even really for sure about. You know what I'm saying? Like, the real truth is, a lot of us is not for sure. All we think we for sure on is our experiences in life. And that's all, or whatever somebody taught us. But even what stuff that they taught us, that don't mean that what we got taught is true. That's just how it is. So it's best to believe. And like I said, beliefs are not facts. Belief is a belief. It's whatever we choose to believe in, as long as it's up. Go to bed, go to bed, TTIC. But so whatever we choose to believe, just make sure it's uplifting your life. And I think I'm gonna have a live on that next week too. It's like people be having it against people with different religions and all that stuff. And I'm like, I look at it like, that's what that's gonna be about. Is like, why are you mad at somebody else's belief if it ain't hurting them or if it ain't affecting other people? That's what my next topic gonna be next week though. I already got that set up though. But it's just like, my thing is like, nobody is solid. We reading books to find our information. We doing research. All that stuff is not it don't mean that it don't mean that nobody can't tamper with it. We gotta open our minds up way more than this. Like, though, all this stuff we getting taught can be tampered with. You know what I'm saying? It's just we gotta use our spirits, right, to feel what could be right and what could be wrong. That's just all we can go by. You know what I'm saying? That's all we can do, because otherwise, nobody, and I bet money, nobody. And this, I bet money that nobody can tell me how this stuff really started. All you can go is what you got taught or what you got told, because we can only know about what our life is or what our ancestors told us or what our parents and us told us. You know what I'm saying? But we don't know where that could have got. The information could have been mistranslated at one point. We don't know that. We don't. That's why I be laughing at people be standing so strong on what they think is facts. Well, I know it's this. You know what I'm saying? No, we don't. We believe. It's a difference between knowing and believing. Only thing we know is our experiences. People got to get that. They got to get that right. They got to understand that. It's a difference between knowing and believing. We only know our experiences, but we believe in what we want to tie into our experiences. That's all it is. So ain't nobody's stuff is better than nobody else's. Nobody's way of, you know what I'm saying? It's just, it's right. Like I said, right and wrong is dependent on progression and setbacks. That's all that is. So if you believing in something that's setting you back, it's time to change your belief. But if you believing in something that's progression, you stick with it. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. I have no problem for what anybody believe in, as long as it ain't setting you back. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? You go on the right path. It's continuing to better your life every day you live it. Do what you do. You know what I'm saying? It's no problem with that. I think even with our creator, I call him God, right? People call him Yahweh, God, creator, higher being, universe, all that, right? So, I believe, why would that get mad at us for being or for thinking that way, right? For trying to better our life or live something, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think, and whatever created us, whatever y'all want to believe in, right? I say God, but created us, knows already, you know what I'm saying? Know our mentality and stuff. I don't believe none of this stuff is a mistake. I don't believe it. Notice I said believe. I don't believe it. But this is like I said, I'm just trying to get people to expand their minds a little bit more, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to, man. It ain't always our, what the freak? I gotta put that charge. Why my stuff red? Dang, I gotta put this thing on charge. Nah. Man, it's just like we gotta stop being so stubborn, man. We gotta give more grace to one another. If we big on this unity thing, right? Let me go talk about this then. Yeah, I got the energy now because I've been asleep all this time. But let's talk about this this unity, right? We talk about, we want this unity and that or whatever, right? But we we I feel like the first thing we need to do before we talk about any unity, right? We got to make sure our emotions in check. We got to learn what emotional intelligence is, and the second thing is we got to learn how to forgive one another, right? We got to learn what forgiveness is, right? So we can't talk about this when we sit here and we get one disagreement, right? And we dang near want to unalive each other off of a disagreement. We disrespectful with it and all that stuff, and yet we want to unite. That makes no sense at all. That don't make no sense. Unity don't work off just your feelings. You see what I'm saying? It don't work just off your feelings. I feel a certain way, you talk to me this way, so now we can't unite. What? That don't work that way. You know what I'm saying? So it's either you want it or not. You can't have unity based off of your feelings. Your feelings, your belief, whatever you want to call it. You can't just base it off just that, because that's unrealistic, and that'd be the smallest amount of unity ever. If it's off your feelings, right, I don't think you will ever work, because ain't nobody gonna think the same way you think. 100%. Never. It's always gonna be something you're gonna disagree with somebody with. I said that wrong. It's gonna be always something you disagree with with somebody else, another human. Let me put it that way. Even your own child. You know what I'm saying? Even your own blood, own whatever you want to call it. It's gonna be something. There's no way that everybody's tied in the same exact way because our creator or God or Yahweh or whatever we want to call it would have made us robots. You know what I'm saying? We would have been all thinking the same way if that was the case, right? So that's why I said unity, to make that really work, we got to learn first how to hold ourselves accountable, how to control all this stuff. Three things I talk about daily, right? Put our ego to the side, control our emotions, and and hold ourselves accountable, right? Did I say it right? Control our emotions, put our ego to the side, and right, and put our hold ourselves accountable, right? And once we do that, right, then we got to learn forgiveness, is what I be talking about. Because all of us gonna make a mistake sometimes. All of us gonna slip up sometimes. I mean, all that's just gonna happen because that's what humans do, right? And then once we figure all that out, then we gotta understand that we're not gonna understand each other all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing. Then, then we gotta find the biggest goal of how we gonna unite. You know what I'm saying? That's how unity works. But if we ain't even got those in check, we need to shut up about this unity thing. Like real talk. We need to close your mouth because it ain't gonna work. Because you just another one that just preaches something that you don't even know nothing about. Good looks, my boy Rebel. Because it's crazy. That junk is really crazy. We can't even even now. I'm glad he came in. He made me think about this. We even get into wars about men and women, and then we talk about unity again. Like what? This never going to work. It's never going to work. What's the deal? 6-4 in the building. What's the deal, my brother? Like, no, we got to think about this. Like, I mean, in order to have unity, we got to have grace. That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing to even make this thing work. We got to have some type of grace, man. We got to be able to respect each other's opinions, respect each other's point of views. And I understand that everybody is not meant to be on the same boat, but then again, like we got to find some common ground that we all want, and we got to push our wants to the side and have and focus more on the needs. Because I'm pretty sure everybody can agree that we need some type of peace, so we got to revolve around that. We need some type of patience. We need all that stuff in order to even work with one another. So, yeah, this unity stuff, I don't want to hear none of this stuff if you still got hatred in your heart. I don't want to hear it at all. I don't. I don't at all. I don't care what anybody say. I don't want to hear that at all. If you got hatred still in your heart and you don't know how to forgive or you don't know how to become a better person, you still get mad at somebody because of whatever. You want to play tit for tat. I don't want to hear that unity stuff. You still playing that, hey, if you not with us, you against us type mentality and stuff because you trying to bully somebody into believing the way you believe. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that unity stuff at all. Because you ain't about it. You want to unite with your own self. That's what you want to do. So you could do that with your own self in your own corner. You're not meant to be on that boat. Because at the end of the day, real unity, we going to all hear each other out and work with one another the best way we can for the betterment of just the community or the betterment of just humanity in general. You know what I'm saying? So people be slanging all type of stuff out. People slang stuff out and really don't understand it for real. Because it sounds good. I get it. It sounds good. I like to talk about it because it sounds good. It feel good. But we got to really realize what it's about. Everybody want to be a leader, but don't want to do what it takes. You know what I'm saying? And it goes back to the unity. Everybody want unity, but they're not going to do what it takes. This is just funny, man. And that's what I'm here for, man. That's what I feel like God put in me, man. To expose some things that people just want to stay quiet to, man. Because this stuff I don't know if this not coming from out of nowhere, man. I got to give it to God. Because a lot of this stuff, I mean, because I could have been, I look at it this way, right? I could have been the people that just living this life just to live it and not knowing why I'm going through what I'm going through because I decided to be ignorant to my own mistakes. Like, well, this just happened. I don't know why it happened. It just happened. But I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to point the finger and say it happened because of that. You know, I'm glad I didn't get that mentality of the victim mentality, right? Or I didn't get that mentality of not trying to check myself. I'm thankful that God gave me an open mind. But He put me what I had to go through. I had to go through my trials and tribulations before I even get to the mentality I have now. So He gave me the mentality to stand up for what I feel is right and what people are scared to talk about. It is what it is. It gave me the mentality to not worry about what others think of me and, focus on the main goal and focus on, what I feel is what, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna keep doing it. This mentality where people like who you think you are and who are you to check this and that. Like I'm that guy then, because it's obvious. Like I said, nobody else ain't doing it, so I'll be that guy because it's obvious you ain't that person. So whatever, it is what it is. I rather talk about it. I'm not about to shut up when I see it's a problem. There's a lot of people is shutting up when they see the problem because they scared about what other people gonna think of them. And that's what it is. I don't want to be kicked out of my community. I don't want to be considered this. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. If you got to live your life trying to please somebody else, then rather than do the right thing or you know what I'm saying? You already getting controlled by something else. You got to speak your mind sometimes. It is what it is. I ain't on here trying to, me, myself, I'm not trying to look for no friends. That's what I'm saying. A lot of us will hold our tongues and do all type of stuff just because we scared we gonna lose a friend. That's why I realize even on this app, like, it is what it is. If I gotta sit here and walk on eggshells to talk about what I want to talk about because I want to keep a friend, who I'm really affected in the process? Because I'm scared to affect somebody, because I'm scared to hurt somebody else. I rather keep my mouth closed. Let me not talk about this because I don't know if they're gonna be my friend anymore. Man, forget all that. I gotta speak my mind, man. If I feel like it's a problem, and I got the mentality to, I got the what I learned is like, even with that, all I gotta do is ask why. If they a person or they got all they gotta do is ask why. Or with any situation, I think I just twisted what I wanted to say. I jumped into it too fast. But basically I was meaning like, if a person uh feel a certain type of way about me, I just gotta ask, okay, why you feel that way, and they can explain it. Most of the time that I figured it out early, even if they can't explain it right, I can understand like, oh, you only just said it because you and your feelings. I figured it out. I don't gotta say it out loud, right? But it's just if you know, right? So most of the time, it's just all trying to figure out why this person expressed this way, and then that's what comes with when you really interested in trying to understand more about yourself, understand another person. That's just what happens. You don't just sit here and just take somebody's word and be like, "Man, I can't believe they said it about me. It can't be me or something like." No, if somebody called me a bum or something like that, I'm gonna try to think of it like, all right, why they said it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna think about it like, oh, and then I'm gonna figure it out most of the time. Or maybe it was something I did that was bummish, you know what I'm saying, that day or something. I don't know. Maybe my hair was messed up. I don't know. I'll try to figure it out. I don't just sit here and just sit there and play victim all of a sudden as soon as somebody say something about me. I'm gonna try to figure it out. Somebody say I got I'm ego driven, or if I got a attitude problem, something like that. I'm not about to be dishonest with myself and say no, I'm not. No, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Even though I just sat there and just cuss somebody out and then say no, I'm not. It was no. I mean, it's a reason why a lot of people speak, because a lot of times people see more stuff about you than you see for yourself. That's just how it be. That's just how it be, man. But that's why I said, like, even with this topic, man, because it's like it'd be funny, like, because I with my number two would say, "Are you able to spot a bad parent, bad parenting?" And it's like, I think a lot of us can. We just don't do it because as soon as we start turning to a parent, all of a sudden we can't. Nah, it's an excuse. But you can, if you can easily judge another parent about, you could see a bad kid, right? You know what I'm saying? We know it. We see it and stuff. So what make you think as soon as we have it, and now we got to make excuses about ours, and now all of a sudden, nah, I can't judge it. But you've been doing it all your life. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, a bad head is a bad head or a bad kid. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Bad parenting is bad parenting. And yeah, it is what it is. We can't make no excuses about it or say that, I mean, I can understand. Okay, everybody got their own ways, right? It's different parenting is different um, but we know we know it when we see it, man. And you don't have to be a parent to know that. You know what I'm saying? We were once kids, and we might have got, we might have got, ain't like none of our parents is perfect. I'm gonna put it that way. So we learn from that. The fact that you learn from it as a kid, that means you know what not to do for your kids. You know what I'm saying? Just like the same way, if most of the time our parents be like, we want our kids to be better than what we once was. That's the whole goal, right? So you got to learn from your mistakes. You got to make sure your kids don't go through the same mistakes you made. So you teach them. And then or if you don't get to teach them, your kids, depending on the mentality your kid got, they gonna learn from your mistakes. So how do they not know about parenting? You know what I'm saying? Oh, but you got to experience it first. Nah, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to do that because if I didn't learn right now, I probably me myself. Okay, I'm put it this way: me myself, I probably have kids now if I ain't learned from other people that had baby daddies and baby mamas and all that stuff. You see what I'm saying? It's obvious that I learned from it, right? So do I got to experience it and be like, oh, you know what? I learned my lesson now. That don't make no sense at all. I love using that cigarette analogy. I don't have to, even though I ain't personally smoked a cigarette, that don't mean I don't know nothing about it. I just seen what happened to other people that do it. Like people need to make things make sense. Like people be so ego driven and so built off of not being corrected or not don't want to feel wrong about what they doing and stuff. They rather try to hurt and validate what you saying because they feel like they perfect. That's just how it is. That's how a lot of people are. And yet they were saying in their sense is like, I don't know it all. I'm perfect, but I don't know it all. Just make it make sense. Ah, this is like so funny, dog. This is funny. This is so funny to me. You just gotta pay attention, man. You sit back and pay attention and listen to people, you will learn a lot. You learn a lot with a closed mouth. You learn a lot. And really the stuff I'm talking about was because I closed my mouth so long. Now I'm opening that boy. Pause. Pause. That ain't sound right. I'm just saying in general. Y'all get me. That's why I say you just gotta sit back and listen. Sometimes you will learn a lot, man. You'll learn a lot. You'll learn about a lot of people, humans in general. Me sitting back, listening, understanding so many people, and that's what taught me more of just being a forgivable person. Because I realized, like, dang, and I actually feel more sad. I feel more empathy for people by just learning myself and understanding myself. Like all this stuff it comes from self. You can't love without loving yourself first. I mean, there's no way because it's not genuine. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you're going to express something, but what you're going to express what you don't know. How can you express something you don't know? You know what I'm saying? You can't respect something when you can't respect yourself. Everything got to start with self, no matter how we want to look at it. What do you know about respect when you don't got respect for yourself? How you, what else? Discipline. Like, how you gonna be able to discipline your kids if you don't know how to discipline yourself? Like, like everything, Lily. Like, it's only genuine when you know how to do it for yourself. That way, you know what you know what I'm saying. When you know what you're actually teaching, so you can't genuinely love somebody unless you love yourself. It just don't work that way. It really don't know, because you don't know what love is unless you experience it yourself. Otherwise, you're going off of what other people um uh other people done for you. Just go off of, oh, this is a form of love. But then you realize there's multiple ways of love. You notice that. And that's why you start learning that it's more than them 5 loves. They be saying the love languages, right? The 5 love languages, which I say you should, if you really truly have some true love, it ain't just 5 of them. Or, I mean, it ain't just 1 out of the 5, because people like, oh, I got a physical touch and I like that, you know what I'm saying? But it's balance. It's all 5 of them. You know what I'm saying? So if you find yourself only loving 2 of them ways, or 1 of them ways out of them 5 love languages, that means you need to do some more deep work within yourself and learn how to love all 5 of them ways. And that's what true love is. You know what I'm saying? That's what really love is. There's multiple ways to love. Now back to what I was meaning about now with forgiveness. You ain't gonna know how to forgive until you learn how to forgive yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know how to forgive yourself, that's why a lot of people is not forgiving of other things, because they don't forgive themselves. And then that's where that comes from. Why I learned how to forgive everyone, or people in general. Learn how to forgive humans, because I realize I'm a human. I'm a human. I make mistakes, and I realize if I was in a certain environment, or if I was born with a certain skin, or if I was born with my eyes are you know what I'm saying, whatever, I could have been that person. You know what I'm saying? I was born without parents, or I could have been born with a mentality of, a crazy mentality and stuff, whatever. Or I could have been born very emotional or something like that. I could have been one of them people, right? And that's what make me more forgiving, because I put myself in other people's shoes, which people lack. But people only love fitting their shoes only, and think everybody should be their shoes. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should live their way. They should know better because I know better. That makes no sense. And that's what we get hurt at, because we always want to think everybody should be me. Everybody should be I. You know what I'm saying? That don't make no sense. And that's why you get your feelings hurt, because people is not you. Humans are humans at the end of the day. And we got people that's just hurt out here. It's hurt humans. We could say evil. You know what I'm saying, for what we feel. We got loving humans, we got all that, but at the end of the day, if you are, you know what type of human you are. But you can't say you are a loving human, but then you selective and say you hate something else. You are not a loving human. You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense. I'm a loving human, but then again, I don't like that. You don't like the people. I mean, I could just say that you can hate behaviors, right? But we talking about a human. I can understand hate behaviors, right? But actual human hating another human, you can't say you are a loving human. That makes no sense. So, yeah, we just gotta, like I said, we gotta expand our mind, man. That's something I'm working towards every single day, man. That's what I'm doing every single day. Trying to expand my mind. I'm trying to learn more than what I know now. I'm trying to, learn many different ways of how people is living their life, and realize that it ain't just 2, 3 ways how you supposed to live your life. And I'm realizing that just because I live my life this way, they don't make another person wrong for the way they is. But like I said, progression can work in 2 different forms. Now, what make it wrong, if how a person live is wrong, is if they're setting back. If they getting set back of their way of living, that's what make it wrong. You could progress and live 2 different type of lifestyles. So that's what right and wrong is. If people didn't notice that, and that's something I kind of figured out of what's the difference between right and wrong. Progression versus setbacks. I don't know. I got to write that in a notebook or something. I don't know, but that's what I figured out. People like, who's to say what's right or wrong? Who's to say, like, even in the basketball game, is you losing or is you winning? Are you doing the right thing? You know what I'm saying? You play the right way, you're going to win. You play the wrong way, you know what I'm saying? The point of it is the score of the basket. You miss it, it's wrong. Yeah. That's just how it is. I mean, you might try your best, but sure. I mean, you ain't gonna make every basket either. You're not gonna always progress all the time either. You know what I'm saying? We want to put it in that way. But the goal is to progress. That's the goal. um, hey, everybody, I fell asleep in my life. I was talking too long, but it is what it is. I don't know if I'm gonna be on tomorrow, so I said I might as well get out what I'm gonna get out today. Try to get on tomorrow, talk about the communities. Um, but yeah, we just gotta start giving each other a chance, man. Let's stop having this bias against one another. You this, you that. I understand bias is a protection mechanism. I know it is. You know what I'm saying? I feel that, but we gotta break out of that sometimes. Sometimes we gotta put that to the side and try to hear people out. Sometimes you might learn more than what you expect. You know what I'm saying? By giving a chance, you can learn more. You know, I think you can learn something from everybody. You can, but yeah, we just gotta grow from that, man. 'Cause we don't know it all. We don't. No matter what predicament we in, man, we can't live life only. And even with me, right? I'm not living just to. If you want to consider just teaching, man, I do. I want to learn. That's just what I love it. You know, what I'm saying? I love learning too. But we can't have this where I'm this old and I'm I'm got a master's in this, you know. I just want to teach. That's all I want to do. Like, you're just gonna be stuck there with that. That's all you're gonna be stuck in. That's all you're gonna be stuck in. We gotta be able to, it gotta be what they say, reciprocated. It gotta be, it gotta be a give and take. You know, gotta be that. That's the only way we can better ourselves. Learn from another point of view. Learn from another, all that. We are literally on this earth to live and learn. I know they say live, learn, and laugh, but that's optional. But we really is here to live and learn. That's the main thing. Because if we ain't learning, we just living. That's why we find ourselves in the predicaments we in now, because we not learning from what we been living. We just living it. I'm just living life. Have you ever heard that? But they always forget that part of learning. They don't ever say the learning part. Oh, but if they do say learning, they just learn a new way to prolong whatever toxic situations they in. That's all they learn. I learned I gotta pick somebody different that's the same. That's so funny to me, but did you really learn though? Did you really learn? Yeah, we live and learn, man. We live and learn, not live. That's how you know, because even as a kid, we were living, right? But if we ain't learn how to walk, if we didn't learn how to talk, we wouldn't progress in life. If we didn't learn, all this stuff, man. We just ain't here just to live. We're living our best life, looking at, what I'm saying? But you gotta learn, man. Learn from our mistakes. Learn from one another. You know, if something look like it's getting repeated the same way, it's something that you failed to learn. Realize, yeah, we're not gonna learn everything. So of course that's just facts. We got whatever how many years we here on this earth, you know what I'm saying? And tomorrow's not promised. Everybody's not gonna be healthy all the time. Everybody's not gonna be, you could be healthy, don't mean you're gonna guarantee that you not gonna get in a car accident the next day, you know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why I be telling people not to hold grudges or be mad and angry all the time, because shoot, I'm gonna I'm gonna forgive when I want to forgive. I'm gonna uh, be better when I choose to be better. But tomorrow is not promised to you. So what the freak people be thinking they got time on their side? It is not promised to you. So if this how you want to go out with a bored face, you know what I'm saying, that mad at the world, and you saying I want to do it when I'm on my timing, you know, that's how you gonna live out. That's how you gonna go to the grave with it. And that's how, if that's how you want to end your situation, with a frown on your face and broken hearted and hurt and not healed and stuff, I guess that's what you want to do. I don't think that's what people really want to do, but that's what you basically saying. That's what man. That's basically what you're saying though. Uh, what was I about to say? I guess me being funny, but where's the book on parenting? They do have books on parenting. They do. I looked it up. I figured it was though. I don't know why I didn't. I should have knew by now. But I was trying to be funny though, because people like I know it all. No, but it shows you that and that's funny, and that's just advice. I think only thing that stop you from trying to learn about parenting is your ego, which is a lot of things that stop us from anything. 18, when we hit 18, that stopped us. That ego really started working. I'm an I'm a legal adult. You know what I'm saying? I'm a legal adult. So you can't tell me anything about my life. There's nothing else I have to learn. I know everything from this point. Ain't that something? uh, mm, mm, Trying to think. Should I do another half hour? Mm. Mm. Oh man. Need some water. I forgot what I was about to. Yeah, junk damaging, man. This mentality. Who are you to tell me? Looking. Who are you? Who are you? That's what's hurting us. That's what's hurting us, man. This who are you? Who are you statement. Who are you? Don't even get that same energy when we get stuff that's said to us that's validating us. Now, who are they? You know what I'm saying? Who are they that's doing that for you? You know what I'm saying? People funny, bro. People is funny, man. Anything to stop yourself from holding yourself accountable, that'd be the problem. That's the problem right there. Um, People don't like to hear about themselves. It's funny. I'm glad I kind of grew out that. I'm glad I grew out that though, and I think once you actually find a way to break out that, boy, you gonna look at life. Well, you gonna look at life so good for real. It's gonna be so wonderful once you break out that being scared to be told about yourself. You gonna feel good. I ain't gonna lie, and I'm telling you this from experience, from a old dog, or depending on who it is, from a young cat. I don't know what they call it now. It's no, it's whatever they want to call it. That's subjective. But from experience, though, yeah, boy, it's a wonderful feeling, man. It puts your mind at peace, man. It eases you, man. Less stress, you know. So less stress that if so less stress if you just um went outside and fell and bust your leg or something, or popped a tire on the way to the store. You know, I mean, you still learn how to manage your way of looking at it though, because I got the mentality that hey, the tire wouldn't have popped. You know what I'm saying? It was meant to happen. It was something I was supposed to learn out of this. Something I must have changed. I got to change my course now. You know, my course of living now. You know what I'm saying? Or it's something else I got to do. Something I got to pay attention to more. You know, it must be something I was overlooking. Some red flags. I wasn't paying attention to the nail. I need to stop driving on the side of the road or something. There's some reason why my tire popped. You know what I'm saying? So I look at stuff. I look at it in that way. You know, instead of why this popped and I can't believe this. I can't make it to the store. You know, and mad about it for weeks and stuff. And I can't believe my tire popped. You know, at the end of the day, like I tell people, most of the stuff that happens in our life is always most of the time these three things is for us to learn from, adapt with, or grow from. You know, it's one of them three things. Overcome. That's what I mean. That's the word. Overcome. You learn from it, you adapt with it, or you overcome it. And them are the three things with anything that happen in our life. Any person we encounter with, any job, anything that's negative that happened in our life, or positive. You know what I'm saying? Anything negative or positive. It's not meant for us. All that stuff is temporary. It's not meant for us to sit in or for the rest of our life. It's really made for us to adapt, you know, adapt, overcome, or learn from. All that stuff is a positive way to look at it. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So I be saying when I be hearing people be like, "Oh man, I can't believe this. This is supposed to happen, and I can't believe I lost the person. I lost this person in my life. I can't believe this happened. I know that was the one. If it was the one, it would have been the one. You know what I'm saying? If it was the one, it would be the one, or they will be back. But why waste your whole life worrying about if this was the one? If it was, it was me. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. It's funny. That's funny. It ain't bit, man. You here today. That's all that really matters. You are here today. You survived that situation. You know, you made it. Okay, a cop pulled you over and this happened. I can't believe this happened to me. You know, you racist. You know what I'm saying? All this, whatever. You alive. You here today. Some people that's getting pulled over by cops nowadays not even making it. It is what it is. You made it. Stop complaining about it. Do something different. Move a different way. Go a different course. Something. You know? Everything in our life is to adapt, adapt, overcome, and learn from. That's just, it is what it is, man. I don't think nothing in our life is meant to sit and saturate, complain about the rest of our life. Use this victim mentality to keep on getting over it. I just want people, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. You want to live that type of life? That's a miserable type life. That's your choice from that point. And if you really want to find a way to overcome something, you're going to find a way to get over it. There's a million ways to get out of our situations. Sometimes it might take more work to overcome it, but it can happen. Or most of the time it ain't meant to happen, or it ain't meant to overcome. But at the end of the day, you know, it's nothing you can do about it. So just move on and find something else you can do something about. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. We spend too much time complaining. And complaining, if you ever notice, it does nothing for you. It does nothing. Zero. All it do is make you get to feel good. And even that, you stress and you put more stress on yourself, and that's more unhealthy than anything. So you're not doing anything about that. You know, complaining literally don't do nothing. I wish I could complain myself to getting 1 million followers. Man, I can't believe this. And let me see if the followers went up. No, it don't work like that, man. It don't. Which I complain myself to be a millionaire. Which I can complain myself to get in the mansion. I complain myself. That don't work. If you ever realize that in life, you have to put in that work to get what you want in life or what you need. Both. You know what I'm saying? You have to put in that work. And if you put in that work and you still don't get it, it just wasn't meant for you to get it. You know what I'm saying? Everything you want in your life is not meant to have it. Why do you have all these words on the screen? It's a distraction. It was it's on there for people to answer though. Right now I'm free talking right now because there ain't nobody in here to answer the questions. Uh yeah, I'm just free talking for the moment. It's some of the stuff that's just how I be though. I don't even think that lies even stick with they topics. Yeah, it always get brushed to the side most of the time. But speaking of distractions, that's how you go to the next topic. I can answer the questions. Go ahead, do your thing. I was about to say you can't come up here. You ain't got 1,000 unless you one of them profiles that can come up with under 1,000. What you got for me, man? What you got for me? But yeah, even with that, man, we just gotta. It's so much. It's so many things I gotta tackle. It's to tackle in life, man. Things to talk about. I could talk about a million things for real. I could talk about a million things, man. It's just because there's so much stuff that we need to be aware of. So much stuff that need to be fixed in his life. Yeah, I know you're a woman. Did I say? What did I say? I called you a man or something. Uh, if I did, I probably unintentionally said it. But yeah, I seen the name say Tanya or something. Yeah, yeah, seen that. But yeah, like I said, I'm big, and like I said, back to before about this. We gotta have more grace with one another. Because if we only think about our feelings only, like this unity thing will never work. Um, we wouldn't be able to get along with partners. We wouldn't get along with people. We really have to have grace with one another. What made you choose this topic? I talk about topics. I talk about topics all the different all the I chose this topic because I guess that's what I thought about. I got a whole um I think I got a notebook full of topics for this just in general for me coming on here. But I guess today I just chose it because that's the first thing I seen on my thing that I choose to talk about. There's so many problems that I got written or different point of views I wanted to have on these topics. I got written in my notebook on my phone. So yeah, so I just chose this one today, I guess. Okay, well, what do you want to talk about? What are you feeling? Well, it's 100 things. I'm talking about whatever need to be talked about for real. But I'm sure. I'm sure. Since you in here, sure. Because I think some people in here listening. I think some people sleep in here. But what you had on the topic? If you had 1,000 followers, I could have heard you from your voice. What you got on the topic, though? If you want to talk about that, or you want me to just talk about what are different things again, or different problems, or whatever you got questions for, I could try to talk about that too. From my point of view, I guess I don't know everything. I don't know everything. I just could tell my point of view. That's what I actually do on a lot of these lives. Just hear a different point of view. I try to get a positive point of view on things as best as I can from my point of view. Uh, you have a question about parenting. For them are the first ones up there. I got more questions if I can think of it. I'm pretty sure I got plenty of questions. What you got on the questions? I don't even see you. I don't even think you answered one of them yet. Or so. What you got? What you got? Mm, don't you ever sleep? Yeah, I do. I had actually woke up. I had went to sleep what was it, yesterday? About I got at least about five four four or 5 hours of sleep, then I end up staying up, so yeah, I'm gonna be asleep soon though. I just been up. I was about to go back to sleep, but anyone can spot bad parenting. So how do you give me an example? Give me an example of how you what examples you have for spotting out bad parenting? I wish you had the followers so I can get you in the box. Yeah, I was up. I was up, BJ, man, just sitting here talking about multiple things until I get people in here to answer these questions. Uh, I might as well, if people listening or not, sure, this is getting recorded anyways for my, there's no, TikTok be recording the video, so it gotta go, but there is no perfect parent. Nope. Nope, it ain't. It'd be funny to me though, even with that, there ain't no perfect parent, and as soon as you tell a parent about something, they be like, oh, you can't tell me. I know. Is you a perfect parent or not? I don't know. I'm not perfect, but you can't tell me about my parenting though. Funny. People be funny to me. Let me see. I asked about the topic because most people who ask these questions are parents. Well, I'm not a parent. I asked this. Uh, yeah, I'm not a parent and don't am asking these questions. But I think you should focus on the topic that you are well versed. Oh, that's your. You said you think that. Okay. Nah, I think I should talk about what I feel is on my mind. You know what I'm saying? Um I think that it's no limits to a human talking about topics. You know what I'm saying? I think that um everyone is open for understanding on whatever we talk about. You know what I'm saying? I think um have you ever heard any of the topics I talked about besides this? Or do you even know my lives? Do you know that I talk about everything? I think that you probably don't even know what my room is about. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what I think. I think you got to get to know me a little bit more. Yeah. Because if you know me, I talk about everything and I don't have to experience it to talk about it. That's what I do. Yeah. Yeah. But he said, then explain to us why you brought this up. I'm trying to help. It's easy to treat people the way you want to be treated. So I'm confused. I'm confused. So, all right. So let me put this there. All right. So if I act like I'm a parent, right? Because I really don't know my life, right? If I act like I'm a parent, I can ask these questions now. So that's the only way my question is going to get answered. I gotta be a parent first. I'm trying to understand. It's not making no sense to me. So you said only a parent asks this. This don't make no sense. I think I kind of disagree on that. It don't make sense to me at all. It's either answer the questions or not. That's all I know. It don't make sense to me. I didn't know another human is limited to what they have to ask if they if they want another point of view from what they seen in their life. So I'm trying to figure this out. That's another thing I was meaning about. We put ourselves in a box to think that only a parent can ask these type of questions. All right, bro. All right. I guess that's what I mean. Um, yeah, cause she's making me mad now. It's whatever. I had to block her. But yeah, cause it's not answering none of the questions. It's obvious. I must have triggered something. I must have triggered something on that though. That Cause that made no sense. Cause at the end of the day, you gonna tell me what's on your mind, or you just gonna question why I'm questioning. What the freak? It's one of the two. I would explain. I would explain shit to nobody with only one. Yeah, I see. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense why they only got that many followers. Well, I just, I gotta get them at least a little something in their head so they can at least understand that you gotta expand your mind more than what you got. Because, like I said, a lot of people got this entitlement mentality where you shouldn't talk about this if you this or that. Like, who? I can say, who are you to tell me this? Just like they give me that same energy. Who are you to talk about that? I could do the same exact thing, but you know, people funny, bro. People funny. If you ain't want to answer the questions, you could have went in another whole room. How you gonna tell me what to ask? That don't make sense. That's why I say people funny, bro. And that's the reason why, people like that. That's why unity won't work. That's why unity don't work. We got people that's like that. That's why they gonna be on their own boat. You got this mentality that, hey, you shouldn't talk about this unless you this. Maybe I done had about at least 6, 7 people that done answer this straight. Parents or not, whatever. They answer the question straight. But, I gave it the energy today. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't talking for real, man. I gotta get some stuff going. But yeah. But I guess back to what I was talking about. That confused me though, because this person she came in here with it's distracting what you talking about. Because I'm thinking like, oh, I guess she was listening to me talk about what I was talking about. But I'm thinking like, all right, are you trying to listen to what I'm talking about? And then you said it's distracting me because of the words you got on your background. And I'm like, all right, it's open for people that want to listen, that want to hear it, that want to answer the questions. That's all. That's what it's open for. Otherwise, if nobody answering it, then why not talk about something else that might help us out? But whatever. Can't let her be my whole life. I was just, whatever. I plant my seed, then I booted her. That's just how it is. But yeah, actually found out there is a book on it. It's a book on parenting. There's many books on parenting, which I would assume, it's a books on it. So I mean, you don't. Well, what? Hold up, wait. Before I get that book, I must get somebody pregnant first, then I get the book, right? Let's be backwards real quick. I think even with that, right, you need to learn how to parent before you become a parent. I would believe you need to know the ropes of marriage before you get married. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure you don't just jump into the experience without knowing about it. So the fact that we think that you have to experience these things to actually know about it is crazy to me. Now you got to we got to make these things make sense. That's actually setting yourself up for failure if you don't know nothing about it. You see what I'm saying? So that's something I would not want to experience first before I know anything about it. So you can't tell a single person that they don't know what marriage is about. You can't tell um a person that don't have kids they don't know what kids is about, because that'd be crazy. It's I must know enough about it because I don't have them now, especially at my age. I must know enough about them that I know I'm not. I want to make sure I pick the right person before I do it, right? I mean, I'm learning from other people, right? I'm learning that kids can turn out a certain way if you don't pick right. You know what I'm saying? I learned that you have to be patient. So it's something I must know. It's something I know, right? So people got to got to get out. I mean, I understand it's for the masses, right? But you got to be, that's why I said we got to have this mentality where we got to be more open and hear each other out. We got to stop with the bias. I understand the bias is a protection mechanism. I understand it. But if you take the time and listen to what people is saying, you'll learn a lot. You'll learn that certain situations can outbeat your bias mentality. It can. It just take time. You got to be open. You got to be open. You got to be open-minded. You got to be receptive. And that's on both ends. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, and I'm just only speaking on one end because it's like people do have a bias. As soon as they say you ain't experienced this, or they have a bias to where your age, you younger than me, you don't know what you're talking about. You know, they got all this stuff, and that's where it's gonna hurt. That's where it hurts us at, because we cut off people that can actually might teach us. You know what I'm saying? We cut off situations that we actually can learn from. You know, I'm not about to, just because somebody's 20 years old and I'm about to be 33 in a few weeks, probably. Is it a few weeks? I know September, it's September, right? I'm not about to, just because somebody's younger than me and act like they dumb. I mean, that's I can't do that. Most of the time, you're dumb if you think another person's dumb because they're younger than you. It's wild. So I'm saying unity. I laugh every time I think of situations like that. What the heck this person coming with? Tripping today. People tripping today. This what happened when I stay up all day. This what I ain't stay up all day, but this what happened when you stay up late. Oh man. This is so funny to me, man. We don't even want to understand one another, and yet we claim this thing called unity. We don't even try to hear one another. We don't even. We got wars against one another. And we want to say unity. Like I be want to be like, shut up, just shut up. That don't even work in your vocab, bro. Because most of the time, all we want to do is unite with ourselves. We want to multiply ourselves and unite with that. And even if that was the case, right? We ain't gonna even can't even be honest with ourselves that if we was even to have a unity with ourselves, we won't even get it, because we probably got some stuff we don't even agree with our own self. Bro, this is funny. I should have knew that was some BS from the first. She already checked me on on me saying, "Oh, I'm not a girl. I'm not a this. I'm a woman." I had all the signs. I had all the signs. I guess I overlooked them. You let them talk long enough, then you'll see, and that's what I be meaning right there, right? That's a that's how you control your emotions and stuff. Other people probably would have when called out the name and all that, mother you the beating on all this stuff though. But you got to realize that it's gonna be people that gonna throw you off your course, man. It's gonna be distractions. Speaking of distractions, it's gonna be distractions. Because I was just literally in here talking about, and I got distracted, but I was talking about different things. But that's how distractions work, man. But it's up to you to get back on track or get back onto a course. You know what I'm saying? Get back to your primary goal, man, because you're gonna have distractions. You're gonna have blocks in the road. You know, ain't no smooth selling to anything most of the time. I mean, you could have smooth sellers, but then again, even with that, I think you appreciate it more when it ain't smooth. You know what I'm saying? You appreciate that, you know, you overcame so many things and realized, I mean, you ain't get it easy. So you actually, you appreciate the work that you put in your situation to get to where you get to. So, I mean, it's a good thing to not get it easy all the time. And again, a privileged person don't know they privileged sometimes. Privileged people don't know they privileged, man. Some people live off of, yeah, they won't know, man. Notice, you ever notice the privileged people, the more privileged they are, the more entitled they are, the more they have this demanding type, the less appreciated they is. You know what I'm saying? Uh, that's what it be. The more they complaining, the more they hurt. You know what I'm saying? That's why I try to get people out this entitlement mentality. It's damaging more than anything. You know, we can put our foot down and say, I want this, this, and that, and it gotta be the way because I said it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We end up biting ourselves in our own foot after that. That's just how it is. Because we put these unrealistic situations on ourselves, man. That's just how it is. Mm. You gotta learn how to be more appreciative. Gotta learn how to be more appreciative, man. But show lives like this, man. They don't want to hear this, man. I gotta be toxic for them to hear it. I gotta be fighting with somebody to hear something. And you know, when it's like that, it tells about, and it's just so how sad the world is. It's like it tells a lot about your character when you gotta be entertained off of negative stuff and toxicness, rather be entertained off of knowledge and growth and something that's gonna help build you. You know what I'm saying? It tells a lot about yourself. You can tell a lot about a character, right? Depending on the type of, you could tell a lot, man. It tells you all type of things, man. Yeah, people funny, man. It's something new, man. Something new. That's It's tests. I call it. It's tests. It's tests in our lives, man. That's just how it be. I mean, most of the time, like even with certain things, you just gotta learn how to laugh. That's what you gotta do. I'd rather laugh all day than get mad at certain situations because it do be funny though. It's funny like when you look at things, it just become funny to you. It make you laugh. It's a Shoot, even when things be sad to you, you gotta laugh. I mean, you gotta laugh at it sometimes, man. You gotta laugh sometimes, man. You know, I'd rather choose that route, man. It's not nothing damaging to laughing, you know. Um, it just made me think about that though, because I was like, well, I remember when I first was on this app and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna become a positive person, and I'm gonna do this and that. It was so much stuff that was hitting my life to test me. I was I ain't gonna lie, a couple of times, like I said, I mentioned before, I got tested on this app. Lost myself a couple of times. Somebody was just kept picking at me and stuff. And I ended up in the wrong groups, messing with the wrong groups, and trying to jump in their correction, and all they was doing, all they had in their agenda was to attack me and make me look stupid, and I fell for it. And I'm like, they said, did the little one joke or something. I ended up calling them out their name, and they wanted to boo me after they told me up. They booted me, right? And they made a joke, but then what I had to take out of that, right? It wasn't that. I'm gonna still blame myself. I have to. I blame myself because I learned from it, right? And I realized, and that's what I said, them tests be good. Tests be good sometimes. Because when I learned from it, right, it made me realize it's something I had to work on. It was something that I can't have the next person be able to have access to me having to call somebody else out their name because of what they, you know what I'm saying? So I had to realize that, and that's why I was glad that it got exposed, that, okay, they can keep nagging at me or provoking me, and it's up to me how I'm going to react to it. So, all right, I failed that day. And then there was another day, and it'd be the same people, the same group of people, man. I ain't gonna even lie. I'll keep getting into it with. That's why I realized I cannot mess with them because sometimes logic don't work with emotional people. It just don't. It don't. So, it was another group or another people that was tearing me up, couldn't take my point of view, yelling at me all this stuff or whatever. Once again, me getting new on this app. Um, Messed up, said something. I'm not that, I'm that. I'm like, all right, but I'm like, somehow this one person try to check me, and I don't like that feeling that somebody feeling like they checking me or something like that. Then I'm like, I don't know who you think you checking, but you need to check your hair. I said something like, I don't know. I just said something. Everybody wanted to go after me after that. I'm like, bro, y'all let them say all this stuff to me. As soon as I want to do my clapback, it's a problem. But but look, I learned from that too. You know what I'm saying? Them the two times I really kind of lost it when I was this so-called trying to be positive person, right? But I lost it. But then again, like I said, humans gonna work. I messed up, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I don't want to make excuses for my reaction to something else because I'm never corrected if I make excuses about, the way I react to something. So at the end of the day, I learned from them two situations. So then that's why I went to another live like later down the line. And that's why I was like, all right, let's go ahead. We're going to test it one more time and have to see where I was at. You know what I'm saying? I love the tests, man, because like I said, I'm so big on correcting myself and bettering myself. Got to throw myself in the test every now and then and see how I'm going to handle a situation, see if I'm about that life. So I went in another room where it was I was saying something and this girl was disagreeing with she like, you're gaslighting me and all this stuff, right? So they of course, like a lot of my comments, I ain't gonna lie, I be getting the people that the host be having to look at them. Well, I gotta invite this person up because they be knowing what I be saying, be hurting them, or they know it sound too legit that they don't want to, that they want to still live in a denial. So they gotta bring me up. Like, man, what did you mean by this? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just being calm with the girl, like, dog, what you talking about? We're not getting anywhere with this. It sounds like you're being competitive. It sounds like, why are we talking about this? Why are we not looking for similarities instead of differences? Why are we having a topic of differences? Differences, and you want unity at the same time, but we having a topic of differences. You ain't been through what I've been through and all this stuff, whatever. So that's all I was getting to. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You're gaslighting me and all this stuff and getting mad. Like, but I'm staying calm. I'm still calm. You know what I'm saying? And they were just getting so mad that I was staying calm. This other dude was like, man, yeah, you over the gaslighting her. And sat there and called, you was a bitch. You want to I just started laughing, though. I started laughing. That's when I knew I did that work within myself. That's when I knew. I'm like, all right, I did a good job. I didn't fall into what they wanted me to do, was to get in their level and get mad and miserable with them. So he called me out my name. I was like, I just was laughing like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But it made me realize that, misery loves company. So he called me out my name. But I was like, at the end of the day, shoot, I'm not about to jump to your level. I won. You won, right? You won because you got away with saying that and I ain't say nothing, right? But to me, I won because I ain't have to stoop to your level to get my point across. You know what I'm saying? Even if it get across or not, but what I said what I said. You know what I'm saying? Hey, at the end of the day, what y'all fighting over is nothing. It means nothing. Y'all the ones getting mad, but what I'm saying is legit. Cause you fighting over stuff, cause you trying to trauma bond or whatever you was trying to do in that room, and I got on out of there. People still don't like me. They call me this and that, whatever. But that's their perception of me. I can't let them change my character. That's the thing. They're the ones that's hurt. I'm the one that changed them. I hurt their feelings. You know what I'm saying? You not hurt my feelings because I checked myself. I can tell that you only responded that way because you were feeling a certain type of way because of what I said got to you. You know what I'm saying? So you wanted to say something to get to me, but it didn't work. You know what I'm saying? I didn't give you the reaction you were looking for. So that's when you know you put in that work with yourself. That's what I'm meaning. When you're not talking about it. So every now and then, yes, you got to test. You got to put yourself in a test. When you know you in a room that you know that somebody going to get at you at, do that. You know what I'm saying? So not let nobody let you jump out your character. You got to focus on that. So yes, you got to put yourself in the test every now and then. It's easy to talk about it, to be about it. So at the end of the day, I realized, hey, you know, I'm proud of what I got through that situation, and I know that I'm really doing it. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I'm being about what I talk about. So I'm walking instead of talking. So yeah, that was a funny story though. That was my experience on TikTok, y'all. That was my experience, man. I wasn't too bad though. You know, when I decided to be more in a positive situation, you know, I had two times I lost. I mean, I still get passionate and stuff about certain situations. Um, I might say some stuff, but I don't think I got as far as trying to cuss somebody out on here. I don't think I did that though. I might talk loud sometimes, but that's just part of the expression, you know, my care for other people and situations. But at the end of the day, like I don't hold that against, you know, I don't hold that hard against me or somebody else because I realize that we are different people. We think two different ways. We express our emotions different ways. You know, some people are more hurt than I am. You know, or they don't, or we might have went through the same thing, but it's their way of how they got to express themselves because they never found a way to heal or try to work on some type of healing towards that situation they in. And that's just something I'm observing on. So that's why I can't really hold it against another person the way they respond to me. You know what I'm saying? Or how they, you know, I can't take it personal because that's the way they feel. It's something that they still need to work on. So just because I put in work with myself, I can't sit here and expect everybody else did. You know, that'd be delusional for me thinking that, you know, because I did that, I'm going to run into people that I wouldn't do this, I wouldn't do that, something like that. But they will. You know what I'm saying? So that's reality. They will. What I won't do, somebody else will. What I will do, somebody won't. You know what I'm saying? So that's just reality. We gotta be real with ourselves, man. Stop with this unrealistic expectations we be having with one another. But let's see. I try to stretch it. I might. Whew. Give me a little. What could I do? I could take me a snooze. I could take a snooze and get up, get on live again. Yeah, do a different topic, and then just stay up. Yeah, I might do that. Take me a snooze then. Got me a few little hours in, some hours in. All right, I don't know if anybody was in here, man. Catch y'all later, man. Had a different topic for y'all when I get back up.